Chapter 21 of That Affair Next Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording today by Dawn Larson in Minnesota. That Affair Next Door by Anna K. Green. Chapter 21. A Shrewd Conjecture. The test of which I speak was as follows. I would advertise for a person dressed as I believed Mrs. Van Burnam to have been when she left the scene of crime. If I received news of such a person, I might safely consider my theory established. I accordingly wrote the following advertisement: Information wanted of a woman who applied for lodgings on the morning of the 18th, dressed in a brown silk skirt and a black and white plaid blouse of fashionable cut. She was without a hat, or if a person so dressed wore a hat, then it was bought early in the morning at some store, in which case let shopkeepers take notice. The person answering this description is eagerly sought for by her relatives, and to any one giving positive information of the same, a liberal reward will be paid. Please address T.W. Alvord, Liberty Street. I purposely did not mention her personal appearance, for fear of attracting the attention of the police. This done, I wrote the following letter: Dear Miss Ferguson, one clever woman recognizes another. I am clever and am not ashamed to own it. You are clever and should not be ashamed to be told so. I was a witness at the inquest in which you so notably distinguished yourself, and I said then, there is a woman after my own heart. But a truce to compliments. What I want and ask of you to procure for me is a photograph of Mrs. Van Burnam. I am a friend of the family, and consider them to be in more trouble than they deserve. If I had her picture, I would show it to the Misses Van Burnam, who feel great remorse at their treatment of her, and who want to see how she looked. Cannot you find one in their rooms? The one in Mr. Howard's room here has been confiscated by the police. Hoping that you will feel disposed to oblige me in this, and I assure you that my motives in making this request are most excellent, I remain, cordially yours, Amelia Butterworth. P.S. Address me, if you please, at 564 Avenue, care of J. H. Denham. This was my grocer, with whom I left word the next morning to deliver this package in the next bushel of potatoes he sent me. My smart little maid, Lena, carried these two communications to the East Side, where she posted the letter herself, and entrusted the advertisement to a lover of hers, who carried it to the Herald office. While she was gone, I tried to rest by exercising my mind in other directions. But I could not. I kept going over Howard's testimony in the light of my own theory, and remarking how the difficulty he experienced in maintaining the position he had taken forced him into inconsistencies and far-fetched explanations. With his wife for a companion at the Hotel D, his conduct both there and on the road to his father's house was that of a much weaker man than his words and appearance led one to believe. But if, on the contrary, he had with him a woman with whom he was about to elope, and what did the packing up of all his effects mean, if not that, all the precautions they took seemed reasonable. Later, my mind fixed itself on one point. If it was his wife who was with him, as he said, then the bundle they dropped at the old woman's feet contained the much talked of plaid silk. If it was not, then it was a gown of some different material. Now could this bundle be found? If it could, then why had not Mr. Gryce produced it? The sight of Mrs. Van Burnam's plaid silk spread out on the coroner's table would have had a great effect in clinching the suspicion against her husband. But no plaid silk had been found, because it was not dropped in the bundle, but worn away on the murderess's back, and no old woman. I thought I knew the reason for this, too. There was no old woman to be found, and the bundle they carried had been got rid of in some other way. What way? I would take a walk down that same block and see, and I would take it at the midnight hour, too, for only so could I judge of the possibilities there offered for concealing or destroying such an article. Having made this decision, I cast about to see how I could carry it into effect. I am not a coward, but I have a respectability to maintain, and what errand could Miss Butterworth be supposed to have in the streets at 12 o'clock at night? Fortunately, I remembered that my cook had complained of a toothache when I gave her my orders for breakfast, and going down at once into the kitchen, where she sat with her cheek propped in her hand waiting for Lena, I said with an asperity which admitted of no reply: "You have a dreadful tooth, Sarah, and you must have something done for it at once. When Lena comes home, send her to me. I am going to the drug store for some drops, and I want Lena to accompany me." She looked astounded, of course, but I would not let her answer me. "Do not speak a word," I cried. "It will only make your toothache worse. And don't look as if some hobgoblin had jumped up on the kitchen table. I guess I know my duty, and just what kind of a breakfast I will have in the morning, if you sit up all night groaning with the toothache." And I was out of the room before she had more than begun to say that it was not so bad, and that I needn't trouble, and all that, which was true enough, no doubt, but not what I wanted to hear at that moment. When Lena came in, I saw by the brightness of her face that she had accomplished her double errand. I therefore signified to her that I was satisfied, and asked if she was too tired to go out again, saying quite peremptorily that Sarah was ill, and that I was going to the drug store for some medicine, and did not wish to go alone. Lena's round eyed wonder was amusing, but she is very discreet, as I have said before, and she ventured nothing save a meek "It's very late, Miss Butterworth," which was an unnecessary remark, as she soon saw. I do not like to obtrude my aristocratic tendencies too much into this narrative, but when I found myself in the streets alone with Lena, I could not help feeling some secret qualms lest my conduct savored of impropriety. But the thought that I was working in the cause of truth and justice came to sustain me, and before I had gone 2 blocks, I felt as much at home under the midnight skies as if I were walking home from church on a Sunday afternoon. There is a certain drug store on Third Avenue where I like to deal, and towards this I ostensibly directed my steps. But I took pains to go by the way of Lexington Avenue and 27th Street, and upon reaching the block where this mysterious couple were seen, gave all my attention to the possible hiding places it offered. Lena, who had followed me like my shadow, and who was evidently too dumbfounded at my freak to speak, drew up to my side as we were half way down it, and seized me tremblingly by the arm. "2 men are coming," said she. "I am not afraid of men," was my sharp rejoinder. But I told a most abominable lie, for I am afraid of them in such places and under such circumstances, though not under ordinary conditions, and never where the tongue is likely to be the only weapon employed. The couple who were approaching us now seemed to be in a merry mood, but when they saw us keep to our own side of the way, they stopped their chaffing and allowed us to go by, with just a mocking word or two. "Sarah ought to be very much obliged to you," whispered Lena. At the corner of Third Avenue I paused. I had seen nothing so far but bare stoops and dark areaways. Nothing to suggest a place for the disposal of such cumbersome articles as these persons had made way with. Had the avenue anything better to offer? I stopped under the gas lamp at the corner to consider, notwithstanding Lena's gentle pulls toward the drug store. Looking to left and right and over the muddy crossings, I sought for inspiration. An almost obstinate belief in my own theory led me to insist in my own mind that they had encountered no old woman, and consequently had not dropped their bundles in the open street. I even entered into an argument about it, standing there with the cable cars whistling by me and Lena tugging away at my arm. If, said I to myself, the woman with him had been his wife, and the whole thing nothing more than a foolish escapade, they might have done this. But she was not his wife, and the game they were playing was serious. If they did laugh over it, and so their disposal of these tell tale articles would be serious and such as would protect their secret. Where then could they have thrust them? My eyes, as I muttered this, were on the one shop in my line of vision that was still open and lighted. It was the den of a Chinese laundryman, and through the windows in front I could see him still at work, ironing. Ah, thought I, and made such a start across the street that Lena gasped in dismay and almost fell to the ground in her frightened attempt to follow me. "Not that way," she called. "Miss Butterworth, you are going wrong." But I kept right on, and only stopped when I reached the laundry. "I have an errand here," I explained. "Wait in the doorway, Lena, and don't act as if you thought me crazy, for I was never saner in my life." I don't think this reassured her much, lunatics not being supposed to be very good judges of their own mental condition, but she was so accustomed to obey that she drew back as I opened the door before me and entered. The surprise on the face of the poor Chinaman when he turned and saw before him a lady of years and no ordinary appearance daunted me for an instant. But another look only showed me that his very surprise was inoffensive, and gathering courage from the unexpectedness of my own position, I inquired with all the politeness I could show one of his abominable nationality: "Didn't a gentleman and a heavily veiled lady leave a package with you a few days ago, at about the same hour of night as this?" "Some lele clothes washee? Yes, ma'am. No done. She tellee me no callee for 1 week." "Then that's all right. The lady has died very suddenly, and the gentleman gone away. You will have to keep the clothes a long time." "Me wantee money, no wantee clo'." "I'll pay for them. I don't care about them being ironed." "Givee tickee, givee clo'. No givee tickee, no givee clo'." This was a poser, but as I did not want the clothes so much as a look at them, I soon got the better of this difficulty. "I don't want them to night," said I. "I only wanted to make sure you had them. What night were these people here?" "Tuesday night, velly late. Nicey man, nicey lady. She wantee talk. Nicey man he pullee she. I no hear if muchee stash. All washee, see," he went on, dragging a basket out of the corner. "Him no iron." I was in such a quiver, so struck with amazement at my own perspicacity in surmising that here was a place where a bundle of underclothing could be lost indefinitely, that I just stared while he turned over the clothes in the basket. For by means of the quality of the articles he was preparing to show me, the question which had been agitating me for hours could be definitely decided. If they proved to be fine and of foreign manufacture, then Howard's story was true, and all my fine spun theories must fall to the ground. But if, on the contrary, they were such as are usually worn by American women, then my own idea as to the identity of the woman who left them here was established, and I could safely consider her as the victim and Louise Van Burnam as the murderess, unless further facts came to prove that he was the guilty one after all. The sight of Lena's eyes staring at me with great anxiety through the panes of the door distracted my attention for a moment, and when I looked again, he was holding up 2 or 3 garments before me. The articles thus revealed told their story in a moment. They were far from fine, and had even less embroidery on them than I expected. "Are there any marks on them?" I asked. He showed me 2 letters stamped in indelible ink on the band of the skirt. I did not have my glasses with me, but the ink was black, and I read O. R. The minx's initials, thought I. When I left the place, my complacency was such that Lena did not know what to make of me. She has since informed me that I looked as if I wanted to shout hurrah, but I cannot believe I so far forgot myself as that. But pleased as I was, I had only discovered how one bundle had been disposed of. The dress and outside fixings still had to be accounted for, and I was the woman to do it. We had mechanically moved in the direction of the drug store, and were near the curbstone when I reached this point in my meditations. It had rained a little while before, and a small stream was running down the gutter and emptying itself into the sewer opening. The sight of it sharpened my wits. If I wanted to get rid of anything of damaging character, I would drop it at the mouth of one of these holes, and gently thrust it into the sewer with my foot, thought I. And never doubting that I had found an explanation of the disappearance of the second bundle, I walked on, deciding that if I had the police at my command, I would have the sewer searched at those four corners. We rode home after visiting the drug store. I was not going to subject Lena or myself to another midnight walk through 27th Street. Chapter 22. A blank card. The next day at noon, Lena brought me up a card on her tray. It was a perfectly blank one. "Miss Van Burnam's maid said you sent for this," was her demure announcement. "Miss Van Burnam's maid is right," said I, taking the card and with it a fresh installment of courage. Nothing happened for 2 days, then there came word from the kitchen that a bushel of potatoes had arrived. Going down to see them, I drew from their midst a large square envelope, which I immediately carried to my room. It failed to contain a photograph, but there was a letter in it, couched in these terms: "Dear Miss Butterworth, the esteem which you are good enough to express for me is returned. I regret that I cannot oblige you. There are no photographs to be found in Mrs. Van Burnam's rooms. Perhaps this fact may be accounted for by the curiosity shown in these apartments by a very spruce new boarder we have had from New York. His taste for that particular quarter of the house was such that I could not keep him away from it except by lock and key. If there was a picture there of Mrs. Van Burnam, he took it, for he departed very suddenly one night. I am glad he took nothing more with him. The talks he had with my servant girl have almost led to my dismissing her. Praying your pardon for the disappointment I am forced to give you, I remain, yours sincerely, "Susan Ferguson." So, balked by an emissary of Mr. Gryce. Well, we would do without the photograph. Mr. Gryce might need it, but not Amelia Butterworth. This was on Thursday, and on the evening of Saturday the long desired clue was given me. It came in the shape of a letter brought me by Mr. Alvord. Our interview was not an agreeable one. Mr. Alvord is a clever man and an adroit one, or I should not persist in employing him as my lawyer. But he has never understood me. At this time, and with this letter in his hand, he understood me less than ever, which naturally called out my powers of self assertion, and led to some lively conversation between us. But that is neither here nor there. He had brought me an answer to my advertisement, and I was presently engrossed by it. It was an uneducated woman's epistle, and its chirography and spelling were dreadful. So I will just mention its contents, which were highly interesting in themselves, as I think you will acknowledge. She, that is the writer, whose name as nearly as I could make out was Bertha Desberger, knew such a person as I described, and could give me news of her if I would come to her house in West 9th Street at 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon. If I would? I think my face must have shown my satisfaction, for Mr. Alvord, who was watching me, sarcastically remarked: "You don't seem to find any difficulties in that communication. Now what do you think of this one?" He held out another letter which had been directed to him and which he had opened. Its contents called up a shade of color to my cheek, for I did not want to go through the annoyance of explaining myself again. Dear Sir, from a strange advertisement which has lately appeared in the Herald, I gather that information is wanted of a young woman who on the morning of the 18th entered my store without any bonnet on her head, and saying she had met with an accident, bought a hat which she immediately put on. She was pale as a girl could be, and looked so ill that I asked her if she was well enough to be out alone, but she gave me no reply and left the store as soon as possible. That is all I can tell you about her." With this was enclosed his card, Phineas Cox, Millinery, Trimmed and Untrimmed Hats, 6th Avenue. "Now what does this mean?" asked Mr. Alvord. "The morning of the 18th was the morning when the murder was discovered in which you have shown such interest." "It means," I retorted with some spirit, for simple dignity was thrown away on this man, "that I made a mistake in choosing your office as a medium for my business communications." This was to the point, and he said no more, though he eyed the letter in my hand very curiously, and seemed more than tempted to renew the hostilities with which we had opened our interview. Had it not been Saturday, and late in the day at that, I would have visited Mr. Cox's store before I slept. But as it was, I felt obliged to wait until Monday. Meanwhile I had before me the still more important interview with Mrs. Desberger. As I had no reason to think that my visiting any number in Ninth Street would arouse suspicion in the police, I rode there quite boldly the next day, and with Lena at my side, entered the house of Mrs. Bertha Desberger. For this trip I had dressed myself plainly, and drawn over my eyes and the puffs which I still think it becoming in a woman of my age to wear, a dotted veil, thick enough to conceal my features, without robbing me of that aspect of benignity necessary to the success of my mission. Lena wore her usual neat gray dress, and looked the picture of all virtues. A large brass door plate, well rubbed, was the first sign vouchsafed us of the respectability of the house we were about to enter, and the parlor, when we were ushered into it, fully carried out the promise thus held forth on the doorstep. It was respectable, but in wretched taste as regards to colors. I, who have the nicest taste in such matters, looked about me in dismay as I encountered the greens and blues, the crimsons and purples, which everywhere surrounded me. But I was not on a visit to a temple of art, and resolutely shutting my eyes to the offending splendor about me, worsted splendor, you understand, I waited with subdued expectation for the lady of the house. She came in presently, bedecked in a flowered gown that was an epitome of the blaze of colors everywhere surrounding us. But her face was a good one, and I saw that I had neither guile nor overmuch shrewdness to contend with. She had seen the coach at the door, and she was all smiles and flutter. "You have come for the poor girl who stopped here a few days ago," she began, glancing from my face to Lena's with an equally inquiring air, which in itself would have shown her utter ignorance of social distinctions, if I had not bidden Lena to keep at my side and hold her head up as if she had business there as well as myself. "Yes," returned I, "we have. Lena here has lost a relative," which was true, and knowing no other way of finding her, I suggested the insertion of an advertisement in the paper. "You read the description given, of course. Has the person answering it been in this house?" "Yes, she came on the morning of the 18th. I remember it because that was the very day my cook left, and I have not got another one yet." She sighed and went on. "I took a great interest in the unhappy young woman. Was she your sister?" This somewhat doubtfully to Lena, who perhaps had too few colors on to suit her. "No," answered Lena, "she wasn't my sister, but—" I immediately took the words out of her mouth. "At what time did she come here, and how long did she stay? We want to find her very much. Did she give you any name or tell where she was going?" "She said her name was Oliver." I thought of the O.R. on the clothes at the laundry. But I knew this wasn't so, and if she had not looked so very modest, I might have hesitated to take her in. But lor! I can't resist a girl in trouble, and she was in trouble, if ever a girl was. And then she had money. Do you know what her trouble was?" This again to Lena, and with an air at once suspicious and curious. But Lena had a good face too, and her frank eyes at once disarmed the weak and good natured woman before us. "I thought," she went on, before Lena could answer, "that whatever it was, you had nothing to do with it, nor this lady either." "No," answered Lena, seeing that I wished her to do the talking. "And we don't know," which was true enough, so far as Lena went, "just what her trouble was. Didn't she tell you?" "She told nothing. When she came, she said she wanted to stay with me a little while. I sometimes take boarders. She had 20 in the house at that minute, if she had one. Did she think I couldn't see the length of her dining room table through the crack of the parlor door? 'I can pay,' she said, which I had not doubted, for her blouse was a very expensive one, though I thought her skirt looked queer, and her hat, did I say she had a hat on? You seemed to doubt that fact in your advertisement. Goodness me! If she had had no hat on, she wouldn't have got as far as my parlor mat. But her blouse showed her to be a lady, and then her face, it was as white as your handkerchief there, madam, but so sweet. I thought of the Madonna faces I had seen in the Catholic churches." I started, inwardly commenting, Madonna like, that woman? But a glance at the room about me reassured me. The owner of such hideous sofas and chairs, and of the many pictures effacing, or rather defacing, the paper on the walls, could not be a judge of Madonna faces. "You admire everything that is good and lovely," I suggested, for Mrs. Desberger had paused at the movement I made. "Yes, it is in my nature to do so, madam. I love the beautiful," and she cast a half apologetic, half proud look about her. So I listened to the girl and let her sit down in my parlor. She had had nothing to eat that morning, and though she didn't ask for it, I went to order her a cup of tea, for I knew she couldn't get upstairs without it. Her eyes followed me when I went out of the room in a way that haunted me, and when I came back, I shall never forget it, ma'am. There she lay stretched out on the floor with her face on the ground and her hands thrown out. Wasn't it horrible, ma'am? I don't wonder you shudder." Did I shudder? If I did, it was because I was thinking of that other woman, the victim of this one, whom I had seen with her face turned upward and her arms outstretched, in the gloom of Mr. Van Burnam's half closed parlor. "She looked as if she was dead," the good woman continued, "but just as I was about to call for help, her fingers moved, and I rushed to lift her. She was neither dead nor had she fainted. She was simply dumb with misery. What could have happened to her? I have asked myself 100 times. My mouth was shut very tight, but I shut it still tighter, for the temptation was great to cry, 'She had just committed murder.' As it was, no sound whatever left my lips, and the good woman doubtless thought me no better than a stone, for she turned with a shrug to Lena, repeating still more wistfully than before, 'Don't you know what her trouble was?' But of course poor Lena had nothing to say, and the woman went on with a sigh. 'Well, I suppose I shall never know what had used that poor creature up so completely. But whatever it was, it gave me enough trouble, though I do not want to complain of it, for why are we here if not to help and comfort the miserable? It was an hour, ma'am, it was an hour, miss, before I could get that poor girl to speak. But when I did succeed, and had got her to drink the tea and eat a bit of toast, then I felt quite repaid by the look of gratitude she gave me, and the way she clung to my sleeve when I tried to leave her for a minute. It was this sleeve, ma'am," she explained, lifting a cluster of rainbow flounces and ribbons, which but a minute before had looked little short of ridiculous in my eyes, but which in the light of the wearer's kind heartedness had lost some of their offensive appearance. "Poor Mary!" murmured Lena, with what I considered most admirable presence of mind. "What name did you say?" cried Mrs. Desberger, eager enough to learn all she could of her late mysterious lodger. "I had rather not tell her name," protested Lena, with a timid air that admirably fitted her rather doll like prettiness. "She didn't tell you what it was, and I don't think I ought to." Good for little Lena! And she did not even know for whom or what she was playing the rôle I had set her. "I thought you said Mary, but I won't be inquisitive with you. I wasn't so with her. But where was I in my story? Oh, I got her so she could speak, and afterwards I helped her upstairs. But she didn't stay there long. When I came back at lunch time I have to do my marketing no matter what happens I found her sitting before a table with her head on her hands. She had been weeping, but her face was quite composed now and almost hard. 'Oh, you good woman!' she cried when I came in. 'I want to thank you.' But I wouldn't let her go on wasting words like that. And presently she was saying quite wildly, 'I want to begin a new life. I want to act as if I had never had a yesterday. I have had trouble, overwhelming trouble, but I will get something out of existence yet. I will live, and in order to do so I will work. Have you a paper, Mrs. Desberger? I want to look at the advertisements.' I brought her a Herald, and went to preside at my lunch table. When I saw her again she looked almost cheerful. 'I have found just what I want,' she cried, 'a companion's place. But I cannot apply in this dress,' and she looked at the great puffs of her silk blouse as if they gave her the horrors. Though why, I cannot imagine, for they were in the latest style and rich enough for a millionaire's daughter. Though as to colors I like brighter ones myself. Would you," she was very timid about it, "buy me some things if I gave you the money? If there is one thing more than another that I like, it is to shop." So I expressed my willingness to oblige her, and that afternoon I set out with a nice little sum of money to buy her some clothes. I should have enjoyed it more if she had let me do my own choosing. I saw the loveliest pink and green blouse, but she was very set about what she wanted, and so I just got her some plain things which I think even you, ma'am, would have approved of. I brought them home myself, for she wanted to apply immediately for the place she had seen advertised. But, oh dear, when I went up to her room—" "Was she gone?" burst in Lena. "Oh no, but there was such a smudge in it. And I could cry when I think of it. There in the grate were the remains of her beautiful silk blouse, all smoking and ruined. She had tried to burn it, and she had succeeded too. I could not get a piece out as big as my hand." "But you got some of it," blurted out Lena, guided by a look which I gave her. "Yes, scraps. It was so handsome. I think I have a bit in my work basket now." "Oh, get it for me," urged Lena. "I want it to remember her by." "My work basket is here," and going to a sort of etagere, covered with 1,000 knickknacks picked up at bargain counters, she opened a little cupboard and brought out a basket, from which she presently pulled a small square of silk. It was, as she said, of the richest weaving, and was, as I had not the least doubt, a portion of the dress worn by Mrs. Van Burnam from Haddam. "Yes, it was hers," said Lena, reading the expression of my face, and putting the scrap away very carefully in her pocket. "Well, I would have given her $5 for that blouse," murmured Mrs. Desberger regretfully. "But girls like her are so improvident." "And did she leave that day?" I asked, seeing that it was hard for this woman to tear her thoughts away from this coveted article. "Yes, ma'am, it was late, and I had but little hopes of her getting the situation she was after. But she promised to come back if she didn't, and as she did not come back, I decided that she was more successful than I had anticipated." "And don't you know where she went? Didn't she confide in you at all?" "No, but as there were but 3 advertisements for a lady companion in the Herald that day, it will be easy to find her. Would you like to see those advertisements? I saved them out of curiosity." I assented, as you may believe, and she brought us the clippings at once. Two of them I read without emotion, but the third almost took my breath away. It was an advertisement for a lady companion, accustomed to the typewriter and of some taste in dressmaking, and the address given was that of Miss Althorpe. If this woman, steeped in misery and darkened by crime, should be there! As I shall not mention Mrs. Desberger again for some time, I will here say that at the first opportunity which presented itself, I sent Lena to the shops with orders to buy and have sent to Mrs. Desberger the ugliest and most flaunting of silk blouses that could be found on Sixth Avenue, and as Lena's dimples were more than usually pronounced on her return, I have no doubt that she chose one to suit the taste and warm the body of the estimable woman whose kind nature had made such a favorable impression upon me. Chapter 23. of That Affair Next Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording today by Dawn Larson in Minnesota. That Affair Next Door by Anna K. Green. Chapter 23. Ruth Oliver. From Mrs. Desberger's I rode immediately to Miss Althorpe's, for the purpose of satisfying myself at once as to the presence there of the unhappy fugitive I was tracing. 6 o'clock Sunday night is not a favorable hour for calling at a young lady's house, especially when that young lady has a lover who is in the habit of taking tea with the family. But I was in a mood to transgress all rules, and even to forget the rights of lovers. Besides, much is forgiven a woman of my stamp, especially by a person of the good sense and amiability of Miss Althorpe. That I was not mistaken in my calculations was evident from the greeting I received. Miss Althorpe came forward as graciously and with as little surprise in her manner as any one could expect under the circumstances, and for a moment I was so touched by her beauty and the unaffected charm of her manners that I forgot my errand and only thought of the pleasure of meeting a lady who fairly comes up to the standard one has secretly set for one's self. Of course she is much younger than I; some say she is only 23. But a lady is a lady at any age, and Ella Althorpe might be a model for a much older woman than myself. The room in which we were seated was a large one, and though I could hear Mr. Stone's voice in the adjoining apartment, I did not fear to broach the subject I had come to discuss. "You may think this intrusion an odd one," I began, "but I believe you advertised a few days ago for a young lady companion. Have you been suited, Miss Althorpe?" "O yes, I have a young person with me whom I like very much." "Ah, you are supplied. Is she any one you know?" "No, she is a stranger, and what is more, she brought no recommendations with her. But her appearance is so attractive, and her desire for the place was so great, that I consented to try her. And she is very satisfactory, poor girl, very satisfactory indeed." Ah, here was an opportunity for questions. Without showing too much eagerness, and yet with a proper show of interest, I smilingly remarked: "No one can be called poor long who remains under your roof, Miss Althorpe. But perhaps she has lost friends. So many nice girls are thrown upon their own resources by the death of relatives. She does not wear mourning, but she is in some great trouble for all that. But this cannot interest you, Miss Butterworth. Have you some protégé whom you wish to recommend for the position?" I heard her, but did not answer at once. In fact, I was thinking how to proceed. Should I take her into my confidence, or should I continue the ambiguous manner in which I had begun? Seeing her smile, I became conscious of the awkward silence. "Pardon me," said I, resuming my best manner, "but there is something I want to say which may strike you as peculiar." "O no," she said. I am interested in the girl you have befriended, and for very different reasons from those you suppose. I fear, I have great reason to fear, that she is not just the person you would like to harbor under your roof." "Indeed! Why, what do you know about her? Anything bad, Miss Butterworth?" I shook my head and prayed her first to tell me how the girl looked and under what circumstances she came to her, for I was desirous of making no mistake concerning her identity with the person of whom I was in search. "She is a sweet looking girl," was the answer I received. "Not beautiful, but interesting in expression and manner. She has brown hair," I shuddered, "brown eyes, and a mouth that would be lovely if it ever smiled. In fact, she is very attractive and so ladylike that I have desired to make a companion of her. But while attentive to all her duties and manifestly grateful to me for the home I have given her, she shows so little desire for company or conversation that I have desisted for the last day or so from urging her to speak at all. But you asked me under what circumstances she came to me?" "Yes, on what day and what time of day? Was she dressed well, or did her clothes look shabby?" "She came on the very day I advertised, the 18th. Yes, it was the 18th of this month." "And she was dressed, so far as I noticed, very neatly. Indeed, her clothes appeared to be new." "They needed to have been, for she brought nothing with her save what was contained in a small hand bag." "Also new?" I suggested. "Very likely. I did not observe." "O Miss Althorpe!" I exclaimed, this time with considerable vehemence, "I fear, or rather I hope, she is the woman I want." "You want?" "Yes, but I cannot tell you for what just yet. I must be sure, for I would not subject an innocent person to suspicion any more than you would." "Suspicion? She is not honest, then? That would worry me, Miss Butterworth, for the house is full now, as you know, of wedding presents, and but I cannot believe such a thing of her. It is some other fault she has, less despicable and degrading." "I do not say she has any faults. I only said I feared. What name does she go by?" "Oliver, Ruth Oliver." Again I thought of the O.R. on the clothes in the laundry. "I wish I could see her," I ventured. "I would give anything for a peep at her face unobserved." "I don't know how I can manage that. She is very shy and never shows herself in the front of the house. She even dines in her own room, having begged for that privilege till after I was married and the household settled on a new basis." "But you can go to her room with me. If she is all right, she can have no objection to a visitor, and if she is not, it would be well for me to know it at once." "Certainly," said I, and rose to follow her, turning over in my mind how I should account to this young woman for my intrusion. I had just arrived at what I considered a sensible conclusion, when Miss Althorpe, leaning towards me, said with a whole souled impetuosity for which I could not but admire her: "The girl is very nervous. She looks and acts like a person who has had some frightful shock. Don't alarm her, Miss Butterworth, and don't accuse her of anything wrong too suddenly. Perhaps she is innocent, and perhaps if she is not innocent, she has been driven into evil by very great temptations. I am sorry for her, whether she is simply unhappy or deeply remorseful, for I never saw a sweeter face or eyes with such boundless depths of misery in them." Just what Mrs. Desberger had said. Strange, but I began to feel a certain sort of sympathy for the wretched being I was hunting down. "I will be careful," said I. "I merely want to satisfy myself that she is the same girl I heard of last from a Mrs. Desberger." Miss Althorpe, who was now half way up the rich staircase which makes her house one of the most remarkable in the city, turned and gave me a quick look over her shoulder. "I don't know Mrs. Desberger," she remarked. At which I smiled. Did she think Mrs. Desberger in society? At the end of an upper passage way we paused. "This is the door," whispered Miss Althorpe. "Perhaps I had better go in first and see if she is at all prepared for company." I was glad to have her do so. for I felt as if I needed to prepare myself for encountering this young woman, over whom, in my mind, hung the dreadful suspicion of murder. But the time between Miss Althorpe's knock and her entrance, short as it was longer than that which elapsed between her going in and her hasty reappearance. "You can have your wish," she said. "She is lying on her bed asleep, and you can see her without being observed." "But," she entreated, with a passionate grip of my arm, which proclaimed her warm nature, "doesn't it seem a little like taking advantage of her?" "Circumstances justify it in this case," I replied, admiring the consideration of my hostess, but not thinking it worth while to emulate it. And with very little ceremony I pushed open the door and entered the room of the so called Ruth Oliver. The hush and quiet which met me, though nothing more than I had reason to expect, gave me my first shock, and the young figure outstretched on a bed of dainty whiteness was my second. Everything about me was so peaceful, and the delicate blue and white of the room so expressive of innocence and repose, that my feet instinctively moved more softly over the polished floor and paused, when they did pause, before that dimly shrouded bed, with something like hesitation in their usual emphatic tread. The face of that bed's occupant, which I could now plainly see, may have had an influence in producing this effect. It was so rounded with health and yet so haggard with trouble. Not knowing whether Miss Althorpe was behind me or not, but too intent upon the sleeping girl to care, I bent over the half averted features and studied them carefully. They were indeed Madonna like, something which I had not expected, notwithstanding the assurances I had received to that effect, and while distorted with suffering, amply accounted for the interest shown in her by the good hearted Mrs. Desberger and the cultured Miss Althorpe. Resenting this beauty, which so poorly accommodated itself to the character of the woman who possessed it, I leaned nearer, searching for some defect in her loveliness, when I saw that the struggle and anguish visible in her expression were due to some dream she was having. Moved, even against my will, by the touching sight of her trembling eyelids and working mouth, I was about to wake her when I was stopped by the gentle touch of Miss Althorpe on my shoulder. "Is she the young girl you are looking for?" I gave one quick glance around the room, and my eyes lighted on the little blue pin cushion on the satin wood bureau. "Did you put those pins there?" I asked, pointing to a dozen or more black pins grouped in one corner. "I did not, no, and I doubt if Crescenze did. Why?" I drew a small black pin from my belt where I had securely fastened it, and carrying it over to the cushion, compared it with those I saw. They were identical. A small matter, I inwardly decided, but it points in the right direction. Then, in answer to Miss Althorpe, added aloud: "I fear she is. At least I have seen no reason yet for doubting it. But I must make sure. Will you allow me to wake her? Oh, it seems cruel. She is suffering enough already. See how she twists and turns. It will be a mercy, it seems to me, to rouse her from the dreams so full of pain and trouble." "Perhaps. But I will leave you alone to do it. What will you say to her? How account for your intrusion?" "Oh, I will find means, and they won't be too cruel either. You had better stand back by the bureau and listen. I think I had rather not have the responsibility of doing this thing alone." Miss Althorpe, not understanding my hesitation, and only half comprehending my errand, gave me a doubtful look, but retreated to the spot I had mentioned, and whether it was the rustle of her silk dress, or whether the dream of the girl we were watching had reached its climax, a momentary stir took place in the outstretched form before me, and next moment she was flinging up her hands with a cry: "Oh, how can I touch her? She is dead, and I have never touched a dead body." I fell back, breathing hard, and Miss Althorpe's eyes, meeting mine, grew dark with horror. Indeed, she was about to utter a cry herself, but I made an imperative motion, and she merely shrank farther away towards the door. Meantime I had bent forward and laid my hand on the trembling figure before me. "Miss Oliver," I said, "rouse yourself, I pray. I have a message for you from Mrs. Desberger." She turned her head, looked at me like a person in a daze, then slowly moved and sat up. "Who are you?" she asked, surveying me and the space about her with eyes which seemed to take in nothing till they lit upon Miss Althorpe's figure, standing in an attitude of mingled shame and sympathy by the half open door. "O Miss Althorpe," she entreated, "I pray you to excuse me. I did not know you wanted me. I have been asleep." "It is this lady who wants you," answered Miss Althorpe. "She is a friend of mine and one in whom you can confide." Confide? This was a word to rouse her. She turned, livid, and in her eyes, as she looked my way, both terror and surprise were visible. "Why should you think I had anything to confide? If I had, I should not pass by you, Miss Althorpe, for another." There were tears in her voice, and I had to remember the victim just laid away in Woodlawn, not to bestow much more compassion on this woman than she rightfully deserved. She had a magnetic voice and a magnetic presence, but that was no reason why I should forget what she had done. "No one asks for your confidence," I protested, "though it might not hurt you to accept a friend whenever you can get one. I merely wish, as I said before, to give you a message from Mrs. Desberger, under whose roof you stayed before coming here." "I am obliged to you," she responded, rising to her feet and trembling very much. "Mrs. Desberger is a kind woman. What does she want of me?" So I was on the right track, she acknowledged Mrs. Desberger. "Nothing but to return you this. It fell out of your pocket while you were dressing." And I handed her the little red pin cushion I had taken from the Van Burnams' front room. She looked at it, shrunk violently back, and with difficulty prevented herself from showing the full depth of her feelings. "I don't know anything about it. It is not mine. I don't know it." And her hair stirred on her forehead as she gazed at the small object lying in the palm of my hand, proving to me that she saw again before her all the horrors of the house from which it had been taken. "Who are you?" she suddenly demanded, tearing her eyes from the simple little pin cushion and fixing them wildly on my face. "Mrs. Desberger never sent me this. I—" "You are right to stop there," I interposed, and then paused, feeling that I had forced a situation which I hardly knew how to handle. The instant's pause she had given herself seemed to restore her self possession. Leaving me, she moved towards Miss Althorpe. "I don't know who this lady is," she said, "or what her errand here with me may mean, but I hope that it is nothing that will force me to leave this house which is my only refuge." Miss Althorpe, too greatly prejudiced in favor of this girl to hear this appeal unmoved, notwithstanding the show of guilt with which she had met my attack, smiled faintly as she answered: "Nothing short of the best reasons would make me part from you now. If there are such reasons, you will spare me the pain of making use of them. I think I can so far trust you, Miss Oliver." No answer. The young girl looked as if she could not speak. "Are there any reasons why I should not retain you in my house, Miss Oliver?" the gentle mistress of many millions went on. "If there are, you will not wish to stay. I know, when you consider how near my marriage day is, and how undisturbed my mind should be by any cares attending my wedding." And still the girl was silent, though her lips moved slightly, as if she would have spoken if she could. "But perhaps you are only unfortunate," suggested Miss Althorpe, with an almost angelic look of pity. I don't often see angels in women. "If that is so, God forbid that you should leave my protection or my house." "What do you say, Miss Oliver?" "That you are God's messenger to me," burst from the other, as if her tongue had been suddenly loosed. "That misfortune and not wickedness has driven me to your doors, and that there is no reason why I should leave you, unless my secret sufferings make my presence unwelcome to you." Was this the talk of a frivolous woman caught unawares in the meshes of a fearful crime? If so, she was a more accomplished actress than we had been led to expect, even from her own words to her disgusted husband. "You look like one accustomed to telling the truth," proceeded Miss Althorpe. "Do you not think you have made some mistake, Miss Butterworth?" she asked, approaching me with an ingenuous smile. I had forgotten to caution her not to make use of my name, and when it fell from her lips I looked to see her unhappy companion recoil from me with a scream. But strange to say she evinced no emotion, and seeing this I became more distrustful of her than ever. For her to hear without apparent interest the name of the chief witness in the inquest which had been held over the remains of the woman with whose death she had been more or less intimately concerned, argued powers of duplicity such as are only associated with guilt or an extreme simplicity of character. And she was not simple, as the least glance from her deep eyes amply showed. Recognizing therefore that open measures would not do with this woman, I changed my manner at once, and responding to Miss Althorpe with a gracious smile, remarked with an air of sudden conviction: "Perhaps I have made some mistake. Miss Oliver's words sound very ingenuous, and I am disposed, if you are, to take her at her word. It is so easy to draw false conclusions in this world." And I put back the pin cushion into my pocket with an air of being through with the matter, which seemed to impose upon the young woman, for she smiled faintly, showing a row of splendid teeth as she did so. "Let me apologize," I went on, "if I have intruded upon Miss Oliver against her wishes." And with one comprehensive look about the room, which took in all that was visible of her simple wardrobe and humble belongings, I led the way out. Miss Althorpe immediately followed. "This is a much more serious affair than I have led you to suppose," I confided to her as soon as we were at a suitable distance from Miss Oliver's door. "If she is the person I think her, she is amenable to law, and the police will have to be notified of her whereabouts." "She has stolen, then?" "Her fault is a very grave one," I returned. Miss Althorpe, deeply troubled, looked about her as if for guidance. I, who could have given it to her, made no movement to attract her attention to myself, but waited calmly for her own decision in this matter. "I wish you would let me consult Mr. Stone," she ventured at last. "I think his judgment might help us. I had rather take no one into our confidence, especially no man. He would consider your welfare only and not hers." I did not consider myself obliged to acknowledge that the work upon which I was engaged could not be shared by one of the male sex without lessening my triumph over Mr. Gryce. "Mr. Stone is very just," she remarked, "but he might be biased in a matter of this kind. What way do you see out of the difficulty?" "Only this: to settle at once and unmistakably whether she is the person who carried certain articles from the house of a friend of mine. If she is, there will be some evidence of the fact visible in her room or on her person. She has not been out, I believe." "Not since she came into the house." "And has remained for the most part in her own apartment?" "Always, except when I have summoned her to my assistance." "Then what I want to know I can learn there. But how can I make my investigation without offence?" "What do you want to know, Miss Butterworth?" "Whether she has in her keeping some half dozen rings of considerable value." "O, she could conceal rings so easily." "She does conceal them. I have no more doubt of it than I have of my standing here. But I must know it before I shall feel ready to call the attention of the police to her." "Yes, we should both know it. Poor girl! Poor girl! To be suspected of a crime! How great must have been her temptation!" "I can manage this matter, Miss Althorpe, if you will entrust it to me." "How, Miss Butterworth?" "The girl is ill. Let me take care of her." "Really ill?" "Yes, or will be so before morning. There is fever in her veins. She has worried herself ill. Oh, I will be good to her." This in answer to a doubtful look from Miss Althorpe. "This is a difficult problem you have set me," the lady remarked after a moment's thought. "But anything seems better than sending her away or sending for the police. But do you suppose she will allow you in her room?" "I think so. If her fever increases she will not notice much that goes on about her, and I think it will increase. I have seen enough of sickness to be something of a judge." "And you will search her while she is unconscious?" "Don't look so horrified, Miss Althorpe. I have promised you I will not worry her. She may need assistance in getting to bed. While I am giving it to her, I can judge if there is anything concealed upon her person." "Yes, perhaps. At all events, we shall know more than we do now. Shall I venture, Miss Althorpe?" "I cannot say no," was the hesitating answer. "You seem so very much in earnest." "I am in earnest. I have reasons for being. Consideration for you is one of them." "I do not doubt it. And now will you come down to supper, Miss Butterworth?" "No," I replied, "my duty is here. Only send word to Lena that she is to drive home and take care of my house in my absence. I shall want nothing, so do not worry about me. Join your lover now, dear, and do not bestow another thought upon this self styled Miss Oliver, or what I am about to do in her room." CHAPTER XXIV. A House of Cards. I did not return immediately to my patient. I waited till her supper came up, then I took the tray, and assured by the face of the girl who brought it that Miss Althorpe had explained my presence in her house sufficiently for me to feel at ease before her servants, I carried the dainty repast she had provided and set it down on the table. The poor woman was standing where we had left her, but her whole figure showed languor, and she more than leaned against the bed post behind her. As I looked up from the tray and met her eyes, she shuddered and seemed to be endeavoring to understand who I was and what I was doing in her room. My premonitions in regard to her were well based. She was in a raging fever, and was already more than half oblivious to her surroundings. Approaching her, I spoke as gently as I could, for her hapless condition appealed to me in spite of my well founded prejudices against her, and seeing she was growing incapable of response, I drew her up on the bed and began to undress her. I half expected her to recoil at this, or at least to make some show of alarm. But she submitted to my ministrations almost gratefully, and neither shrank nor questioned me till I laid my hands upon her shoes. Then indeed she quivered and drew her feet away with such an appearance of terror that I was forced to desist from my efforts or drive her into violent delirium. This satisfied me that Louise Van Burnam lay before me. The scar concerning which so much had been said in the papers would be ever present in the thoughts of this woman as the telltale mark by which she might be known, and though at this moment she was on the borders of unconsciousness, the instinct of self preservation still remained in sufficient force to prompt her to make this effort to protect herself from discovery. I had told Miss Althorpe that my chief reason for intruding upon Miss Oliver was to determine if she had in her possession certain rings supposed to have been taken from a friend of mine. And while this was in a measure true, the rings being an important factor in the proof I was accumulating against her, I was not so anxious to search for them at this time as to find the scar which would settle at once the question of her identity. When she drew her foot away from me then, so violently, I saw that I needed to search no farther for the evidence required, and could give myself up to making her comfortable. So I bathed her temples, now throbbing with heat, and soon had the satisfaction of seeing her fall into a deep and uneasy slumber. Then I tried again to draw off her shoes, but the start she gave and the smothered cry which escaped her warned me that I must wait yet longer before satisfying my curiosity. So I desisted at once, and out of pure compassion left her to get what good she might from the lethargy into which she had fallen. Being hungry, or at least feeling the necessity of some slight aliment to help me sustain the fatigues of the night, I sat down now at the table and partook of some of the dainties with which Miss Althorpe had kindly provided me. After which I made out a list of such articles as were necessary to my proper care of the patient who had so strangely fallen into my hands, and then, feeling that I had a right at last to indulge in pure curiosity, I turned my attention to the clothing I had taken from the self styled Miss Oliver. The dress was a simple gray one, and the skirts and underclothing all white. But the latter was of the finest texture and convinced me, before I had given them more than a glance, that they were the property of Howard Van Burnam's wife. For besides the exquisite quality of the material, there were to be seen on the edges of the bands and sleeves the marks of stitches and clinging threads of lace where the trimming had been torn off, and in one article especially there were tucks such as you see come from the hands of French needlewomen only. This, taken with what had gone before, was proof enough to satisfy me that I was on the right track, and after Crescenze had come and gone with the tray and all was quiet in this remote part of the house, I ventured to open a closet door at the foot of the bed. A brown silk skirt was hanging within, and in the pocket of the skirt I found a purse so gay and costly that all doubt vanished as to its being the property of Howard's luxurious wife. There were several bills in this purse amounting to about $15 in money, but no change and no memoranda, which latter seemed a pity. Restoring the purse to its place and the skirt to its peg, I came softly back to the bedside and examined my patient still more carefully than I had done before. She was asleep and breathing heavily, but even with this disadvantage her face had its own attraction, an attraction which evidently had more or less influenced men, and which, for the reason perhaps that I have something masculine in my nature, I discovered to be more or less influencing me, notwithstanding my hatred of an intriguing character. However, it was not her beauty I came to study, but her hair, her complexion, and her hands. The former was brown, the brown of that same lock I remembered to have seen in the jury's hands at the inquest, and her skin, where fever had not flushed it, was white and smooth. So were her hands, and yet they were not a lady's hands. That I noticed when I first saw her. The marks of the rings she no longer wore were not enough to blind me to the fact that her fingers lacked the distinctive shape and nicety of Miss Althorpe's, say, or even of the Misses Van Burnam. And though I do not object to this, for I like strong looking capable hands myself, they served to help me understand the face, which otherwise would have looked too spiritual for a woman of the peevish and self-satisfied character of Louise Van Burnam. On this innocent and appealing expression she had traded in her short and none too happy career. And as I noted it, I recalled the sentence in Miss Ferguson's testimony in which she alluded to Mrs. Van Burnam's confidential remark to her husband upon the power she exercised over people when she raised her eyes in entreaty towards them. "Am I not pretty," she had said, "when I am in distress and looking up in this way?" It was the suggestion of a scheming woman, but from what I had seen and was seeing of the woman before me, I could imagine the picture she would thus make, and I do not think she overrated its effects. Withdrawing from her side once more, I made a tour of the room. Nothing escaped my eyes, nothing was too small to engage my attention. But while I failed to see anything calculated to shake my confidence in the conclusions I had come to, I saw but little to confirm them. This was not strange, for apart from the few toilet articles and some knitting work on a shelf, she appeared to have no belongings, everything else in sight being manifestly the property of Miss Althorpe. Even the bureau drawers were empty, and her bag, found under a small table, had not so much in it as a hairpin, though I searched it inside and out for her rings, which I was positive she had with her, even if she dared not wear them. When every spot was exhausted, I sat down and began to brood over what lay before this poor being, whose flight and the great efforts she made at concealment proved only too conclusively the fatal part she had played in the crime for which her husband had been arrested. I had reached her arraignment before a magistrate, and was already imagining her face with the appeal in it which such an occasion would call forth, when there came a low knock at the door and Miss Althorpe re entered. She had just said good night to her lover, and her face recalled to me a time when my own cheek was round and my eye was bright, and well, what is the use of dwelling on matters so long buried in oblivion? A maiden woman as independent as myself need not envy any girl the doubtful blessing of a husband. I chose to be independent, and I am, and what more is there to be said about it? Pardon the digression. "Is Miss Oliver any better?" asked Miss Althorpe, "and have you found—" I put up my finger in warning. Of all things it was most necessary that the sick woman should not know my real reason for being there. "She is asleep," I answered quietly, "and I think I have found out what is the matter with her." Miss Althorpe seemed to understand. She cast a look of solicitude toward the bed and then turned towards me. "I cannot rest," said she, "and will sit with you for a little while if you don't mind." I felt the implied compliment keenly. "You can do me no greater favor," I returned. She drew up an easy chair. "This is for you," she smiled, and sat down in a little low rocker at my side. But she did not talk; her thoughts seemed to have recurred to some very near and sweet memory, for she smiled softly to herself, and looked so deeply happy that I could not resist saying: "These are delightful days for you, Miss Althorpe." She sighed softly, how much a sigh can reveal, and looked up at me brightly. I think she was glad I spoke. Even such reserved natures as hers have their moments of weakness, and she had no mother or sister to appeal to. "Yes," she replied, "I am very happy. Happier than most girls are, I think, just before marriage. It is such a revelation to me, this devotion and admiration from one I love. I have had so little of it in my life. My father—" She stopped. I knew why she stopped. I gave her a look of encouragement. "People have always been anxious for my happiness, and have warned me against matrimony since I was old enough to know the difference between poverty and wealth. Before I was out of short dresses I was warned against fortune seekers. It was not good advice. It has stood in the way of my happiness all my life, and made me distrustful and unnaturally reserved. But now, ah, Miss Butterworth, Mr. Stone is so estimable a man, so brilliant and so universally admired, that all my doubts of manly worth and disinterestedness have disappeared as if by magic. I trust him implicitly, and do I talk too freely? Do you object to such confidences as these?" "On the contrary," I answered. I liked Miss Althorpe so much, and agreed with her so thoroughly in her opinion of this man, that it was a real pleasure to me to hear her speak so unreservedly. "We are not a foolish couple," she went on, warming with the charm of her topic till she looked beautiful in the half light thrown upon her by the shaded lamp. "We are interested in people and things, and get half our delight from the perfect congeniality of our natures. Mr. Stone has given up his club and all his bachelor pursuits since he knew me, and— "O love, if at any time in my life I have despised thee, I did not despise thee then." The look with which she finished this sentence would have moved a cynic. "Forgive me," she prayed. "It is the first time I have poured out my heart to any one of my own sex. It must sound strange to you, but it seems natural when I was doing it, for you looked as if you could understand. This to me, Miss Amelia Butterworth, of whom men have said I had no more sentiment than a wooden image." I looked my appreciation, and she blushed slightly, whispering in a delicious tone of mingled shyness and pride: "Only 2 weeks now, and I shall have some one to stand between me and the world. You have never needed any one, Miss Butterworth. For you do not fear the world, but it awes and troubles me, and my whole heart glows with the thought that I shall be no longer alone in my sorrows or my joys, my perplexities or my doubts. Am I to blame for anticipating this with so much happiness?" I sighed. It was a less eloquent sigh than hers, but it was a distinctive one, and it had a distinct echo. Lifting my eyes, for I sat so as to face the bed, I was startled to observe my patient leaning towards us from her pillows, and staring upon us with eyes too hollow for tears, but filled with unfathomable grief and yearning. She had heard this talk of love, she, the forsaken and crime stained one. I shuddered and laid my hand on Miss Althorpe's, but I did not seek to stop the conversation, for as our looks met, the sick woman fell back and lapsed, or seemed to lapse, into immediate insensibility again. "Is Miss Oliver worse?" inquired Miss Althorpe. I rose and went to the bedside, renewed the bandages on my patient's head, and forced a drop or two of medicine between her half shut lips. "No," I returned, "I think her fever is abating." And it was, though the suffering on her face was yet heart-renderingly apparent. "Is she asleep?" "She seems to be." Miss Althorpe made an effort. "I am not going to talk any more about myself." Then, as I came back and sat down by her side, she quietly asked: "What do you think of the Van Burnam murder?" Dismayed at the introduction of this topic, I was about to put my hand over her mouth, when I noticed that her words had made no evident impression upon my patient, who lay quietly and with a more composed expression than when I left her bedside. This assured me, as nothing else could have done, that she was really asleep, or in that lethargic state which closes the eyes and ears to what is going on. "I think," said I, "that the young man Howard stands in a very unfortunate position. Circumstances certainly do look very black against him." "It is dreadful, unprecedentedly dreadful. I do not know what to think of it at all. The Van Burnams have borne so good a name, and Franklin especially is held in such high esteem. I don't think anything more shocking has ever happened in this city, do you, Miss Butterworth? You saw it all and should know. Poor, poor Mrs. Van Burnam!" "She is to be pitied," I remarked, my eyes fixed on the immovable face of my patient. "When I heard that a young woman had been found dead in the Van Burnam mansion," Miss Althorpe pursued with such evident interest in this new theme that I did not care to interrupt her unless driven to it by some token of consciousness on the part of my patient, "my thoughts flew instinctively to Howard's wife, though why I cannot say, for I never had any reason to expect so tragic a termination to their marriage relations. And I cannot believe now that he killed her, can you, Miss Butterworth? Howard has too much of the gentleman in him to do a brutal thing, and there was brutality as well as adroitness in the perpetration of this crime. Have you thought of that, Miss Butterworth?" "Yes," I nodded. "I have looked at the crime on all sides." "Mr. Stone," said she, "feels dreadfully over the part he was forced to play at the inquest. But he had no choice. The police would have his testimony." "That was right," I declared. "It has made us doubly anxious to have Howard free himself. But he does not seem able to do so. If his wife had only known—" Was there a quiver in the lids I was watching? I half raised my hand and then let it drop again, convinced that I had been mistaken. Miss Althorpe at once continued: "She was not a bad hearted woman, only vain and frivolous. She had set her heart on ruling in the great leather merchant's house, and she did not know how to bear her disappointment. I have sympathy for her myself. When I saw her—" "Saw her?" I started, upsetting a small work basket at my side, which for once I did not stop to pick up. "You have seen her?" I repeated, dropping my eyes from the patient to fix them in my unbounded astonishment on Miss Althorpe's face. "Yes, more than once. She was—if she were living I would not repeat this—a nursery governess in a family where I once visited. That was before her marriage, before she had met either Howard or Franklin Van Burnam. I was so overwhelmed that for once I found difficulty in speaking. I glanced from her to the white form in the shrouded bed, and back again in ever growing astonishment and dismay. "You have seen her," I at last reiterated in what I meant to be a whisper, but which fell little short of being a cry, "and you took in this girl?" Her surprise at this burst was almost equal to mine. "Yes, why not? What have they in common?" I sank back. My house of cards was trembling to its foundations. "Do they not look alike?" I gasped. "I imagined—" Louise Van Burnam look like that girl? Oh, no, they were very different sort of women. What made you think there was any resemblance between them?" I did not answer her. The structure I had reared with such care and circumspection had fallen about my ears, and I lay gasping under the ruins. CHAPter 25. of That Affair Next Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording today by Don Larson in Minnesota. That Affair Next Door by Anna K. Green. Chapter 25. The Rings. Where are the rings? Had Mr. Gryce been present, I would have instantly triumphed over my disappointment, bottled up my chagrin, and been the inscrutable Amelia Butterworth before he could say, "Something has gone wrong with this woman." But Mr. Gryce was not present, and though I did not betray the half I felt, I yet showed enough emotion for Miss Althorpe to remark: "You seemed surprised by what I have told you. Has any one said that these two women were alike?" Having to speak, I became myself again in a trice, and nodded vigorously. "Some one was so foolish," I remarked. Miss Althorpe looked thoughtful. While she was interested, she was not so interested as to take the subject in fully. Her own concerns made her abstracted, and I was very glad of it. Louise Van Burnam had a sharp chin and a very cold blue eye, yet her face was a fascinating one to some. "Well, it was a dreadful tragedy," I observed, and tried to turn the subject aside, which fortunately I was able to do after a short effort. Then I picked the basket up, and perceiving the sick woman's lips faintly moving, I went over to her and found her murmuring to herself. As Miss Althorpe had risen when I did not dare to listen to these murmurs, but when my charming hostess had bidden me good night, with many injunctions not to tire myself, and to be sure and remember that a decanter and a plate of biscuits stood on a table outside, I hastened back to the bedside, and leaning over my patient, endeavored to catch the words as they fell from her lips. As they were simple and but the echo of those running at that very moment through my own brain, I had no difficulty in distinguishing them. "Van Burnam," she was saying, "Van Burnam, varied by a short Howard, and once by a doubtful Franklin. Ah," thought I with a sudden reaction, "she is the woman I seek, if she is not Louise Van Burnam." And unheeding the start she gave, I pulled off the blanket I had spread over her, and willy nilly drew off her left shoe and stocking. Her bare ankle showed no scar, and covering it quickly up, I took up her shoe. Immediately the trepidation she had shown at the approach of a stranger's hand towards that article of clothing was explained. In the lining around the top were sewn bills of no ordinary amount, and as the other shoe was probably used as a like depository, she naturally felt concern at any approach which might lead to a discovery of her little fortune. Amazed at a mystery possessing so many points of interest, I tucked the shoe in under the bedclothes, and sat down to review the situation. The mistake I had made was in concluding that because the fugitive whose traces I had followed had worn the clothes of Louise Van Burnam, she must necessarily be that unfortunate lady. Now I saw that the murdered woman was Howard's wife after all, and this patient of mine her probable rival. But this necessitated an entire change in my whole line of reasoning. If the rival and not the wife lay before me, then which of the two accompanied him to the scene of tragedy? He had said it was his wife. I had proven to myself that it was the rival. Was he right, or was I right, or were neither of us right? Not being able to decide, I fixed my mind upon another query. When did the two women exchange clothes? Or rather, when did this woman procure the silk habiliments and elaborate adornments of her more opulent rival? Was it before either of them entered Mr. Van Burnam's house, or was it after their encounter there? Running over in my mind certain little facts of which I had hitherto attempted no explanation, I grouped them together and sought amongst them for inspiration. These are the facts: 1. One of the garments found on the murdered woman had been torn down the back. As it was a new one, it had evidently been subjected to some quick strain not explainable by any appearance of struggle. 2. The shoes and stockings found on the victim were the only articles she wore which could not be traced back to Altman's. In the redressing of the so called Mrs. James Pope, these articles had not been changed. Could not that fact be explained by the presence of a considerable sum of money in her shoes? 3. The going out bareheaded of a fugitive, anxious to avoid observation, leaving hat and gloves behind her in a dining room closet. I had endeavored to explain this last anomalous action by her fear of being traced by so conspicuous an article as this hat, but it was not a satisfactory explanation to me then, and much less so now. 4. And last, and most vital of all, the words which I had heard fall from this half conscious girl: "Oh, how can I touch her? She is dead, and I have never touched a dead body." Could inspiration fail me before such a list? Was it not evident that the change had been made after death and by this seemingly sensitive girl's own hands? It was a horrible thought, and led to others more horrible, for the very commission of such a revolting act argued a desire for concealment only to be explained by great guilt. She had been the offender and the wife the victim, and Howard, well, his actions continued to be a mystery, but I would not admit his guilt even now. On the contrary, I saw his innocence in a still stronger light. For if he had openly or even covertly connived at his wife's death, would he have so immediately forsaken the accomplice of his guilt? To say nothing of leaving to her the dreadful task of concealing the crime? No, I would rather think that the tragedy took place after his departure, and that his action in denying his wife's identity, as long as it was possible to do so, was to be explained by the fact of his ignorance in regard to his wife's presence in the house where he had supposed himself to have simply left her rival. As the exchange made in the clothing worn by the two women could only have taken place later, and as he naturally judged the victim by her clothing, perhaps he was really deceived himself as to her identity. It was certainly not an improbable supposition, and accounted for much that was otherwise inexplicable in Mr. Van Burnam's conduct. But the rings! Why could I not find the rings? If my present reasoning were correct, this woman should have those evidences of guilt about her. But had I not searched for them in every available place without success? Annoyed at my failure to fix this one irrefutable proof of guilt upon her, I took up the knitting work I saw in Miss Oliver's basket, and began to ply the needles by way of relief to my thoughts. But I had no sooner got well under way than some movement on the part of my patient drew my attention again to the bed, and I was startled by beholding her sitting up again, but this time with a look of fear rather than suffering on her features. "Don't!" she gasped, pointing with an unsteady hand at the work in my hands. "The click, click of the needles is more than I can stand. Put them down, pray put them down." Her agitation was so great and her nervousness so apparent that I complied at once. However much I might be affected by her guilt, I was not willing to do the slightest thing to worry her nerves even at the expense of my own. As the needles fell from my hand, she sank back and a quick, short sigh escaped her lips. Then she was again quiet, and I allowed my thoughts to return to the old theme. The rings, the rings. Where were the rings, and was it impossible for me to find them? CHAPTer 26. A tilt with Mr. Gryce. At 7 o'clock the next morning my patient was resting so quietly that I considered it safe to leave her for a short time. So I informed Miss Althorpe that I was obliged to go down town on an important errand, and requested Crescenze to watch over the sick girl in my absence. As she agreed to this, I left the house as soon as breakfast was over, and went immediately in search of Mr. Gryce. I wished to make sure that he knew nothing about the rings. It was 11 o'clock before I succeeded in finding him. As I was certain that a direct question would bring no answer, I dissembled my real intention as much as my principles would allow, and accosted him with the eager look of one who has great news to impart. "O Mr. Gryce!" I impetuously cried, just as if I were really the weak woman he thought me. "I have found something, something in connection with the Van Burnam murder. You know I promised to busy myself about it if you arrested Howard Van Burnam." His smile was tantalizing in the extreme. "Found something?" he repeated. "And may I ask if you have been so good as to bring it with you?" He was playing with me, this aged and reputable detective. I subdued my anger, subdued my indignation even, and smiling much in his own way, answered briefly: "I never carry valuables on my person. A half dozen expensive rings stand for too much money for me to run any undue risk with them." He was caressing his watch chain as I spoke, and I noticed that he paused in this action for just an infinitesimal length of time as I said the word rings. Then he went on as before, but I knew I had caught his attention. "Of what rings do you speak, madam? Of those missing from Mrs. Van Burnam's hands?" I took a leaf from his book and allowed myself to indulge in a little banter. "Oh, no," I remonstrated. "Not those rings, of course. The Queen of Siam's rings. Any rings but those in which we are specially interested." This meeting him on his own ground evidently puzzled him. "You are facetious, madam. What am I to gather from such levity? That success has crowned your efforts and that you have found a guiltier party than the one now in custody?" "Possibly," I returned, limiting my advance by his, "but it would be going too fast to mention that yet. What I want to know is whether you have found the rings belonging to Mrs. Van Burnam." My triumphant tone, the almost mocking accent I purposely gave to the word you, accomplished its purpose. He never dreamed I was playing with him. He thought I was bursting with pride, and casting me a sharp glance, the first by the way I had received from him, he inquired with perceptible interest: "Have you?" Instantly convinced that the whereabouts of these jewels was as little known to him as to me, I rose and prepared to leave. But seeing that he was not satisfied and that he expected an answer, I assumed a mysterious air and quietly remarked: "If you will come to my house to morrow, I will explain myself. I am not prepared to more than intimate my discoveries to day." But he was not the man to let one off so easily. "Excuse me," said he, "but matters of this kind do not admit of delay. The grand jury sits within the week, and any evidence worth presenting them must be collected at once. I must ask you to be frank with me, Miss Butterworth." "And I will be, to morrow." "To day," he insisted, "to day." Seeing that I should gain nothing by my present course, I reseated myself, bestowing upon him a decidedly ambiguous smile as I did so. "You acknowledge, then," said I, "that the old maid can tell you something after all. I thought you regarded all my efforts in the light of a jest. What has made you change your mind?" "Madam, I decline to bandy words. Have you found those rings or have you not?" "I have not," said I, "but neither have you, and as that is what I wanted to make sure of, I will now take my leave without further ceremony." Mr. Gryce is not a profane man, but he allowed a word to slip from him which was not entirely one of blessing. He made amends for it next moment, however, by remarking: "Madam, I once said, as you will doubtless remember, that the day would come when I should find myself at your feet. That day has arrived. And now is there any other little cherished fact known to the police which you would like to have imparted to you?" I took his humiliation seriously. "You are very good," I rejoined, "but I will not trouble you for any facts. Those I am enabled to glean for myself. But what I should like you to tell me is this: whether, if you came upon those rings in the possession of a person known to have been on the scene of crime at the time of its perpetration, you would not consider them as incontrovertible proof of guilt?" "Undoubtedly," said he, with a sudden alteration in his manner which warned me that I must muster up all my strength if I would keep my secret till I was quite ready to part with it. "Then," said I, with a resolute movement towards the door, "that's the whole of my business for to day. Good morning, Mr. Gryce. To morrow I shall expect you." He made me stop though my foot had crossed the threshold, not by word or look, but simply by his fatherly manner. "Miss Butterworth," he observed, "the suspicions which you have entertained from the first have within the last few days assumed a definite form. In what direction do they point? Tell me." Some men and most women would have yielded to that imperative "Tell me," but there was no yielding in Amelia Butterworth. Instead of that, I treated him to a touch of irony. "Is it possible," I asked, "that you think it worth while to consult me? I thought your eyes were too keen to seek assistance from mine. You are as confident as I am that Howard Van Burnam is innocent of the crime for which you have arrested him." A look that was dangerously insinuating crossed his face at this. He came forward rapidly, and joining me where I stood, said smilingly: "Let us join forces, Miss Butterworth. You have from the first refused to consider the younger son of Silas Van Burnam as guilty. Your reasons then were slight and hardly worth communicating. Have you any better ones to advance now? It is not too late to mention them if you have." "It will not be too late to morrow," I retorted. Convinced that I was not to be moved from my position, he gave me one of his low bows. "I forgot," said he, "that it was as a rival and not as a coadjutor that you meddled in this matter." And he bowed again, this time with a sarcastic air I felt too self satisfied to resent. "To morrow, then?" said I. "To morrow." At that I left him. I did not return immediately to Miss Althorpe. I visited Cox's millinery store, Mrs. Desberger's house, and the offices of the various city railways. But I got no clue to the rings, and finally satisfied that Miss Oliver, as I must now call her, had not lost or disposed of them on her way from Gramercy Park to her present place of refuge, I returned to Miss Althorpe's with even a greater determination than before to search that luxurious home till I found them. But a decided surprise awaited me. As the door opened I caught a glimpse of the butler's face, and noticing its embarrassed expression, I at once asked what had happened. His answer showed a strange mixture of hesitation and bravado. "Not much, ma'am, only Miss Althorpe is afraid you may not be pleased. Miss Oliver is gone, ma'am. She ran away while Crescenze was out of the room." CHAPTer 27 of That Affair Next Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording today by Dawn Larson in Minnesota. That Affair Next Door by Anna K. Green, Chapter 27. Found. I gave a low cry and rushed down the steps. "Don't go," I called out to the driver. "I shall want you in 10 minutes." And hurrying back, I ran upstairs in a condition of mind such as I have no reason to be proud of. Happily, Mr. Gryce was not there to see me. "Gone? Miss Oliver gone?" I cried to the maid, whom I found trembling in a corner of the hall. "Yes, ma'am, it was my fault, ma'am. She was in bed so quiet I thought I might step out for a minute, but when I came back her clothes were missing and she was gone. She must have slipped out at the front door while Dan was in the back hall. I don't see how ever she had the strength to do it." Nor did I, but I did not stop to reason about it. There was too much to be done. Rushing on, I entered the room I had left in such high hopes a few hours before. Emptiness was before me, and I realized what it was to be baffled at the moment of success. But I did not waste an instant in inactivity. I searched the closets and pulled open the drawers, found her coat and hat gone, but not Mrs. Van Burnam's brown skirt, though the purse had been taken out of the pocket. "Is her bag here?" I asked. Yes, it was in its old place under the table, and on the washstand and bureau were the simple toilet articles I had been told she had brought there. In what haste she must have fled to leave these necessities behind her. But the greatest shock I received was the sight of the knitting work with which I had so inconsiderately meddled the evening before, lying in ravelled heaps on the table, as if torn to bits in a frenzy. This was a proof that the fever was yet on her, and as I contemplated this fact I took courage, thinking that one in her condition would not be allowed to run the streets long, but would be picked up and put in some hospital. In this hope I began my search. Miss Althorpe, who came in just as I was about to leave the house, consented to telephone to police headquarters a description of the girl, with a request to be notified if such a person should be found in the streets or on the docks, or at any of the station houses that night. Not, I assured her as we left the telephone and I prepared to say good bye for the day, that you need expect her to be brought back to this house, for I do not mean that she shall ever darken your doors again. So let me know if they find her, and I will relieve you of all further responsibility in the matter. Then I started out. To name the streets I traversed or the places I visited that day would take more space than I would like to devote to the subject. Dusk came, and I had failed in obtaining the least clue to her whereabouts. Evening followed, and still no trace of the fugitive. What was I to do? Take Mr. Gryce into my confidence after all? That would be galling to my pride, but I began to fear I should have to submit to this humiliation, when I happened to think of the Chinaman. To think of him once was to think of him twice, and to think of him twice was to be conscious of an irresistible desire to visit his place and find out if any one but myself had been there to inquire after the lost one's clothes. Accompanied by Lena, I hurried away to Third Avenue. The laundry was near 27th Street. As we approached I grew troubled and unaccountably expectant. When we reached it I understood my excitement and instantly became calm, for there stood Miss Oliver, gazing like one under a spell through the lighted window panes into the narrow shop, where the owner bent over his ironing. She had evidently stood there some time, for a small group of half grown lads were watching her with every symptom of being about to break into a mischievous display of curiosity. Her hands, which were without gloves, were pressed against the glass, and her whole attitude showed an intensity of fatigue which would have laid her on the ground had she not been sustained by an equal intensity of purpose. Sending Lena for a carriage, I approached the poor creature and drew her forcibly from the window. "Do you want anything here?" I asked. "I will go in with you if you do." She surveyed me with strange apathy, and yet with a certain sort of relief too. Then she slowly shook her head. "I don't know anything about it. My head swims and everything looks queer, but some one or something sent me to this place." "Come in," I urged. "Come in for a minute," and half supporting her, half dragging her, I managed to get her across the threshold and into the Chinaman's shop. Immediately a dozen faces were pressed where hers had been. The Chinaman, a stolid being, turned as he heard the little bell tinkle which announced a customer. "Is this the lady who left the clothes here a few nights ago?" I asked. He stopped and stared, recognizing me slowly, and remembering by degrees what had passed between us at our last interview. "You tellee me Lalee die. How him Lalee when Lalee die?" "The lady is not dead. I made a mistake. Is this the lady?" "Lalee talk. I no see face, I hear speak." "Have you seen this man before?" I inquired of my nearly insensible companion. "I think so, in a dream," she murmured, trying to recall her poor wandering wits back from some region into which they had strayed. "Him Lalee!" cried the Chinaman, overjoyed at the prospect of getting his money. "Pletty speak. I knowee him. Lalee want clo'?" "Not to night. The lady is sick. See, she can hardly stand." And overjoyed at this seeming evidence that the police had failed to get wind of my interest in this place, I slipped a coin into the Chinaman's hand, and drew Miss Oliver away towards the carriage I now saw drawing up before the shop. Lena's eyes, when she came up to help me, were a sight to see. They seemed to ask who this girl was, and what I was going to do with her. I answered the look by a very brief and evidently wholly unexpected explanation. "This is your cousin who ran away," I remarked. "Don't you recognize her?" Lena gave me up then and there, but she accepted my explanation, and even lied in her desire to carry out my whim. "Yes, ma'am," said she, "and glad I am to see her again." And with a deft push here and a gentle pull there, she succeeded in getting the sick woman into the carriage. The crowd, which had considerably increased by this time, was beginning to flock about us with shouts of no little derision. Escaping it as best I could, I took my seat by the poor girl's side, and bade Lena to give the order for home. When we left the curbstone behind, I felt that the last page in my adventures as an amateur detective had closed. But I counted without my cost. Miss Oliver, who was in an advanced stage of fever, lay like a dead weight on my shoulder during the drive down the avenue, but when we entered the park and drew near my house, she began to show such signs of violent agitation that it was with difficulty that the united efforts of Lena and myself could prevent her from throwing herself out of the carriage door, which she had somehow managed to open. As the carriage stopped she grew worse, and though she made no further efforts to leave it, I found her present impulses even harder to contend with than the former. For now she would not be pushed or dragged out, but crouched back moaning and struggling, her eyes fixed on the stoop, which was not unlike that of the adjoining house, till with a sudden realization that the cause of her terror lay in her fear of re-entering the scene of her late terrifying experiences, I bade the coachman drive on, and reluctantly, I own, carried her back to the house she had left in the morning. And this is how I came to spend a second night in Miss Althorpe's hospitable mansion. CHAPter 28. Taken aback. One incident more, and this portion of my story is at an end. My poor patient, sicker than she had been the night before, left me but little leisure for thought or action disconnected with my care for her. But towards morning she grew quieter, and finding in an open drawer those tangled threads of yarn of which I had spoken, I began to rewind them out of a natural desire to see everything neat and orderly about me. I had nearly finished my task when I heard a strange noise from the bed. It was a sort of gurgling cry which I found hard to interpret, but which only stopped when I laid my work down again. Manifestly this sick girl had very nervous fancies. When I went down to breakfast the next morning, I was in that complacent state of mind natural to a woman who feels that her abilities have asserted themselves, and that she would soon receive a recognition of the same at the hands of the one person for whose commendation she had chiefly been working. The identification of Miss Oliver by the Chinaman was the last link in the chain connecting her with the Mrs. James Pope who had accompanied Mr. Van Burnam to his father's house in Gramercy Park. And though I would fain have had the murdered woman's rings to show, I was contented enough with the discoveries I had made to wish for the hour which would bring me face to face with the detective. But a surprise awaited me at the breakfast table in the shape of a communication from that gentleman. It had just been brought from my house by Lena, and it ran thus: "Dear Miss Butterworth, pardon our interference. We have found the rings which you think so conclusive an evidence of guilt against the person secreting them, and, with your permission," this was basely underlined, "Mr. Franklin Van Burnam will be in custody to day. I will wait upon you at 10. Respectfully yours, Ebenezer Gryce." Franklin Van Burnam! Was I dreaming? Franklin Van Burnam, accused of this crime and in custody! What did it mean? I had found no evidence against Franklin Van Burnam. End of Chapter 28. End of Book 2. Book 3, Chapter 29 of That Affair Next Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording today by Dawn Larson in Minnesota. That Affair Next Door by Anna K. Green. Book 3, The Girl in Gray. Chapter 29. Amelia Becomes Peremptory. "Madam, I hope I see you satisfied." This was Mr. Gryce's greeting as he entered my parlor on that memorable morning. "Satisfied?" I repeated, rising and facing him with what he afterwards described as a stony glare. "Pardon me, I suppose you would have been still more satisfied if we had waited for you to point out the guilty man to us. But you must make some allowances for professional egotism, Miss Butterworth. We really could not allow you to take that initiatory step in a matter of such importance." "Oh," was my slow response, but he has since told me that there was a great deal in that "oh," so much that even he was startled by it. "You set to day for a talk with me," he went on, "probably relying upon what you intended to assure yourself of yesterday. But our discovery at the same time as yourself of the rings in Mr. Van Burnam's office need not interfere with your giving us your full confidence. The work you have done has been excellent, and we are disposed to give you considerable credit for it." "Indeed!" I had no choice but to thus indulge in ejaculations. The communication he had just made was so startling, and his assumption of my complete understanding of and participation in the discovery he professed to have made so puzzling, that I dared not venture beyond these simple exclamations, lest he should see the state of mind into which he had thrown me, and shut up like an oyster. "We have kept counsel over what we have found," the wary old detective continued with a smile which I wish I could imitate, but which unhappily belongs to him alone. "I hope that you, or your maid, I should say, have been equally discreet." "My maid!" "I see you are touched, but women find it so hard to keep a secret. But it does not matter. To night the whole town will know that the older and not the younger brother has had these rings in his keeping." "It will be nuts for the papers," I commented. Then, making an effort, I remarked: "You are a most judicious man, Mr. Gryce, and must have other reasons than the discovery of these rings for your threatened arrest of a man of such excellent repute as Silas Van Burnam's eldest son. I should like to hear them, Mr. Gryce. I should like to hear them very much." My attempt to seem at ease under these embarrassing conditions must have given a certain sharpness to my tone, for instead of replying, he remarked, with well simulated concern and a fatherly humoring of my folly peculiarly exasperating to one of my temperament: "You are displeased, Miss Butterworth, because we did not let you find the rings." "Perhaps, but we were engaged in an open field. I could not expect the police to stand aside for me." "Exactly, especially when you have the secret satisfaction of having put the police on the track of these jewels." "How?" "We were simply fortunate in laying our hands on them first. You, or rather your maid, showed us where to look for them." "Lena again!" I was so dumfounded by this last assertion I did not attempt to reply. Fortunately he misinterpreted my silence and the stony glare with which it was accompanied. "I know that it must seem to you altogether too bad to be tripped up at the moment of your anticipated triumph. But if apologies will suffice to express our sense of presumption, then I pray you to accept them, Miss Butterworth, both on my own part and on that of the Superintendent of Police." I did not understand in the least what he was talking about, but I recognized the sarcasm of his final expression, and had spirit enough to reply: "The subject is too important for any more nonsense. Whereabouts in Franklin Van Burnam's desk were these rings found, and how do you know that his brother did not put them there?" "Your ignorance is refreshing, Miss Butterworth. If you will ask a certain young girl dressed in gray upon what object connected with Mr. Van Burnam's desk she laid her hands yesterday morning, you will have an answer to your first question. The second one is still more easily answered. Mr. Howard Van Burnam did not conceal the rings in the Duane Street office for the reason that he has not been in that office since his wife was killed. Regarding this fact we are as well advised as yourself. Now you change color, Miss Butterworth, but there is no necessity. For an amateur you have made less trouble and fewer mistakes than were to be expected." Worse and worse! He was patronizing me now, and for results I had done nothing to bring about. I surveyed him in absolute amazement. Was he amusing himself with me, or was he himself deceived as to the nature and trend of my late investigations? This was a question to settle, and at once, and as duplicity had hitherto proved my best weapon in dealing with Mr. Gryce, I concluded to resort to it in this emergency. Clearing my brow, I regarded with a more amenable air the little Hungarian vase he had taken up on entering the room, and into which he had been talking ever since he thought it worth while to compliment its owner. "I do not wish," said I, "to be published to the world as the discoverer of Franklin Van Burnam's guilt, but I do want credit with the police, if only because one of their number has chosen to look upon my efforts with disdain. I mean you, Mr. Gryce. So, if you are in earnest," he smiled at the vase most genially, "I will accept your apologies just so far as you honor me with your confidence. I know you are anxious to hear what evidence I have collected, or you would not be wasting time on me this busy morning." "Shrewd!" was the short ejaculation he shot into the mouth of the vase he was handling. "If that term of admiration is intended for me," I remarked, "I am sure I am only too sensible of the honor. But flattery has never succeeded in making me talk against my better judgment. I may be shrewd, but a fool could see what you are after this morning. Compliment me when I have deserved it. I can wait." "I begin to think that what you withhold so resolutely has more than common value, Miss Butterworth. If this is so, I must not be the only one to listen to your explanations." Is not that a carriage I hear stopping? I am expecting Inspector Z. If that is he, you have been wise to delay your communications till he came." A carriage was stopping, and it was the inspector who alighted from it. I began to feel my importance in a way that was truly gratifying, and cast my eyes up at the portrait of my father, with a secret longing that its original stood by to witness the verification of his prophecy. But I was not so distracted by these thoughts as not to make one attempt to get something from Mr. Gryce before the inspector joined us. "Why do you speak to me of my maid in one breath and of a girl in gray in another? Did you think Lena—" "Hush!" he enjoined. "We will have ample opportunities to discuss this subject later." "Will we?" thought I. "We will discuss nothing till I know more positively what you are aiming at." But I showed nothing of this determination in my face. On the contrary, I became all affability as the inspector entered, and I did the honors of the house in a way I hope my father would have approved of, had he been alive and present. Mr. Gryce continued to stare into the vase. "Miss Butterworth," it was the inspector who was speaking, "I have been told that you take great interest in the Van Burnam murder, and that you have even gone so far as to collect some facts in connection with it which you have not as yet given to the police." "You have heard correctly," I returned. "I have taken a deep interest in this tragedy, and have come into possession of some facts in reference to it which as yet I have imparted to no living soul." Mr. Gryce's interest in my poor little vase increased marvellously. Seeing this, I complacently continued: "I could not have accomplished so much had I indulged in a confidant. Such work as I have attempted depends for its success upon the secrecy with which it is carried on. That is why amateur work is sometimes more effective than professional. No one suspected me of making inquiries, unless it was this gentleman, and he was forewarned of my possible interference. I told him that in case Mr. Howard Van Burnam was put under arrest, I should take it upon myself to stir up matters, and I have." "Then you do not believe in Mr. Van Burnam's guilt, not even in his complicity, I suppose?" ventured the inspector. "I do not know anything about his complicity, but I do not believe the stroke given to his wife came from his hand." I see. You believe it the work of his brother." I stole a look at Mr. Gryce before replying. He had turned the vase upside down, and was intently studying its label, but he could not conceal his expectation of an affirmative answer. Greatly relieved, I immediately took the position I had resolved upon, and calmly but vigorously observed: "What I believe, and what I have learned in support of my belief, will sound as well in your ears 10 minutes hence as now. Before I give you the result of such inquiries as I have been enabled to make, I require to know what evidence you have yourself collected against the gentleman you have just named, and in what respect it is as criminating as that against his brother. Is that not peremptory, Miss Butterworth? And do you think us called upon to part with all or any of the secrets of our office? We have informed you that we have new and startling evidence against the older brother. Should not that be sufficient for you?" "Perhaps so, if I were an assistant of yours, or even in your employ. But I am neither. I stand alone, and although I am a woman and unused to this business, I have earned, as I think you will acknowledge later, the right to some consideration on your part. I cannot present the facts I have to relate in a proper manner till I know just how the case stands. It is not curiosity that troubles Miss Butterworth, madam. I said it was not curiosity, but a laudable desire to have the whole matter arranged with precision," dropped now in his driest tones from the detective's lips. "Mr. Gryce has a most excellent understanding of my character," I gravely observed. The inspector looked nonplussed. He glanced at Mr. Gryce, and he glanced at me, but the smile of the former was inscrutable, and my expression, if I showed any, must have betrayed but little relenting. "If called as a witness, Miss Butterworth, This was how he sought to manage me. "You will have no choice in the matter. You will be compelled to speak or show contempt of court." "That is true," I acknowledged, "but it is not what I might feel myself called upon to say then, but what I can say now, that is of interest to you at this present moment. So be generous, gentlemen, and satisfy my curiosity, for such Mr. Gryce considers it, in spite of his assertions to the contrary. Will it not all come out in the papers a few hours hence? And have I not earned as much at your hands as the reporters?" "The reporters are our bane. Do not liken yourself to the reporters." "Yet they sometimes give you a valuable clue." Mr. Gryce looked as if he would like to disclaim this, but he was a judicious soul, and merely gave a twist to the vase, which I thought would cost me that small article of vertu. "Shall we humor Miss Butterworth?" asked the Inspector. "We will do better," answered Mr. Gryce, setting the vase down with a precision that made me jump, for I am a worshipper of bric a brac, and prize the few articles I own, possibly beyond their real value. "We will treat her as a coadjutor, which, by the way, she says she is not, and by the trust we place in her, secure that discretionary use of our confidence which she shows with so much spirit in regard to her own." "Begin, then," said I. "I will," said he, "but first allow me to acknowledge that you are the person who first put us on the track of Franklin Van Burnam." CHAPTer 30. The matter as stated by Mr. Gryce. I had exhausted my wonder, so I accepted this statement with no more display of surprise than a grim smile. "When you failed to identify Howard Van Burnam as the man who accompanied his wife into the adjacent house, I realized that I must look elsewhere for the murderer of Louise Van Burnam. You see, I had more confidence in the excellence of your memory than you had yourself. So much indeed that I gave you more than one chance to exercise it, having, by certain little methods I sometimes employ, induced different moods in Mr. Van Burnam at the time of his several visits, so that his bearing might vary, and you have every opportunity to recognize him for the man you had seen on that fatal night." "Then it was he you brought here each time?" I broke in. "It was he." "Well!" I ejaculated. "The Superintendent and some others whom I need not mention," here Mr. Gryce took up another small object from the table, "believed implicitly in his guilt. Conjugal murder is so common, and the causes which lead to it so frequently puerile. Therefore I had to work alone, but this did not cause me any concern. Your doubts emphasized mine, and when you confided to me that you had seen a figure similar to the one we were trying to identify enter the adjoining house on the evening of the funeral, I made immediate inquiries and discovered that the gentleman who had entered the house right after the four persons described by you was Franklin Van Burnam. This gave me a definite clue, and this is why I say that it was you who gave me my first start in this matter. Humph, thought I to myself, as with a sudden shock I remembered that one of the words which had fallen from Miss Oliver's lips during her delirium had been this very name of Franklin. "I had had my doubts of this gentleman before," continued the detective, warming gradually with his subject. "A man of my experience doubts every one in a case of this kind, and I had formed at odd times a sort of side theory, so to speak, into which some little matters which came up during the inquest seemed to fit with more or less nicety, but I had no real justification for suspicion till the event of which I speak. That you had evidently formed the same theory as myself, and were bound to enter into the lists with me, put me on my mettle, madam, and with your knowledge or without it, the struggle between us began." "So your disdain of me," I here put in with a triumphant air I could not subdue, "was only simulated. I shall know what to think of you hereafter. But don't stop. Go on. This is all deeply interesting to me." "I can understand that. To proceed then. My first duty, of course, was to watch you. You had reasons of your own for suspecting this man, so by watching you I hoped to surprise them." "Good!" I cried, unable to entirely conceal the astonishment and grim amusement into which his continued misconception of the trend of my suspicions threw me. "But you led us a chase, madam. I must acknowledge that you led us a chase. Your being an amateur led me to anticipate your using amateur's methods, but you showed skill, madam, and the man I sent to keep watch over Mrs. Boppert against your looked for visit there, was foiled by the very simple strategy you used in meeting her at a neighboring shop." "Good!" I cried again, in my relief that the discovery made at that meeting had not been shared by him. We had sounded Mrs. Boppert ourselves, but she had seemed a very hopeless job, and I do not yet see how you got any water out of that stone, if you did." "No," I retorted ambiguously, enjoying the Inspector's manifest delight in this scene as much as I did my own secret thoughts and the prospect of the surprise I was holding in store for them. "But your interference with the clock and the discovery you made that it had been going at the time the shelves fell, was not unknown to us, and we have made use of it, good use, as you will hereafter see." "So! Those girls could not keep a secret after all," I muttered, and waited with some anxiety to hear him mention the pincushion. But he did not, greatly to my relief. "Don't blame the girls," he put in. His ears evidently are as sharp as mine. "The inquiries having proceeded from Franklin, it was only natural for me to suspect that he was trying to mislead us by some hocus pocus story. So I visited the girls. That I had difficulty in getting to the root of the matter is to their credit, Miss Butterworth, seeing that you had made them promise secrecy." "You are right," I nodded, and forgave them on the spot. If I could not withstand Mr. Gryce's eloquence, and it affected me at times, how could I expect these girls to? Besides, they had not revealed the more important secret I had confided to them, and in consideration of this I was ready to pardon them almost anything. That the clock was going at the time the shelves fell, and that he should be the one to draw our attention to it, would seem to the superficial mind proof positive that he was innocent of the deed with which it was so closely associated, the detective proceeded. But to one skilled in the subterfuges of criminals, this seemingly conclusive fact in his favor was capable of an explanation so in keeping with the subtlety shown in every other feature of this remarkable crime, that I began to regard it as a point against him rather than in his favor, of which more hereafter. Not allowing myself to be deterred then by this momentary setback, and rejoicing in an affair considered as settled by my superiors, I proceeded to establish Franklin Van Burnam's connection with the crime which had been laid with so much apparent reason at his brother's door. The first fact to be settled was, of course, whether your identification of him as the gentleman who accompanied his victim into Mr. Van Burnam's house could be corroborated by any of the many persons who had seen the so called Mr. James Pope at the Hotel D. As none of the witnesses who attended the inquest had presumed to recognize in either of these sleek and haughty gentlemen the shrinking person just mentioned, I knew that any open attempt on my part to bring about an identification would result disastrously. So I employed strategy. Like my betters, Miss Butterworth, here his bow was overpowering in its mock humility. And rightly considering that for a person to be satisfactorily identified with another, he must be seen under the same circumstances and in nearly the same place, I sought out Franklin Van Burnam, and with specious promises of some great benefit to be done his brother, induced him to accompany me to the Hotel D. Whether he saw through my plans and thought that a brave front and an assumption of candor would best serve him in this unexpected dilemma, or whether he felt so entrenched behind the precautions he had taken as not to fear discovery under any circumstances, he made but one demur before preparing to accompany me. This demur was significant, however, for it was occasioned by my advice to change his dress for one less conspicuously fashionable, or to hide it under an ulster or mackintosh. And as a proof of his hardihood, remember, madam, that his connection with this crime has been established, he actually did put on the ulster, though he must have known what a difference it would make in his appearance. The result was all I could desire. As we entered the hotel, I saw a certain hackman start and lean forward to look after him. It was the one who had driven Mr. and Mrs. Pope away from the hotel. And when we passed the porter, the wink which I gave him was met by a lift of his eyelids, which he afterwards interpreted into like, very like. But it was from the clerk I received the most unequivocal proof of his identity. On entering the office, I had left Mr. Van Burnam as near as possible to the spot where Mr. Pope had stood while his so-called wife was inscribing their names in the register, and bidding him to remain in the background while I had a few words at the desk, all in his brother's interest, of course, I succeeded in secretly directing Mr. Henshaw's attention toward him. The start which he gave and the exclamation he uttered were unequivocal. "Why, there's the man now!" he cried, happily in a whisper. "Anxious look, drooping head, brown mustache, everything but the duster." "Bah!" said I, "that's Mr. Franklin Van Burnam you are looking at. What are you thinking of?" "Can't help it," said he. "I saw both of the brothers at the inquest, and saw nothing in them then to remind me of our late mysterious guest. But as he stands there, he's a sight more like James Pope than the other one is, and don't you forget it." I shrugged my shoulders, told him he was a fool, and that fools had better keep their follies to themselves, and came away with my man, outwardly disgusted but inwardly in the most excellent trim for pursuing an investigation which had opened so auspiciously. Whether this man possessed any motive for a crime so seemingly out of accordance with his life and disposition, was of course the next point to settle. His conduct at the inquest certainly showed no decided animosity towards his brother's wife, nor was there on the surface of affairs any token of the mortal hatred which alone could account for a crime at once so deliberate and so brutal. But we detectives plunge below the surface, and after settling the question of Franklin's identity with the so-called Mr. Pope of the Hotel D, I left New York and its interests, among which I reckoned your efforts at detective work, Miss Butterworth, to a young man in my office who I am afraid did not quite understand the persistence of your character, for he had nothing to tell me concerning you on my return, save that you had been cultivating Miss Althorpe, which of course was such a natural thing for you to do, I wonder he thought it necessary to mention it. My destination was Four Corners, the place where Howard first met his future wife. In relating what I learned there, I shall doubtless repeat facts which you are acquainted with, Miss Butterworth. "That is of no consequence," I returned, with almost brazen duplicity, for I not only was ignorant of what he was going to say, but had every reason to believe that it would bear as remote a connection as possible to the secret then laboring in my breast. "A statement of the case from your lips," I pursued, "will emphasize what I know. Do not stint any of your disclosures then, I beg. I have an ear for all." This was truer than my rather sarcastic tone would convey, for might not his story after all prove to have some unexpected relation with the facts I had myself gathered together? "It is a pleasure," said he, "to think I am capable of giving any information to Miss Butterworth, and as I did not run across you or your very nimble and pert little maid during my stay at Four Corners, I shall take it for granted that you confined your inquiries to the city and the society of which you are such a shining light. This in reference to my double visit at Miss Althorpe's, no doubt. Four Corners is a charming little town in southern Vermont, And here, 3 years ago, Howard Van Burnam first met Miss Stapleton. She was living in a gentleman's family at the time, as travelling companion to his invalid daughter. Ah! Now I could see what explanation this wary old detective gave himself of my visits to Miss Althorpe, and began to hug myself in anticipation of my coming triumph over him. The place did not fit her, for Miss Stapleton only shone in society of men. But Mr. Harrison had not yet discovered this special idiosyncrasy of hers, and as his daughter was able to see a few friends, and in fact needed some diversion, the way was opened to her companion for that acquaintance with Mr. Van Burnam which had led to such disastrous results. The house at which their meeting took place was a private one, and I soon found out many facts not widely known in this city. First, that she was not so much in love with Howard as he was with her. He succumbed to her fascinations at once, and proposed, I believe, within 2 weeks after seeing her. But though she accepted him, few of those who saw them together thought her affections very much engaged, till Franklin suddenly appeared in town, when her whole manner underwent a change, and she became so sparklingly and irresistibly beautiful that her avowed lover became doubly enslaved, and Franklin, well, there is evidence to prove that he was not insensible to her charms either; that in spite of her engagement to his brother, and the attitude which honor bade him hold towards his prospective sister-in-law, he lost his head for a short time at least, and under her seductions I do not doubt, for she was a double-faced woman according to the general repute, went so far as to express his passion in a letter of which I heard much before I was so fortunate as to obtain a sight of it. This was 3 years ago, and I think Miss Stapleton would have been willing to have broken with Howard and married Franklin, if the latter had had the courage to meet his brother's reproaches. But he evidently was deficient in this quality. His very letter, which is a warm one, but which holds out no hope to her of any closer bond between them than that offered by her prospective union with his brother, shows that he still retained some sense of honor; and as he presently left Four Corners and did not appear again where they were till just before their marriage, it is probable that all would have gone well if the woman had shared this sentiment with him. But she was made up of mean materials, and while willing to marry Howard for what he could give her, or what she thought he could give her, she yet cherished an implacable grudge against Franklin for his weakness, as she called it, in not following the dictates of his heart. Being sly as well as passionate, she hid her feelings from every one but a venial, though apparently devoted confidant, a young girl named Oliver, I finished in my own mind. But the name he mentioned was quite different. Pigot, he said, looking at the filigree basket he held in his hand, as if he picked this word out from one of its many interstices. She was French, and after once finding her I had but little difficulty in learning all she had to tell. She had been Miss Harrison's maid, but she was not above serving Miss Stapleton in many secret and dishonorable ways. As a consequence, she could give me the details of an interview which that lady had held with Mr. Franklin Van Burnam on the evening of her wedding. It took place in Mr. Harrison's garden, and was supposed to be a secret one; but the woman who arranged the meeting was not the person to keep away from it when it occurred, and consequently I have been enabled to learn with more or less accuracy what took place between them. It was not to Miss Stapleton's credit. Mr. Van Burnam merely wanted his letter back, but she refused to return it unless he would promise her a complete recognition by his family of her marriage, and ensure her a reception in his father's house as Howard's wife. This was more than he could engage himself to perform. He had already, according to his own story, made every effort possible to influence the old gentleman in her favor, but had only succeeded in irritating him against himself. It was an acknowledgment which would have satisfied most women, but it did not satisfy her. She declared her intention of keeping the letter for fear he would cease his exertions, and heedless of the effect produced upon him by the barefaced threat, proceeded to inveigh against his brother for the very love which made her union with him possible, and as if this was not bad enough, showed at the same time such a disposition to profit by whatever worldly good the match promised, that Franklin lost all regard for her and began to hate her. As he made no effort to conceal his feelings, she must have become immediately aware of the change which had taken place in them. But however affected by this, she gave no sign of relenting in her purpose. On the contrary, she persisted in her determination to retain his letter, and when he remonstrated with her and threatened to leave town before her marriage, she retorted by saying that if he did so, she would show his letter to his brother as soon as the minister had made them one. This threat seemed to affect Franklin deeply, and while it intensified his feeling of animosity towards her, subjected him for the moment to her whim. He stayed in Four Corners till the ceremony was performed, but was such a gloomy guest that all united in saying that he did the occasion no credit. So much for my work in Four Corners. I had by this time become aware that Mr. Gryce was addressing himself chiefly to the Inspector, being gratified no doubt at this opportunity of presenting his case at length before that gentleman. But true to his special habits, he looked at neither of us, but rather at the fretted basket, upon the handle of which he tapped out his arguments as he quickly proceeded. The young couple spent the first months of their married life in Yonkers, so to Yonkers I went next. There I learned that Franklin had visited the place twice, both times, as I judge, upon a peremptory summons from her. The result was mutual fret and heartburning, for she had made no progress in her endeavors to win recognition from the Van Burnams, and even had had occasion to perceive that her husband's love, based as it was upon her physical attributes, had begun to feel the stress of her uneasiness and dissatisfaction. She became more anxious than ever for social recognition and distinction, and when the family went to Europe, consented to accompany her husband into the quiet retreat he thought best calculated to win the approbation of his father, only upon the assurance of better times in the fall and a possible visit to Washington in the winter. But the quiet to which she was subjected had a bad effect upon her. Under it she grew more and more restless, and as the time approached for the family's return, conceived so many plans for conciliating them that her husband could not restrain his disgust. But the worst plan of all, and the one which undoubtedly led to her death, he never knew. This was to surprise Franklin at his office, and, by renewed threat of showing this old love letter to his brother, win an absolute promise from him to support her in a fresh endeavor to win his father's favor. You see, she did not understand Silas Van Burnam's real character, and persisted in holding the most extravagant views concerning Franklin's ascendancy over him as well as over the rest of the family. She even went so far as to insist in the interview, which Jane Pigot overheard, that it was Franklin himself who stood in the way of her desires, and that if he chose he could obtain for her an invitation to take up her abode with the rest of them in Gramercy Park. To Duane Street she therefore went before making her appearance at Mrs. Parker's, a fact which was not brought out at the inquest, Franklin not disclosing it of course, and the clerk not recognizing her under the false name she chose to give. Of the details of this interview I am ignorant, but as she was closeted with him some time, it is only natural to suppose that conversation of some importance took place between them. The clerk who works in the outer office did not, as I have said, know who she was at the time, but he noticed her face when she came out, and he declares that it was insolent with triumph, while Mr. Franklin, who was polite enough, or calculating enough, to bow her out of the room, was pale with rage, and acted so unlike himself that everybody observed it. She held his letter in her hand, a letter easily distinguishable by the violet colored seal on the back, and she filliped with it in a most aggravating way as she crossed the floor, pretending to lay it down on Howard's desk as she went by, and then taking it up again with an arch look at Franklin, pretty enough to see, but hateful in its effect on him. As he went back to his own room his face was full of anger, and such was the effect of this visit on him that he declined to see any one else that day. She had probably shown such determination to reveal his past perfidy to her husband, that his fears were fully aroused at last, and he saw he was not only likely to lose his good name, but the esteem with which he was accustomed to being regarded by this younger and evidently much loved brother. And now, considering his intense pride, as well as his affection for Howard, do you not see the motive which this seemingly good man had for putting his troublesome sister in law out of existence? He wanted that letter back, and to obtain it had to resort to crime. Or such is my present theory of this murder, Miss Butterworth. Does it correspond with yours? End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of That Affair Next Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording for you today by Dawn Larson in Minnesota. That Affair Next Door by Anna K. Green, Chapter 31. Some Fine Work. Oh, perfectly, I assented, with just the shade of irony necessary to rob the assertion of its mendacity. But go on, go on. You have not begun to satisfy me yet. You did not stop with finding a motive for the crime, I am sure. Madam, you are a female Shylock. You will have the whole of the bond or none. We are not here to draw comparisons, I retorted. Keep to the subject, Mr. Gryce. Keep to the subject. He laughed, laid down the little basket he held, took it up again, and finally resumed. Madam, you are right. We did not stop at finding a motive. Our next step was to collect evidence directly connecting him with the crime. And you succeeded in this? My tone was unnecessarily eager. This was also unaccountable to me, but he did not appear to notice it. We did. Indeed, the evidence against him is stronger than that against his brother. For if we ignore the latter part of Howard's testimony, which was evidently a tissue of lies, what remains against him? 3 things. His dogged persistency in not recognizing his wife in the murdered woman, the receiving of the house keys from his brother, and the fact that he was seen on the stoop of his father's house at an unusual hour in the morning following this murder. Now what have we against Franklin? Many things. First, that he can no more account for the hours between 11:30 on Tuesday morning and 5 o'clock on the following Wednesday morning than his brother can. In one breath he declares that he was shut up in his rooms at the hotel, for which no corroborative evidence is forthcoming, and in another that he was on a tramp after his brother, which seems equally improbable and incapable of proof. Second, that he, and not Howard, was the man in a linen duster, and that he, and not Howard, was in possession of the keys that night. As these are serious statements to make, I will give you my reasons for them. They are distinct from the recognition of his person by the inmates of the Hotel D, and added to that recognition, form a strong case against him. The janitor who has charge of the offices in Duane Street, happening to have a leisure moment on the morning of the day on which Mrs. Van Burnam was murdered, was making the most of it by watching the unloading of a huge boiler some 4 doors below the Van Burnam warehouse. He was consequently looking intently in that direction when Howard passed him, coming from the interview with his brother in which he had been given the keys. Mr. Van Burnam was walking briskly, but finding the sidewalk blocked by the boiler to which I have alluded, paused for a moment to let it pass, and being greatly heated, took out his handkerchief to wipe his forehead. This done, he moved on, just as a man dressed in a long duster came up behind him, stopping where he stopped, and picking up from the ground something which the first gentleman had evidently dropped. This last man's figure looked more or less familiar to the janitor. So did the duster, and later he discovered that the latter was the one which he had seen hanging for so long a time in the little disused closet under the warehouse stairs. Its wearer was Franklin Van Burnam, who, as I took pains to learn, had left the office immediately in the wake of his brother, and the object he picked up was the bunch of keys which the latter had inadvertently dropped. He may have thought he lost them later, but it was then and there they slipped from his pocket. I will here add that the duster found by the hackman in his coach has been identified as the one missing from the closet just mentioned. Third, the keys with which Mr. Van Burnam's house was unlocked were found hanging in their usual place by noon of the next day. They could not have been taken there by Howard, for he was not seen at the office after the murder. By whom then were they returned, if not by Franklin? Fourth, the letter, for the possession of which I believe this crime to have been perpetrated, was found by us in a supposedly secret drawer of this gentleman's desk. It was much crumpled, and bore evidences of having been rather rudely dealt with since it was last seen in Mrs. Van Burnam's hand in that very office. But the fact which is most convincing, and which will tell most heavily against him, is the unexpected discovery of the murdered lady's rings, also in this same desk. How you became aware that anything of such importance could be found there, knowing even the exact place in which they were secreted, I will not stop to ask at this moment. Enough that when your maid entered the Van Burnam offices and insisted with so much ingenuousness that she was expected by Mr. Van Burnam and would wait for his return, the clerk most devoted to my interests became distrustful of her intentions, having been told to be on the lookout for a girl in gray or a lady in black with puffs on each side of two very sharp eyes. You will pardon me, Miss Butterworth. He therefore kept his eyes on the girl, and presently espied her stretching out her hand towards a hook at the side of Mr. Franklin Van Burnam's desk. As it is upon this hook this gentleman strings his unanswered letters, the clerk rose from his place as quickly as possible, and coming forward with every appearance of polite solicitude (did she not say he was polite, Miss Butterworth?), inquired what she wished, thinking she was after some letter, or possibly anxious for a specimen of some one's handwriting. But she gave him no other reply than a blush and a confused look, for which you must rebuke her, Miss Butterworth, if you are going to continue to employ her as your agent in these very delicate affairs. And she made another mistake. She should not have left so abruptly upon detection, for that gave the clerk an opportunity to telephone for me, which he immediately did. I was at liberty, and I came at once, and after hearing his story, decided that what was of interest to you must be of interest to me, and so took a look at the letters she had handled, and discovered what she also must have discovered before she let them slip from her hand, that the 5 missing rings we were all in search of were hanging on this same hook amid the sheets of Franklin's correspondence. You can imagine, madam, my satisfaction and the gratitude which I felt towards my agent, who by his quickness had retained to me the honors of a discovery which it would have been injurious to my pride to have had confined entirely to yourself. I can understand, I repeated, and trusted myself to say no more, hot as my secret felt upon my lips. You have read Poe's story of the filigree basket, he now suggested, running his finger up and down the filigree work he himself held. I nodded. I saw what he meant at once. Well, the principle involved in that story explains the presence of the rings in the midst of this stack of letters. Franklin Van Burnam, if he is the murderer of his sister in law, is one of the subtlest villains this city has ever produced, and knowing that, if once suspected, every secret drawer and professed hiding place within his reach would be searched, he put these dangerous evidences of his guilt in a place so conspicuous and yet so little likely to attract attention, that even so old a hand as myself did not think of looking for them there." He had finished, and the look he gave me was for myself alone. "And now, madam," said he, "that I have stated the facts of the case against Franklin Van Burnam, has not the moment come for you to show your appreciation of my good nature by a corresponding show of confidence on your part?" I answered with a distinct negative. "There is too much that is unexplained as yet in your case against Franklin," I objected. "You have shown that he had motive for the murder, and that he was connected more or less intimately with the crime we are considering, but you have by no means explained all the phenomena accompanying this tragedy. How, for instance, do you account for Mrs. Van Burnam's whim in changing her clothing, if her brother in law, instead of her husband, was her companion at the Hotel D?" You see, I was determined to know the whole story before introducing Miss Oliver's name into this complication. He who had seen through the devices of so many women in his day, did not see through mine, perhaps because he took a certain professional pleasure in making his views on this subject clear to the attentive Inspector. At all events, this is the way he responded to my half curious, half ironical question. "A crime planned and perpetrated for the purpose I have just mentioned, Miss Butterworth, could not have been a simple one under any circumstances. But conceived as this one was by a man of more than ordinary intelligence, and carried out with a skill and precaution little short of marvelous, the features which it presents are of such a varying and subtle character that only by the exercise of a certain amount of imagination can they be understood at all. Such an imagination I possess, but how can I be sure that you do?" "By testing it," I suggested. "Very good, madam, I will. Not from actual knowledge then, but from a certain insight I have acquired in my long dealings with such matters. I have come to the conclusion that Franklin Van Burnam did not in the beginning plan to kill this woman in his father's house. On the contrary, he had fixed upon a hotel room as the scene of the conflict he foresaw between them, and that he might carry it on without endangering their good names, had urged her to meet him the next morning in the semi disguise of a gossamer over her fine dress and a heavy veil over her striking features, making the pretence, no doubt, of this being the more appropriate costume for her to appear in, before the old gentleman should he so far concede to her demands as to take her to the steamer. For himself he had planned the adoption of a disfiguring duster, which had been hanging for a long time in a closet on the ground floor of the building in Duane Street. All this promised well, but when the time came and he was about to leave his office, his brother unexpectedly appeared and asked for the key to their father's house. Disconcerted, no doubt, by the appearance of the very person he least wished to see, and astonished by a request so out of keeping with all that had hitherto passed between them, he nevertheless was in too much haste to question him, so gave him what he wanted, and Howard went away. As soon after as he could lock his desk and don his hat, Franklin followed, and merely stopping to cover his coat with the old duster, he went out and hastened toward the place of meeting. Under most circumstances all this might have happened without the brothers encountering each other again, but a temporary obstruction on the sidewalk having, as we know, detained Howard, Franklin was enabled to approach him sufficiently close to see him draw his pocket handkerchief out of his pocket, and with it the keys which he had just given him. The ladder fell, and as there was a great pounding of iron going on in the building just over their heads, Howard did not perceive his loss, but went quickly on. Franklin, coming up behind him, picked up the keys, and with a thought, or perhaps as yet with no thought, of the use to which they might be applied, put them in his own pocket before proceeding on his way. New York is a large place, and much can take place in it without comment. Franklin Van Burnam and his sister-in-law met and went together to the Hotel D, without being either recognized or suspected till later developments drew attention to them. That she should consent to accompany him to this place, and that after she was there should submit, as she did, to taking all the business of the scheme upon herself, would be inconceivable in a woman of a self-respecting character. But Louise Van Burnam cared for little save her own aggrandizement, and rather enjoyed, so far as we can see, this very doubtful escapade, whose real meaning and murderous purpose she was so far from understanding. As the steamer, contrary to all expectation, had not yet been sighted off Fire Island, they took a room and prepared to wait for it. That is, she prepared to wait. He had no intention of waiting for its arrival, or of going to it when it came. He only wanted his letter. But Louise Van Burnam was not the woman to relinquish it till she had obtained the price she had put on it. And he, becoming very soon aware of this fact, began to ask himself if he should not be obliged to resort to extreme measures in order to regain it. One chance only remained for avoiding these. He would seem to embrace her later and probably much talked of scheme of presenting herself before his father in his own house rather than at the steamer, and by urging her to make its success more certain by a different style of dress from that she wore, induce a change of clothing, during which he might come upon the letter he was more than confident she carried about her person. Had this plan worked, had he been able to seize upon this compromising bit of paper, even at the cost of a scratch or two from her vigorous fingers, we should not be sitting here at this moment trying to account for the most complicated crime on record. But Louise Van Burnam, while weak and volatile enough to enjoy the romantic features of this transformation scene, even going so far as to write out the order herself, with the same effort at disguise she had used in registering their assumed names at the desk, was not entirely his dupe, and having hidden the letter in her shoe. "What?" I cried. "Having hidden the letter in her shoe," repeated Mr. Gryce, with his finest smile. She had but to signify that the boots sent by Altman were a size too small for her to retain her secret and keep the one article she traded upon from his envious clutch. "You seem struck dumb by this, Miss Butterworth. Have I enlightened you on a point that has hitherto troubled you? Don't ask me, don't look at me, as if he ever looked at any one. Your perspicacity is amazing, but I will try and not show my sense of it, if it is going to make you stop." He smiled. The Inspector smiled. Neither understood me. "Very well, then, I will go on. But the non-change of shoes had to be accounted for, Miss Butterworth." "You are right, and it has been, of course." "Have you any better explanation to give?" I had, or thought I had, and the words trembled on my tongue, but I restrained myself under an air of great impatience. "Time is flying," I urged, with as near a simulation of his own manner in saying the words as I could effect. "Go on, Mr. Gryce." And he did, though my manner evidently puzzled him. Being foiled in this, his last attempt, this smooth and diabolical villain hesitated no longer in carrying out the scheme which had doubtless been maturing in his mind ever since he dropped the keys of his father's house into his own pocket. His brother's wife must die, but not in a hotel room with him for a companion. Though scorned, detested, and a stumbling block in the way of the whole family's future happiness and prosperity, She still was a Van Burnam, and no shadow must fall upon her reputation. Further than this, for he loved life and his own reputation also, and did not mean to endanger either by this act of self preservation, she must perish as if from an accident, or by some blow so undiscoverable that it would be laid to natural causes. He thought he knew how this might be brought about. He had seen her put on her hat with a very thin and sharp pin, and he had heard how one thrust into a certain spot in the spine would effect death without a struggle. A wound like that would be small, almost indiscernible. True, it would take skill to inflict it, and it would require dissimulation to bring her into the proper position for this contemplated thrust. But he was not lacking in either of these characteristics, and so he set himself to the task he had promised himself, and with such success that ere long the two left the hotel and proceeded to the house in Gramercy Park, with all the caution necessary for preserving a secret which meant reputation to the one and liberty, if not life, to the other. That he and not she felt the greater need of secrecy witnessed their whole conduct, and when their goal reached, she and not he put the money into the driver's hand. The last act of this curious drama of opposing motives was reached, and only the final catastrophe was wanting. With what arts he procured her hat pin, and by what show of simulated passion he was able to approach near enough to her to inflict that cool and calculating thrust which resulted in her immediate death, I leave to your imagination. Enough that he compassed his ends, killing her and regaining the letter, for the possession of which he had been willing to take a life. Afterwards Well, afterwards the deed he had thought so complete began to assume a different aspect. The pin had broken in the wound, and knowing the scrutiny which the body would receive at the hands of a coroner's jury, he began to see what consequences might follow its discovery. So, to hide that wound and give her death the wished for appearance of accident, he went back and drew down the cabinet under which she was found. Had he done this at once, his hand in the tragedy might have escaped detection, but he waited, and by waiting allowed the blood vessels to stiffen and all that phenomenon to become apparent by means of which the eyes of the physicians were opened to the fact that they must search deeper for the cause of death than the bruises she had received. Thus it is that justice opens loopholes in the finest web a criminal can weave. A just remark, Mr. Gryce, but in this fine spun web of your weaving, you have not explained how the clock came to be running and to stop at 5. Cannot you see? A man capable of such a crime would not forget to provide himself with an alibi. He expected to be in his rooms at 5, so before pulling down the shelves at 3 or 4, he wound the clock and set it at an hour when he could bring forward testimony to his being in another place. Is not such a theory consistent with his character and with the skill he has displayed from the beginning to the end of this woeful affair? Aghast at the deftness with which this able detective explained every detail of this crime by means of a theory necessarily hypothetical if the discoveries I had made in the matter were true, and for the moment subjected to the overwhelming influence of his enthusiasm, I sat in a maze, asking myself if all the seemingly irrefutable evidence upon which men had been convicted in times gone by was as false as this. To relieve myself and to gain renewed confidence in my own views and the discoveries I had made in this matter, I repeated the name of Howard, and asked how, in case the whole crime was conceived and perpetrated by his brother, he came to utter such equivocations and to assume that position of guilt which had led to his own arrest. "Do you think," I inquired, "that he was aware of his brother's part in this affair, and that out of compassion for him he endeavored to take the crime upon his own shoulders? No, madam. Men of the world do not carry their disinterestedness so far. He not only did not know the part his brother took in this crime, but did not even suspect it, or why acknowledge that he lost the key by which the house was entered. I do not understand Howard's actions, even under these circumstances. They seem totally inconsistent to me. Madam, they are easily explainable to one who knows the character of his mind. He prizes his honor above every consideration, and regarded it as threatened by the suggestion that his wife had entered his father's empty house at midnight with another man. To save himself that shame, he was willing not only to perjure himself, but to take upon himself the consequences of his perjury. Quixotic, certainly, but some men are constituted that way, and he, for all his amiable characteristics, is the most dogged man I have ever encountered. That he ran against snags in his attempted explanations seemed to make no difference to him. He was bound that no one should accuse him of marrying a false woman, even if he must bear the opprobrium of her death. It is hard to understand such a nature, but reread his testimony, and see if this explanation of his conduct is not correct. And still, I mechanically repeated, I do not understand. Mr. Gryce may not have been a patient man under all circumstances, but he was patient with me that day. It was his ignorance, Miss Butterworth, his total ignorance of the whole affair, that led him into the inconsistencies he manifested. Let me present his case as I already have his brother's. He knew that his wife had come to New York to appeal to his father, and he gathered from what she said that she intended to do this either in his house or on the dock. To cut short any opportunity she might have for committing the first folly, he begged the key of the house from his brother, and supposing that he had it all right, went to his rooms, not to Coney Island as he said, and began to pack up his trunks, for he meant to flee the country if his wife disgraced him. He was tired of her caprices, and meant to cut them short as far as he was himself concerned. But the striking of the midnight hour brought better counsel. He began to wonder what she had been doing in his absence. Going out, he haunted the region of Gramercy Park for the better part of the night, and at daybreak actually mounted the steps of his father's house and prepared to enter it by means of the key he had obtained from his brother. But the key was not in his pocket, so he came down again and walked away, attracting the attention of Mr. Stone as he did so. The next day he heard of the tragedy which had taken place within those very walls, and though his first fears led him to believe that the victim was his wife, a sight of her clothes naturally dispelled this apprehension. For he knew nothing of her visit to the Hotel D, or of the change in her habiliments which had taken place there. His father's persistent fears and the quiet pressure brought to bear upon him by the police only irritated him, and not until confronted by the hat found on the scene of death, an article only too well known as his wife's, did he yield to the accumulated evidence in support of her identity. Immediately he felt the full force of his unkindness towards her, and rushing to the Morgue, had her poor body taken to that father's house and afterwards given a decent burial. But he could not accept the shame which this acknowledgment naturally brought with it, and, blind to all consequences, insisted when brought up again for examination that he was the man with whom she came to that lonely house. The difficulties into which this plunged him were partly foreseen and partly prepared for, and he showed some skill in surmounting them. But falsehoods never fit like truths, and we all felt the strain on our credulity as he met and attempted to parry the coroner's questions. And now, Miss Butterworth, let me again ask if your turn has not come at last for adding the sum of your evidence to ours against Franklin Van Burnam." It had. I could not deny it. And as I realized that with it had also come the opportunity for justifying the pretensions I had made, I raised my head with suitable spirit, and after a momentary pause for the purpose of making my words the more impressive, I asked: "And what has made you think that I was interested in fixing the guilt on Franklin Van Burnam?" CHAPTER XXXII. Iconoclasm. The surprise which this very simple question occasioned showed itself differently in the two men who heard it. The Inspector, who had never seen me before, simply stared, while Mr. Gryce, with that admirable command over himself which has helped to make him the most successful man on the force, retained his impassibility, though I noticed a small corner drop from my filigree basket as if crushed off by an inadvertent pressure of his hand. "I judged," was his calm reply, as he laid down the injured toy with an apologetic grunt, "that clearing Howard from suspicion meant the establishment of another man's guilt, and so far as we can see, there has been no other party in the case besides these two brothers." "No? Then I fear a great surprise awaits you, Mr. Gryce. This crime which you have fixed with such care and seeming probability upon Franklin Van Burnam was not, in my judgment, perpetrated either by him or any other man. It was the act of a woman." "A woman?" Both men spoke, the Inspector as if he thought me demented, Mr. Gryce as if he would like to have considered me a fool but dared not. "Yes, a woman," I repeated, dropping a quiet curtsey. It was a proper expression of respect when I was young, and I see no reason why it should not be a proper expression of respect now, except that we have lost our manners in gaining our independence, something which is to be regretted perhaps. "A woman whom I know. A woman whom I can lay my hands on in a half hour's notice. A young woman, sirs, a pretty woman, the owner of one of the two hats found in the Van Burnam parlors." Had I exploded a bombshell, the Inspector could not have looked more astonished. The detective, who was a man of greater self command, did not betray his feelings so plainly, though he was not entirely without them, for, as I made this statement, he turned and looked at me. Mr. Gryce looked at me. "Both of those hats belonged to Mrs. Van Burnam," he protested, "the one she wore from Haddam, the other one in the order from Altman's." "She never ordered anything from Altman's," was my uncompromising reply. "The woman whom I saw enter next door, and who was the same who left the Hotel D with the man in the linen duster, was not Louise Van Burnam. She was that lady's rival, and let me say it, for I dare to think it, not only her rival, but the prospective taker of her life. Oh, you need not shake your heads at each other so significantly, gentlemen. I have been collecting evidence as well as yourselves, and what I have learned is very much to the point, very much indeed." "The deuce you have!" muttered the Inspector, turning away from me, but Mr. Gryce continued to eye me like a man fascinated. "Upon what," said he, "do you base these extraordinary assertions? I should like to hear what that evidence is." "But first," said I must take a few exceptions to certain points you consider yourself to have made against Franklin Van Burnam. You believe him to have committed this crime because you found in a secret drawer of his desk a letter known to have been in Mrs. Van Burnam's hands the day she was murdered, and which you, naturally enough, I acknowledge, conceive he could only have regained by murdering her. But have you not thought of another way in which he could have obtained it? A perfectly harmless way, involving no one either in deceit or crime? May it not have been in the little hand bag returned by Mrs. Parker on the morning of the discovery, and may not its crumpled condition be accounted for by the haste with which Franklin might have thrust it into his secret drawer at the untoward entrance of some one into his office? "I acknowledge that I have not thought of such a possibility," growled the detective below his breath. But I saw that his self satisfaction had been shaken. As for any proof of complicity being given by the presence of the rings on the hook attached to his desk, I grieve for your sake to be obliged to dispel that illusion also. Those rings, Mr. Gryce and Mr. Inspector, were not discovered there by the girl in gray, but taken there and hung there at the very moment your spy saw her hand fumbling with the papers. Taken there and hung there by your maid, by the girl Lena, who has so evidently been working in your interests. What sort of a confession are you making, Miss Butterworth?" "Ah, Mr. Gryce," I gently remonstrated, for I actually pitied the old man in his hour of humiliation. "Other girls wear gray besides Lena. It was the woman of the Hotel D who played this trick in Mr. Van Burnam's office. Lena was not out of my house that day." I had never thought Mr. Gryce feeble, though I knew he was over 70, if not very near the octogenarian age. But he drew up a chair at this and hastily sat down. "Tell me about this other girl," said he. But before I repeat what I said to him, I must explain by what reasoning I had arrived at the conclusion I have just mentioned. That Ruth Oliver was the visitor in Mr. Van Burnam's office there was but little reason to doubt. That her errand was one in connection with the rings was equally plain. What else would have driven her from her bed, when she was hardly able to stand, and sent her in a state of fever, if not delirium, down town to this office? She feared having these rings found in her possession, and she also cherished a desire to throw whatever suspicion was attached to them upon the man who was already compromised. She may have thought it was Howard's desk she approached, and she may have known it to be Franklin's. On that point I was in doubt, but the rest was clear to me from the moment Mr. Gryce mentioned the girl in gray, and even the spot where she had kept them in the interim since the murder was no longer an unsolved mystery to me. Her emotion when I touched her knitting work, and the shreds of unravelled wool I had found lying about after her departure, had set my wits working, and I comprehended now that they had been wound up in the ball of yarn I had so carelessly handled. But what I had to say to Mr. Gryce in answer to his question? Much, and seeing that further delay was injudicious, I began my story then and there, prefacing my tale with the suspicions I had always had of Mrs. Boppert. I told them of my interview with that woman, and of the valuable clue she had given me by confessing that she had let Mrs. Van Burnam into the house prior to the visit of the couple who entered there at midnight. Knowing what an effect this must produce upon Mr. Gryce, utterly unprepared for it as he was, I looked for some burst of anger on his part, or at least some expression of self reproach. But he only broke a second piece off my little filigree basket, and totally unconscious of the demolition he was causing, cried out with true professional delight: "Well, well, I have always said this was a remarkable case, a very remarkable case. But if we don't look out it will go ahead of that one at Sibley. 2 women in the affair, and one of them in the house before the arrival of the so called victim and her murderer. What do you think of that, Inspector? Rather late for us to find out so important a detail, hey?" "Rather," was the dry reply, at which Mr. Gryce's face grew long, and he exclaimed, half shamefacedly, half jocularly: "Outwitted by a woman! Well, it's a new experience for me, Inspector, and you must not be surprised if it takes me a minute or so to get accustomed to it. A scrub woman, too. It cuts, Inspector, it cuts." But as I went on, and he learned how I had obtained definite proof of the clock having been not only wound by the lady thus admitted to the house, but set also, and that correctly, his face grew even longer, and he gazed quite dolefully at the small figure in the carpet to which he had transferred his attention. So, came an almost indistinguishable murmur from his lips. All my pretty theories in regard to its being set by the criminal for the purpose of confirming his attempt at a false alibi was but a figment of my imagination, hey? Sad, sad. But it was neat enough to have been true, was it not, Inspector? Quite, that gentleman good humoredly admitted, yet with a shade of irony in his tone that made me suspect that, for all his confidence in and evident admiration for this brilliant old detective, he felt a certain amount of pleasure at seeing him for once at fault. Perhaps it gave him more confidence in his own judgment, seeing that their ideas on this case had been opposed from the start. Well, well, I'm getting old, that's what they'll say at headquarters to morrow. But go on, Miss Butterworth, let us hear what followed, for I am sure your investigations did not stop there." I complied with his request with as much modesty as possible, but it was hard to suppress all triumph in face of the unrestrained enthusiasm with which he received my communication. When I told him of the doubts I had formed in regard to the disposal of the packages brought from the Hotel D, and how to settle those doubts I had taken that midnight walk down 27th Street, he looked astonished. His lips worked, and I really expected to see him try to pluck that flower up from the carpet, he ogled it so lovingly. But when I mentioned the lighted laundry and my discoveries there, his admiration burst all bounds, and he cried out, seemingly to the rose in the carpet, really to the Inspector: "Didn't I tell you she was a woman in 1,000? See now, we ought to have thought of that laundry ourselves, but we didn't. None of us did. We were too credulous and too easily satisfied with the evidence given at the inquest. Well, I'm 77, but I'm not too old to learn. Proceed, Miss Butterworth." I admired him and I was sorry for him, but I never enjoyed myself so much in my life. How could I help it? Or how could I prevent myself from throwing a glance now and then at the picture of my father smiling upon me from the opposite wall? It was my task now to mention the advertisement I had inserted in the newspapers, and the reflections which had led to my rather daring description of the wandering woman as one dressed thus and so, and without a hat. This seemed to strike him, as I had expected it would, and he interrupted me with a quick slap of his leg, for which only that leg was prepared. "Good!" he ejaculated. "A fine stroke! The work of a woman of genius. I could not have done better myself, Miss Butterworth. And what came of it? Something, I hope. Talent like yours should not go unrewarded." "Two letters came of it," said I. "One from Cox, the milliner, saying that a bareheaded girl had bought a hat in his shop early on the morning designated, and another from a Mrs. Desberger, appointing a meeting at which I obtained a definite clue to this girl, who, notwithstanding she wore Mrs. Van Burnam's clothes from the scene of the tragedy, is not Mrs. Van Burnam herself, but a person by the name of Oliver, now to be found at Miss Althorpe's house in 21st Street." As this was in a measure putting the matter into their hands, I saw them grow impatient in their anxiety to see this girl for themselves. But I kept them for a few minutes longer, while I related my discovery of the money in her shoes, and hinted at the explanation it afforded for her not changing those articles under the influence of the man who accompanied her. This was the last blow I dealt to the pride of Mr. Gryce. He quivered under it, but soon recovered, and was able to enjoy what he called another fine point in this remarkable case. But the acme of his delight was reached when I informed him of my ineffectual search for the rings, and my final conclusion that they had been wound up in the ball of yarn attached to her knitting work. Whether his pleasure lay chiefly in the talent shown by Miss Oliver in her choice of a hiding place for these jewels, or in the acumen displayed by myself in discovering it, I do not know. But he evinced an unbounded satisfaction in my words, crying aloud: beautiful! I don't know of anything more interesting. We have not seen the like in years. I can almost congratulate myself on my mistakes. The features of the case they have brought out are so fine." But his satisfaction, great as it was, soon gave way to his anxiety to see this girl who, if not the criminal herself, was so important a factor in this great crime. I was anxious myself to have him see her, though I feared her condition was not such as to promise him any immediate enlightenment on the doubtful portions of this far from thoroughly mastered problem. I bade him interview the Chinaman also, and Mrs. Desberger, and even Mrs. Boppert, for I did not wish him to take for granted anything I had said, though I saw he had lost his attitude of disdain and was inclined to accept my opinions quite seriously. He answered in quite an offhand manner while the Inspector stood by. But when that gentleman had withdrawn towards the door, Mr. Gryce remarked with more earnestness than he had yet used: "You saved me from committing a folly, Miss Butterworth. If I had arrested Franklin Van Burnam to day, and to morrow all these facts had come to light, I should never have held my head up again. As it is, there will be numerous insinuations uttered by men on the force, and many a whisper will go about that Mr. Gryce is getting old, and that Gryce has seen his best days." "Nonsense!" was my vigorous rejoinder. "You didn't have the clue, that is all. Nor did I get it through any keenness on my part, but from the force of circumstances. Mrs. Boppert thought herself indebted to me, and so gave me her confidence. Your laurels are very safe yet. Besides, there is enough work left on this case to keep more than one great detective like you busy. While the Van Burnams have not been proved guilty, they are not so freed from suspicion that you can regard your task as completed. If Ruth Oliver committed this crime, which of these two brothers was involved in it with her? The facts seem to point towards Franklin, but not so unerringly that no doubt is possible on the subject." "True, true. The mystery has deepened rather than cleared. Miss Butterworth, you will accompany me to Miss Althorpe's." Chapter 32. Chapter 33 of That Affair Next Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you today by Dawn Larson in Minnesota. That Affair Next Door by Anna K. Green. Chapter 33. Known, known, all known. Mr. Gryce possesses one faculty for which I envy him, and that is his skill in the management of people. He had not been in Miss Althorpe's house 5 minutes before he had won her confidence and had everything he wished at his command. I had to talk some time before getting so far, but he, a word and a look, did it. Miss Oliver, for whom I hesitated to inquire, lest I should again find her gone or in a worse condition than when I left, was in reality better, and as we went upstairs I allowed myself to hope that the questions which had so troubled us would soon be answered and the mystery ended. But Mr. Gryce evidently knew better, for when we reached her door he turned and said: "Our task will not be an easy one. Go in first and attract her attention so that I can enter unobserved. I wish to study her before addressing her, but mind, no words about the murder. Leave that to me." I nodded, feeling that I was falling back into my own place, and knocking softly, entered the room. A maid was sitting with her. Seeing me, she rose and advanced, saying: "Miss Oliver is sleeping." "Then I will relieve you," I returned, beckoning Mr. Gryce to come in. The girl left us, and we two contemplated the sick woman silently. Presently I saw Mr. Gryce shake his head, but he did not tell me what he meant by it. Following the direction of his finger, I sat down in a chair at the head of the bed. He took his station at the side of it in a large armchair he saw there. As he did so I saw how fatherly and kindly he really looked, and wondered if he was in the habit of so preparing himself to meet the eye of all the suspected criminals he encountered. The thought made me glance again her way. She lay like a statue, and her face, naturally round, but now thinned out and hollow, looked up from the pillow in pitiful quiet, the long lashes accentuating the dark places under her eyes. A sad face, the saddest I ever saw, and one of the most haunting. He seemed to find it so also, for his expression of benevolent interest deepened with every passing moment, till suddenly she stirred. Then he gave me a warning glance, and stooping, took her by the wrist and pulled out his watch. She was deceived by the action, opening her eyes, surveying him languidly for a moment, then heaving a great sigh, turned aside her head. "Don't tell me I am better, doctor. I do not want to live." The plaintive tone, the refined accent, seemed to astonish him. Laying down her hand, he answered gently, "I do not like to hear that from such young lips, but it assures me that I was correct in my first surmise, that it is not medicine you need, but a friend. And I can be that friend if you will but allow me." Moved, encouraged for an instant, she turned her head from side to side, probably to see if they were alone, and not observing me, answered softly, "You are very good, very thoughtful, doctor, but," and here her despair returned again, "it is useless, you can do nothing for me." "You think so," remonstrated the old detective, "but you do not know me, child. Let me show you that I can be of benefit to you." And he drew from his pocket a little package, which he opened before her astonished eyes. "Yesterday in your delirium you left these rings in an office down town. As they are valuable, I have brought them back to you. Wasn't I right, my child?" "No, no!" She started up, and her accents betrayed terror and anguish. "I do not want them. I cannot bear to see them. They do not belong to me. They belong to them." "To them? Whom do you mean by them?" queried Mr. Gryce insinuatingly. The Van Burnams. Is not that the name? Oh, do not make me talk. I am so weak. Only take the rings back." "I will, child, I will." Mr. Gryce's voice was more than fatherly now, it was tender, really and sincerely tender. "I will take them back, but to which of the brothers shall I return them? To," he hesitated softly, "to Franklin or to Howard?" I expected to hear her respond. His manner was so gentle and apparently sincere. But though feverish and on the verge of wildness, she had still some command over herself, and after giving him a look, the intensity of which called out a corresponding expression on his face, she faltered out, I don't care. I don't know either of the gentlemen, but to the one you call Howard, I think." The pause which followed was filled by the tap tap of Mr. Gryce's finger on his knee. "That is the one who is in custody," he observed at last. "The other, that is Franklin, has gone scot free thus far, I hear." No answer from her close shut lips. He waited. Still no answer. "If you do not know either of these gentlemen," he insinuated at last, "how did you come to leave the rings at their office?" "I knew their names. I inquired my way. It is all a dream now. Please do not ask me questions. Oh, doctor, do you not see I cannot bear it?" He smiled. I never could smile like that under any circumstances, and softly patted her hand. "I see it makes you suffer," he acknowledged, "but I must make you suffer in order to do you any good. If you will tell me all you know about these rings." She passionately turned her head away. "I might hope to restore you to health and happiness. You know with what they are associated?" She made a slight motion. "And that they are an invaluable clue to the murder of Mrs. Van Burnam?" Another motion. "How then, my child, did you come to have them?" Her head, which was rolling to and fro on the pillow, stopped, and she gasped rather than uttered, "I was there." He knew this, yet it was terrible to hear it from her lips. She was so young and had such an air of purity and innocence. But more heart-rending yet was the groan with which she burst forth in another moment, as if impelled by conscience to unburden herself from some overwhelming load. "I took them. I could not help it. But I did not keep them. You know that I did not keep them. I am no thief, doctor. Whatever I am no thief." "Yes, yes, I see that. But why take them, child? What were you doing in that house, and whom were you with?" She threw up her arms and made no reply. "Will you not tell?" he urged. A short silence, then a low "No," evidently wrung from her by the deepest anguish. Mr. Gryce heaved a sigh. The struggle was likely to be a more serious one than he had anticipated. "Miss Oliver," said he, "more facts are known in relation to this affair than you imagine. Though unsuspected at first, it has secretly been proven that the man who accompanied the woman into the house where the crime took place was Franklin Van Burnam." A low gasp from the bed, and that was all. "You know this to be correct, don't you, Miss Oliver?" "Oh, must you ask?" She was writhing now, and I thought he must desist out of pure compassion. But detectives are made out of very stern stuff, and though he looked sorry, he went inexorably on. "Justice and a sincere desire to help you force me, my child. Were you not the woman who entered Mr. Van Burnam's house at midnight with this man?" "I entered the house." "At midnight?" "Yes." "And with this man?" Silence. "You do not speak, Miss Oliver." Again silence. "It was Franklin who was with you at the Hotel D." She uttered a cry. "And it was Franklin who connived at your change of clothing there, and advised or allowed you to dress yourself in a new suit from Altman's." "Oh!" she cried again. "Then why should it not have been he who accompanied you to the Chinaman's, and afterwards took you in a second hack to the house in Gramercy Park?" "Known, known, all known," was her moan. "Sin and crime cannot long remain hidden in this world, Miss Oliver. The police are acquainted with all your movements from the moment you left the Hotel D. That is why I have compassion on you. I wish to save you from the consequences of a crime you saw committed, but in which you took no hand." "Oh!" she exclaimed in one involuntary burst, as she half rose to her knees, "if you could save me from appearing in the matter at all! If you would let me run away!" But Mr. Gryce was not the man to give her hope on any such score. "Impossible, Miss Oliver. You are the only person who can witness for the guilty. If I should let you go, the police would not." "Then why not tell at once whose hands drew the hatpin from your hat, and—" "Stop!" she shrieked. "Stop! You kill me. I cannot bear it. If you bring that moment back to my mind, I shall go mad. I feel the horror of it rising in me now. Be still, I pray you, for God's sake, to be still." This was mortal anguish. There was no acting in this. Even he was startled by the emotion he had raised, and sat for a moment without speaking. Then the necessity of providing against all further mistakes by fixing the guilt where it belonged drove him on again, and he said: "Like many another woman before you, you are trying to shield a guilty man at your own expense. But it is useless, Miss Oliver. The truth always comes to light. Be advised, then, and make a confidant of one who understands you better than you think." But she would not listen to this. "No one understands me. I do not understand myself. I only know that I shall make a confidant of no one, that I shall never speak." And turning from him, she buried her head in the bedclothes. To most men her tone and the action which accompanied it would have been final. But Mr. Gryce possessed great patience. Waiting for just a moment till she seemed more composed, he murmured gently: "Not if you must suffer more from your silence than from speaking? Not if men, I do not mean myself, child, for I am your friend, will think that you are to blame for the death of the woman whom you saw fall under a cruel stab, and whose rings you have?" "I!" Her horror was unmistakable, so were her surprise, her terror, and her shame. But she added nothing to the word she had uttered, and he was forced to say again: "The world, and by that I mean both good people and bad, will believe all this. He will let them believe all this. Men have not the devotion of women." "Alas! alas!" It was a murmur rather than a cry, and she trembled so the bed shook visibly under her. But she made no response to the entreaty in his look and gesture, and he was compelled to draw back unsatisfied. When a few heavy minutes had passed, he spoke again, this time in a tone of sadness. "Few men are worth such sacrifices, Miss Oliver, and a criminal never. But a woman is not moved by that thought. She should be moved by this, however. If either of these brothers is to blame in this matter, consideration for the guiltless one should lead you to mention the name of the guilty." But even this did not visibly affect her. "I shall mention no names," said she. "A sign will answer." "I shall make no sign." "Then Howard must go to his trial?" A gasp, but no words. "And Franklin proceed on his way undisturbed?" She tried not to answer, but the words would come. "Pray God I may never see such a struggle again. That is as God wills. I can do nothing in the matter." And she sank back crushed and well nigh insensible. Mr. Gryce made no further effort to influence her. Chapter 34. Exactly 3:30. "She is more unfortunate than wicked," was Mr. Gryce's comment as we stepped into the hall. "Nevertheless, watch her closely, for she is in just the mood to do herself a mischief. In an hour, or at the most 2, I shall have a woman here to help you. You can stay till then?" "All night, if you say so." "That you must settle with Miss Althorpe. As soon as Miss Oliver is up I shall have a little scheme to propose, by means of which I hope to arrive at the truth of this affair. I must know which of these 2 men she is shielding." "Then you think she did not kill Mrs. Van Burnam herself?" "I think the whole matter one of the most puzzling mysteries that has ever come to the notice of the New York police. We are sure that the murdered woman was Mrs. Van Burnam, that this girl was present at her death, and that she availed herself of the opportunity afforded by that death to make the exchange of clothing which has given such a complicated twist to the whole affair. But beyond these facts we know little more than that it was Franklin Van Burnam who took her to the Gramercy Park house, and Howard who was seen in the same vicinity some 2 or 4 hours later. But on which of these 2 to fix the responsibility of Mrs. Van Burnam's death is the question." "She had a hand in it herself," I persisted, "though it may have been without evil intent. No man ever carried that thing through without feminine help. To this opinion I shall stick, much as this girl draws upon my sympathies. I shall not try to persuade you to the contrary, but the point is to find out how much help and to whom it was given." "And your scheme for doing this?" "Cannot be carried out till she is on her feet again. So cure her, Miss Butterworth, cure her. When she can go downstairs, Ebenezer Gryce will be on the scene to test his little scheme." I promised to do what I could, and when he was gone I set diligently to work to soothe the child, as he had called her, and get her in trim for the delicate meal which had been sent up. And whether it was owing to a change in my own feelings, or whether the talk with Mr. Gryce had so unnerved her that any womanly ministration was welcome, she responded much more readily to my efforts than ever before, and in a little while lay in so calm and grateful a mood that I was actually sorry to see the nurse when she came. Hoping that something might spring from an interview with Miss Althorpe, whereby my departure from the house might be delayed, I descended to the library, and was fortunate enough to find the mistress of the house there. She was sorting invitations, and looked anxious and worried. "You see me in a difficulty, Miss Butterworth. I had relied on Miss Oliver to oversee this work, as well as to assist me in a great many other details, and I don't know of any one whom I can get on short notice to take her place. My own engagements are many, and—" "Let me help you," I put in, with that cheerfulness her presence invariably inspires. "I have nothing pressing calling me at home, and for once in my life I should like to take an active part in wedding festivities. It would make me feel quite young again." "But—" she began. "Oh," I hastened to say, "you think I would be more of a hindrance to you than a help. That I would do the work perhaps, but in my own way rather than in yours. Well, that would doubtless have been true of me a month since, but I have learned a great deal in the last few weeks. You will not ask me how. And now I stand ready to do your work in your way, and to take a great deal of pleasure in it too." "Ah, Miss Butterworth," she exclaimed, with a burst of genuine feeling which I would not have lost for the world, "I always knew that you had a kind heart, and I am going to accept your offer in the same spirit in which it is made." So that was settled, and with it the possibility of my spending another night in this house. At 10 o'clock I stole away from the library and the delightful company of Mr. Stone, who had insisted upon sharing my labors, and went up to Miss Oliver's room. I met the nurse at the door. "You want to see her?" said she. "She's asleep, but does not rest very easily. I don't think I ever saw so pitiful a case. She moans continually, but not with physical pain. Yet she seems to have courage too, for now and then she starts up with a loud cry. Listen." I did so, and this is what I heard: "I do not want to live. Doctor, I do not want to live. Why do you try to make me better?" That is what she is saying all the time. Sad, isn't it? I acknowledged it to be so, but at the same time wondered if the girl were not right in wishing for death as a relief from her troubles. Early the next morning I inquired at her door again. Miss Oliver was better. Her fever had left her, and she wore a more natural look than at any time since I had seen her. But it was not an untroubled one, and it was with difficulty I met her eyes when she asked if they were coming for her that day, and if she could see Miss Althorpe before she left. As she was not yet able to leave her bed, I could easily answer her first question, but I knew too little of Mr. Gryce's intentions to be able to reply to the second. But I was easy with this suffering woman, very easy, more easy than I ever supposed I could be with any one so intimately associated with a crime. She seemed to accept my explanations as readily as she already had my presence, and I was struck again with surprise as I considered that my name had never aroused in her the least emotion. "Miss Althorpe has been so good to me, I should like to thank her. From my despairing heart I should like to thank her," she said to me as I stood by her side before leaving. "Do you know," she went on, catching me by the dress as I was turning away, "what kind of a man she is going to marry? She has such a loving heart, and marriage is such a fearful risk." "Fearful?" I repeated. "Is it not fearful to give one's whole soul to a man and be met by— I must not talk of it, I must not think of it, but is he a good man? Does he love Miss Althorpe? Will she be happy? I have no right to ask perhaps, but my gratitude towards her is such that I wish her every joy and pleasure." "Miss Althorpe has chosen well," I rejoined. "Mr. Stone is a man in 10,000. The sigh that answered me went to my heart. "I will pray for her," she murmured. "That will be something to live for." I did not know what reply to make to this. Everything which this girl said and did was so unexpected and so convincing in its sincerity, that I felt moved by her even against my better judgment. I pitied her, and yet I dared not urge her on to speak, lest I should fail in my task of making her well. I therefore confined myself to a few haphazard expressions of sympathy and encouragement, and left her in the hands of the nurse. The next day Mr. Gryce called. "Your patient is better," said he. "Much better," was my cheerful reply. "This afternoon she will be able to leave the house." "Very good. Have her down at 3:30, and I will be in front with a carriage." "I dread it," I cried, "but I will have her there." "You are beginning to like her, Miss Butterworth. Take care. You will lose your head if your sympathies become engaged." "It sits pretty firmly on my shoulders yet," I retorted, "and as for sympathies, you are full of them yourself. I saw how you looked at her yesterday." "Bah! My looks!" "You cannot deceive me, Mr. Gryce. You are as sorry for the girl as you can be, and so am I too. By the way, I do not think I should speak of her as a girl. For something she said yesterday, I am convinced she is a married woman, and that her husband—" "Well, madam?" "I will not give him a name, at least not before your scheme has been carried out. Are you ready for the undertaking?" "I will be this afternoon. At 3:30 she is to leave the house. Not a minute before, and not a minute later. Remember." Chapter 34. Chapter 35 of That Affair Next Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you today by Dawn Larson in Minnesota. That Affair Next Door by Anna K. Green, Chapter 35. A Ruse. It was a new thing for me to enter into any scheme blindfold. But the past few weeks had taught me many lessons, and among them, to trust a little in the judgment of others. Accordingly, I was on hand with my patient at the hour designated, and as I supported her trembling steps down the stairs, I endeavored not to betray the intense interest agitating me, or to awaken by my curiosity any further dread in her mind than that involved by her departure from this home of bounty and good feeling, and her entrance upon an unknown and possibly much to be apprehended future. Mr. Gryce was awaiting us in the lower hall, and as he caught sight of her slender figure and anxious face, his whole attitude became at once so protecting and so sympathetic, I did not wonder at her failure to associate him with the police. As she stepped down to his side, he gave her a genial nod. "I am glad to see you so far on the road to recovery," he remarked. "It shows me that my prophecy is correct, and that in a few days you will be quite yourself again." She looked at him wistfully. "You seem to know so much about me, doctor. Perhaps you can tell me where they are going to take me." He lifted a tassel from a curtain near by, looked at it, shook his head at it, and inquired quite irrelevantly, "Have you bidden good bye to Miss Althorpe?" Her eyes stole towards the parlors, and she whispered, as if half in awe of the splendor everywhere surrounding her, "I have not had the opportunity. But I should be sorry to go without a word of thanks for her goodness. Is she at home?" The tassel slipped from his hand. "You will find her in a carriage at the door. She has an engagement out this afternoon, but wishes to say good bye to you before leaving." "Oh, how kind she is!" burst from the girl's white lips, and with a hurried gesture she was making for the door when Mr. Gryce stepped before her and opened it. Two carriages were drawn up in front, neither of which seemed to possess the elegance of so rich a woman's equipage. But Mr. Gryce appeared satisfied, and pointing to the nearest one, observed quietly, "You are expected. If she does not open the carriage door for you, do not hesitate to do it yourself. She has something of importance to say to you." Miss Oliver looked surprised, but prepared to obey him. Steadying herself by the stone balustrade, she slowly descended the steps and advanced towards the carriage. I watched her from the doorway, and Mr. Gryce from the vestibule. It seemed an ordinary situation, but something in the latter's face convinced me that interests of no small moment depended upon the interview about to take place. But before I could decide upon their nature or satisfy myself as to the full meaning of Mr. Gryce's manner, she had started back from the carriage door and was saying to him in a tone of modest embarrassment: "There is a gentleman in the carriage. You must have made some mistake." Mr. Gryce, who had evidently expected a different result from his stratagem, hesitated for a moment, during which I felt that he read her through and through. Then he responded lightly: "I made a mistake, eh? Oh, possibly. Look in the other carriage, my child." With an unaffected air of confidence she turned to do so, and I turned to watch her, for I began to understand the scheme at which I was assisting, and foresaw that the emotion she had failed to betray at the door of the first carriage might not necessarily be lacking on the opening of the second. I was all the more assured of this from the fact that Miss Althorpe's stately figure was very plainly to be seen at the moment, not in the coach Miss Oliver was approaching, but in an elegant victoria just turning the corner. My expectations were realized, for no sooner had the poor girl swung open the door of the second hack, than her whole body succumbed to a shock so great that I expected to see her fall in a heap on the pavement. But she steadied herself up with a determined effort, and with a sudden movement full of subdued fury, jumped into the carriage and violently shut the door just as the first carriage drove off to give place to Miss Althorpe's turnout. "Huh!" sprang from Mr. Gryce's lips, in a tone so full of varied emotions that it was with difficulty I refrained from rushing down the stoop to see for myself who was the occupant of the coach into which my late patient had so passionately precipitated herself. But the sight of Miss Althorpe being helped to the ground by her attendant lover recalled me so suddenly to my own anomalous position on her stoop, that I let my first impulse pass and concerned myself instead with the formation of those apologies I thought necessary to the occasion. But those apologies were never uttered. Mr. Gryce, with the infinite tact he displays in all serious emergencies, came to my rescue, and so distracted Miss Althorpe's attention that she failed to observe that she had interrupted a situation of no small moment. Meanwhile the coach containing Miss Oliver had, at a signal from the wary detective, drawn off in the wake of the first one, and I had the doubtful satisfaction of seeing them both roll down the street, without my having penetrated the secret of either. A glance from Mr. Stone, who had followed Miss Althorpe up the stoop, interrupted Mr. Gryce's flow of eloquence, and a few minutes later I found myself making those adieux which I had hoped to avoid by departing in Miss Althorpe's absence. Another instant and I was hastening down the street in the direction taken by the two carriages, one of which had paused at the corner a few rods off. But spry as I am for one of my settled habits and sedate character, I found myself passed by Mr. Gryce, and when I would have accelerated my steps, he darted forward quite like a boy, and without a word of explanation or any acknowledgment of the mutual understanding which certainly existed between us, leapt into the carriage I was endeavoring to reach, and was driven away, but not before I caught a glimpse of Miss Oliver's gray dress inside. Determined not to be baffled by this man, I turned about and followed the other carriage. It was approaching a crowded part of the avenue, and in a few minutes I had the gratification of seeing it come to a standstill only a few feet from the curbstone. The opportunity thus afforded me of satisfying my curiosity was not to be slighted. Without pausing to consider consequences or to question the propriety of my conduct, I stepped boldly up in front of its half lowered window and looked in. There was but one person inside, and that person was Franklin Van Burnam. What was I to conclude from this? That the occupant of the other carriage was Howard, and that Mr. Gryce now knew with which of the two brothers Miss Oliver's memories were associated? End of chapter 35. End of book 3. Book 4. The end of a great mystery. Chapter 36. The result. I was as much surprised at this result of Mr. Gryce's scheme as he was, and possibly I was more chagrined. But I shall not enter into my feelings on the subject, or weary you any further with my conjectures. You will be much more interested, I know, in learning what occurred to Mr. Gryce upon entering the carriage holding Miss Oliver. He had expected from the intense emotion she displayed at the sight of Howard Van Burnam, for I was not mistaken as to the identity of the person occupying the carriage with her, to find her flushed with the passions incident upon this meeting, and her companion in a condition of mind which would make it no longer possible for him to deny his connection with this woman and his consequently guilty complicity in a murder to which both were linked by so many incriminating circumstances. But for all his experience, the detective was disappointed in this expectation, as he had been in so many others connected with this case. There was nothing in Miss Oliver's attitude to indicate that she had unburdened herself of any of the emotions with which she was so grievously agitated, nor was there on Mr. Van Burnam's part any deeper manifestation of feeling than a slight glow on his cheek, and even that disappeared under the detective's scrutiny, leaving him as composed and imperturbable as he had been in his memorable inquisition before the coroner. Disappointed, and yet in a measure exhilarated by this sudden check in plans he had thought too well laid for failure, Mr. Gryce surveyed the young girl more carefully, and saw that he had not been mistaken in regard to the force or extent of the feelings which had driven her into Mr. Van Burnam's presence, and turning back to that gentleman, was about to give utterance to some very pertinent remarks, when he was forestalled by Mr. Van Burnam inquiring, in his old calm way, which nothing seemed able to disturb, "Who is this crazy girl you have forced upon me? If I had known I was to be subjected to such companionship, I should not have regarded my outing so favorably." Mr. Gryce, who never allowed himself to be surprised by anything a suspected criminal might do or say, surveyed him quietly for a moment, then turned towards Miss Oliver. "You hear what this gentleman calls you?" said he. Her face was hidden by her hands, but she dropped them as the detective addressed her, showing a countenance so distorted by passion that it stopped the current of his thoughts, and made him question whether the epithet bestowed upon her by their somewhat callous companion was entirely unjustified. But soon the something else which was in her face restored his confidence in her sanity, and he saw that while her reason might be shaken, it was not yet dethroned, and that he had good cause to expect sooner or later some action from a woman whose misery could wear an aspect of such desperate resolution. That he was not the only one affected by the force and desperate character of her glance became presently apparent, for Mr. Van Burnam, with a more kindly tone than he had previously used, observed quietly, "I see the lady is suffering. I beg pardon for my inconsiderate words. I have no wish to insult the unhappy." Never was Mr. Gryce so nonplussed. There was a mingled courtesy and composure in the speaker's manner, which was as far removed as possible from the strained effort at self-possession which marks suppressed passion or secret fear, while in the vacant look with which she met these words there was neither anger nor scorn, nor indeed any of the passions one would expect to see there. The detective consequently did not force the situation, but only watched her more and more attentively, till her eyes fell and she crouched away from them both. Then he said, "You can name this gentleman, can you not, Miss Oliver, even if he does not choose to recognize you?" But her answer, if she made one, was inaudible, and the sole result which Mr. Gryce obtained from this venture was a quick look from Mr. Van Burnam, and the following uncompromising words from his lips: "If you think this young girl knows me, or that I know her, you are greatly mistaken. She is as much of a stranger to me as I am to her, and I take this opportunity of saying so. I hope my liberty and good name are not to be made dependent upon the word of a miserable waif like this." "Your liberty and your good name will depend upon your innocence," retorted Mr. Gryce, and said no more, feeling himself at a disadvantage before the imperturbability of this man and the silent, non-accusing attitude of this woman, from the shock of whose passions he had anticipated so much and obtained so little. Meantime they were moving rapidly towards police headquarters, and fearing that the sight of that place might alarm Miss Oliver more than was well for her, he strove again to rouse her by a kindly word or so. But it was useless. She evidently tried to pay attention and follow the words he used, but her thoughts were too busy over the one great subject that engrossed her. "A bad case," murmured Mr. Van Burnam, and with the phrase seemed to dismiss all thought of her. "A bad case," echoed Mr. Gryce, but, seeing how fast the look of resolution was replacing her previous aspect of frenzy, "one that will do mischief yet to the man who has deceived her." The stopping of the carriage roused her. Looking up, she spoke for the first time. "I want a police officer," she said. Mr. Gryce, with all his assurance restored, leaped to the ground and held out his hand. "I will take you into the presence of one," said he, and she, without a glance at Mr. Van Burnam, whose knee she brushed in passing, leaped to the ground and turned her face towards police headquarters. Chapter 37 of That Affair Next Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you today by Dawn Larson in Minnesota. That Affair Next Door by Anna K. Green, Chapter 37. 2 weeks. But before she was well in, her countenance changed. "No," said she, "I want to think first. Give me time to think. I dare not say a word without thinking. Truth needs no consideration. If you wish to denounce this man," her look said she did, "then now is the time." She gave him a sharp glance, the first she had bestowed upon him since leaving Miss Althorpe's. "You are no doctor," she declared. "Are you a police officer?" "I am a detective." "Oh," and she hesitated for a moment, shrinking from him with very natural distrust and aversion. "I have been in the toils then without knowing it. No wonder I am caught. But I am no criminal, sir, and if you are the one most in authority here, I beg the privilege of a few words with you before I am put into confinement." "I will take you before the superintendent," said Mr. Gryce. "But do you wish to go alone? Shall not Mr. Van Burnam accompany you?" "Mr. Van Burnam? Is it not he you wish to denounce?" "I do not wish to denounce any one to day." "What do you wish?" asked Mr. Gryce. "Let me see the man who has power to hold me here or let me go, and I will tell him." "Very well," said Mr. Gryce, and led her into the presence of the superintendent. She was at this moment quite a different person from what she had been in the carriage. All that was girlish in her aspect or appealing in her bearing had faded away, evidently forever, and left in its place something at once so desperate and so deadly that she seemed not only a woman, but one of a very determined and dangerous nature. Her manner, however, was quiet, and it was only in her eye that one could see how near she was to frenzy. She spoke before the superintendent could address her. "Sir," said she, "I have been brought here on account of a fearful crime I was unhappy enough to witness. I myself am innocent of that crime, but, so far as I know, there is no other living person save the guilty man who committed it, who can tell you how or why or by whom it was done. One man has been arrested for it and another has not. If you will give me 2 weeks of complete freedom, I will point out to you which is the veritable man of blood, and may Heaven have mercy on his soul." "She is mad," signified the superintendent in by play to Mr. Gryce, but the latter shook his head. She was not mad yet. "I know," she continued, without a hint of timidity which seemed natural to her under other circumstances, "that this must seem a presumptuous request from one like me, but it is only by granting it that you will ever be able to lay your hands on the murderer of Mrs. Van Burnham. For I will never speak if I cannot speak in my own way and at my own time. The agonies I have suffered must have some compensation, otherwise I should die of horror and my grief." "And how do you hope to gain compensation by this delay?" expostulated the superintendent. "Would you not meet with more satisfaction in denouncing him here and now, before he can pass another night in fancied security?" But she only repeated, "I have said 2 weeks, and 2 weeks I must have. 2 weeks in which to come and go as I please. 2 weeks." And no argument they could advance succeeded in eliciting from her any other response, or in altering in any way her air of quiet determination with its underlying suggestion of frenzy. Acknowledging their mutual defeat by a look, the superintendent and detective drew off to one side, and something like the following conversation took place between them. "You think she's sane?" "I do." "And will remain so 2 weeks?" "If humored." "You are sure she is implicated in this crime?" "She was a witness to it." "And that she speaks the truth when she declares that she is the only person who can point out the criminal?" "Yes, that is, she is the only one who will do it." The attitude taken by the Van Burnhams, especially by Howard just now in the presence of this girl, shows how little we have to expect from them. "Yet you think they know as much as she does about it?" "I do not know what to think. For once I am baffled, Superintendent. Every passion which this woman possesses was roused by her unexpected meeting with Howard Van Burnham, and yet their indifference when confronted, as well as her present action, seems to argue a lack of connection between them which overthrows at once the theory of his guilt. Was it the sight of Franklin, then, which really affected her, and was her apparent indifference at meeting him only an evidence of her self-control? It seems an impossible conclusion to draw, and indeed there are nothing but hitches and improbable features in this case. Nothing fits, nothing jibes. I get just so far in it, and then I run up against a wall. Either there is a superhuman power of duplicity in the persons who contrived this murder, or we are on the wrong tack altogether. In other words, you have tried every means known to you to get at the truth of this matter, and failed?" "I have, sir, sorry as I may be to acknowledge it." "Then we must accept her terms. She can be shadowed?" "Every moment." "Very well, then. Extreme cases must be met by extreme measures. We will let her have her swing, and see what comes of it. Revenge is a great weapon in the hands of a determined woman, and from her look I think she will make the most of it." And returning to where the young girl stood, the superintendent asked her whether she felt sure the murderer would not escape in the time that must elapse before his apprehension. Instantly her cheek, which had looked as if it could never show color again, flushed a deep and painful scarlet, and she cried vehemently, "If any hint of what is here passing should reach him, I should be powerless to prevent his flight. Swear, then, that my very existence shall be kept a secret between you two, or I will do nothing towards his apprehension, no, not even to save the innocent." "We will not swear, but we will promise," returned the superintendent. "And now, when may we expect to hear from you again?" "2 weeks from to-night as the clock strikes 8. Be wherever I may chance to be at that hour, and see on whose arm I lay my hand. It will be that of the man who killed Mrs. Van Burnham." Chapter 38. A white satin gown. The events just related did not come to my knowledge for some days after they occurred, but I have recorded them at this time that I might in some way prepare you for an interview which shortly after took place between myself and Mr. Gryce. I had not seen him since our rather unsatisfactory parting in front of Miss Althorpe's house, and the suspense which I had endured in the interim made my greeting unnecessarily warm. But he took it all very naturally. "You are glad to see me," said he. "Been wondering what has become of Miss Oliver? Well, she is in good hands with Mrs. Desberger, in short, a woman whom I believe you know." "With Mrs. Desberger?" I was surprised. "Why, I have been looking every day in the papers for an account of her arrest." "No doubt," he answered, "but we police are slow. We are not ready to arrest her yet. Meanwhile you can do us a favor. She wants to see you. Are you willing to visit her?" My answer contained but little of the curiosity and eagerness I really felt. "I am always at your command. Do you wish me to go now?" "Miss Oliver is impatient," he admitted. "Her fever is better, but she is in an excited condition of mind which makes her a little unreasonable. To be plain, she is not quite herself, and while we still hope something from her testimony, we are leaving her very much to her own devices, and do not cross her in anything. You will therefore listen to what she says, and if possible, aid her in anything she might undertake, unless it points directly towards self-destruction. My opinion is that she will surprise you, but you are becoming accustomed to surprises, are you not?" "Thanks to you, I am." "Very well, then. I have but one more suggestion to make. You are working for the police now, madam, and nothing that you see or learn in connection with this girl is to be kept back from us. Am I understood?" "Perfectly, but it is only proper for me to retort that I am not entirely pleased with the part you assign me. Could you not have left thus much to my good sense, and not put it into so many words?" "Ah, madam, the case at present is too serious for risks of that kind. Mr. Van Burnam's reputation, to say nothing of his life, depends upon our knowledge of this girl's secret. Surely you can stretch a point in a matter of so much moment." "I have already stretched several, and I can stretch one more, but I hope the girl won't look at me too often with those miserable, appealing eyes of hers. They make me feel like a traitor." "You will not be troubled by any appeal in them. The appeal has vanished. Something harder and even more difficult to meet is to be found in them now: wrath, purpose, and a desire for vengeance. She is not the same woman, I assure you." "Well," I sighed, "I am sorry. There is something about the girl that lays hold of me, and I hate to see such a change in her." "Did she ask for me by name?" "I believe so." "I cannot understand her wanting me, but I will go. And I won't leave her either till she shows me she is tired of me. I am as anxious to see the end of this matter as you are." Then, with some vague idea that I had earned a right to some show of confidence on his part, I added insinuatingly, "I suppose you would feel the case settled when she almost fainted at the sight of the younger Mr. Van Burnam." The old ambiguous smile I remembered so well came to modify his brusque rejoinder. "If she had been a woman like you, I should. But she is a deep one, Miss Butterworth, too deep for the success of a little ruse like mine. Are you ready?" I was not, but it did not take me long to be so, and before an hour had elapsed I was seated in Mrs. Desberger's parlor in 9th Street. Miss Oliver was in, and ere long made her appearance. She was dressed in street costume. I was prepared for a change in her, and yet the shock I felt when I first saw her face must have been apparent, for she immediately remarked: "You find me quite well, Miss Butterworth. For this I am partially indebted to you. You were very good to nurse me so carefully. Will you be still kinder and help me in a new matter which I feel quite incompetent to undertake alone?" Her face was flushed, her manner nervous, but her eyes had an extraordinary look in them, which affected me most painfully, notwithstanding the additional effect it gave to her beauty. "Certainly," said I. "What can I do for you?" "I wish to buy me a dress," was her unexpected reply. "A handsome dress. Do you object to showing me the best shops? I am a stranger in New York." More astonished than I can express, but carefully concealing it in remembrance of the caution received from Mr. Gryce, I replied that I would be only too happy to accompany her on such an errand. Upon which she lost her nervousness and prepared at once to go out with me. "I would have asked Mrs. Desberger," she observed, while fitting on her gloves, "but her taste," here she cast a significant look about the room, "is not quite enough for me." "I should think not," I cried. "I shall be a trouble to you," the girl went on, with a gleam in her eye that spoke of the restless spirit within. "I have many things to buy, and they must all be rich and handsome." "If you have money enough, there will be no trouble about that." "Oh, I have money." She spoke like a millionaire's daughter. "Shall we go to Arnold's?" As I always traded at Arnold's, I readily acquiesced, and we left the house. But not before she had tied a very thick veil over her face. "If we meet any one, do not introduce me," she begged. "I cannot talk to people." "You may rest easy," I assured her. At the corner she stopped. "Is there any way of getting a carriage?" she asked. "Do you want one?" "Yes." I signalled a hack. "Now for the dress!" she cried. We rode at once to Arnold's. "What kind of a dress do you want?" I inquired as we entered the store. "An evening one, a white satin, I think." I could not help the exclamation which escaped me, but I covered it up as quickly as possible by a hurried remark in favor of white, and we proceeded at once to the silk counter. "I will trust it all to you," she whispered in an odd choked tone as the clerk approached us. "Get what you would for your daughter. No, no, for Mr. Van Burnam's daughter if he has one, and do not spare expense. I have $500 in my pocket." Mr. Van Burnam's daughter! Well, well, a tragedy of some kind was portending, but I bought the dress. "Now," said she, "lace and whatever else I need to make it up suitably. And I must have slippers and gloves. You know what a young girl requires to make her look like a lady. I want to look so well that the most critical eye will detect no fault in my appearance. It can be done, can it not, Miss Butterworth? My face and figure will not spoil the effect, will they?" "No," said I. "You have a good face and a beautiful figure. You ought to look well." "Are you going to a ball, my dear?" "I am going to a ball," she answered, but her tone was so strange, the people passing us turned to look at her. "Let us have everything sent to the carriage," said she, and went with me from counter to counter with her ready purse in her hand, but not once lifting her veil to look at what was offered us, saying over and over as I sought to consult her in regard to some article, "Buy the richest, I leave it all to you." Had Mr. Gryce not told me she must be humored, I could never have gone through this ordeal. To see a girl thus expend her hoarded savings on such frivolities was absolutely painful to me, and more than once I was tempted to decline any further participation in such extravagance. But a thought of my obligations to Mr. Gryce restrained me, and I went on spending the poor girl's dollars with more pain to myself than if I had taken them out of my own pocket. Having purchased all the articles we thought necessary, we were turning towards the door when Miss Oliver whispered: "Wait for me in the carriage for just a few minutes. I have one more thing to buy, and I must do it alone." "But," I began. "I will do it, and I will not be followed," she insisted in a shrill tone that made me jump. And seeing no other way of preventing a scene, I let her leave me, though it cost me an anxious 15 minutes. When she rejoined me, as she did at the expiration of that time, I eyed the bundle she held with decided curiosity, but I could make no guess at its contents. "Now," she cried, as she reseated herself and closed the carriage door, "where shall we find a dressmaker? able and willing to make up this satin in 5 days. I could not tell her, but after some little search, we succeeded in finding a woman who engaged to make an elegant costume in the time given her. The first measurements were taken, and we drove back to Ninth Street with a lasting memory in my mind of the cold and rigid form of Miss Oliver standing up in Madame's triangular parlor, submitting to the mechanical touches of the modiste, with an outward composure, but with a brooding horror in her eyes that bespoke an inward torment. Chapter 38. Chapter 39 of That Affair Next Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you today by Dawn Larson in Minnesota. That Affair Next Door by Anna K. Green, Chapter 39. The Watchful Eye. As I parted with Miss Oliver on Mrs. Desberger's stoop, and did not visit her again in that house, I will introduce the report of a person better situated than myself to observe the girl during the next few days. That the person thus alluded to was a woman in the service of the police is evident, and as such may not meet with your approval, but her words are of interest, as witness. Friday, P.M. Party went out to-day in company with an elderly female of respectable appearance. Said elderly female wears puffs and moves with great precision. I say this in case her identification should prove necessary. I had been warned that Miss O. would probably go out, and as the man set to watch the front door was on duty, I occupied myself during her absence in making a neat little hole in the partitions between our 2 rooms, so that I should not be obliged to offend my next door neighbor by too frequent visits to her apartment. This done, I awaited her return, which was delayed till it was almost dark. When she did come in, her arms were full of bundles. These she thrust into a bureau drawer, with the exception of one, which she laid with great care under her pillow. I wondered what this one could be, but could get no inkling from its size or shape. Her manner when she took off her hat was fiercer than before, and a strange smile, which I had not previously observed on her lips, added force to her expression. But it paled after supper time, and she had a restless night. I could hear her walk the floor long after I thought it prudent on my part to retire, and at intervals through the night I was disturbed by her moaning, which was not that of a sick person, but of one very much afflicted in mind. Saturday. Party quiet. Sits most of the time with hands clasped on her knee before the fire. Given to quick starts as if suddenly awakened from an absorbing train of thought. A pitiful object, especially when seized by terror, as she is at odd times. No walks, no visitors to-day. Once I heard her speak some words in a strange language, and once she drew herself up before the mirror in an attitude of so much dignity I was surprised at the fine appearance she made. The fire of her eyes at this moment was remarkable. I should not be surprised at any move she might make. Sunday. She has been writing to-day, but when she had filled several pages of letter paper, she suddenly tore them all up and threw them into the fire. Time seems to drag with her, for she goes every few minutes to the window from which a distant church clock is visible, and sighs as she turns away. More writing in the evening, and some tears. But the writing was burned as before, and the tears stopped by a laugh that augurs little good to the person who called it up. The package has been taken from under her pillow and put in some place not visible from my spy-hole. Monday. Party out again to-day. Gone some 2 hours or more. When she returned she sat down before the mirror and began dressing her hair. She has fine hair, and she tried arranging it in several ways. None seemed to satisfy her, and she tore it down again and let it hang till supper time, when she wound it up in its usual simple knot. Mrs. Desberger spent some minutes with her, but their talk was far from confidential, and therefore uninteresting. I wish people would speak louder when they talk to themselves. Tuesday. Great restlessness on the part of the young person I am watching. No quiet for her, no quiet for me, yet she accomplishes nothing, and as yet has furnished me no clue to her thoughts. A huge box was brought into the room to-night. It seemed to cause her dread rather than pleasure, for she shrank at the sight of it, and has not yet attempted to open it. But her eyes have never left it since it was set down on the floor. It looks like a dressmaker's box, but why such emotion over a gown? Wednesday. This morning she opened the box but did not display its contents. I caught one glimpse of a mass of tissue paper, and then she put the cover on again, and for a good half hour sat crouching down beside it, shuddering like one in an ague fit. I began to feel there was something deadly in the box. Her eyes wandered towards it so frequently and with such contradictory looks of dread and savage determination. When she got up, it was to see how many more minutes of the wretched day had passed. Thursday. Party sick. Did not try to leave her bed. Breakfast brought up by Mrs. Desberger, who showed her every attention, but could not prevail upon her to eat. Yet she would not let the tray be taken away, and when she was alone again, or thought herself alone, she let her eyes rest so long on the knife lying across the plate that I grew nervous and could hardly restrain myself from rushing into the room. But I remembered my instructions and kept still, even when I saw her hand steal towards this possible weapon, though I kept my own on the bell rope, which fortunately hung at my side. She looked quite capable of wounding herself with the knife, but after balancing it a moment in her hand, she laid it down again and turned with a low moan to the wall. She will not attempt death till she has accomplished what is in her mind. Friday. All is right in the next room. That is, the young lady is up, but there is another change in her appearance since last night. She has grown contemptuous of herself, and indulges in less brooding. But her impatience at the slow passage of time continues, and her interest in the box is even greater than before. She does not open it, however, only looks at it and lays her trembling hand now and then on the cover. Saturday. A blank day. Party dull and very quiet. Her eyes begin to look like ghastly hollows in her pale face. She talks to herself continually, but in a low, mechanical way, exceedingly wearing to the listener, especially as no word can be distinguished. Tried to see her in her own room to-day, but she would not admit me. Sunday. I have noticed from the first a Bible laying on one end of her mantel shelf. To-day she noticed it also, and impulsively reached out her hand to take it down. But at the first word she read she gave a low cry and hastily closed the book and put it back. Later, however, she took it again and read several chapters. The result was a softening in her manner, but she went to bed as flushed and determined as ever. Monday. She has walked the floor all day. She has seen no one, and seems scarcely able to contain her impatience. She cannot stand this long. Tuesday. My surprises began in the morning. As soon as her room had been put in order, Miss O locked the door and began to open her bundles. First she unrolled a pair of white silk stockings, which she carefully but without any show of interest laid on the bed. Then she opened a package containing gloves. They were white also, and evidently of the finest quality. Then a lace handkerchief was brought to light, slippers, an evening fan, and a pair of fancy pins. And lastly she opened the mysterious box and took out a dress so rich in quality and of such simple elegance it almost took my breath away. It was white and made of the heaviest satin, and it looked as much out of place in that shabby room as its owner did in the moments of exaltation of which I have spoken. Though her face was flushed when she lifted out the gown, it became pale again when she saw it lying across her bed. Indeed, a look of passionate abhorrence characterized her features as she contemplated it, and her hands went up before her eyes, and she reeled back, uttering the first words I have been able to distinguish since I have been on duty. They were violent in character, and seemed to tear their way through her lips almost without her volition. "It is hate I feel, nothing but hate. Ah, if it were only duty that animated me!" Later she grew calmer, and covering up the whole paraphernalia with a stray sheet she had evidently laid by for the purpose, she sent for Mrs. Desberger. When that lady came in, she met her with a wan but by no means dubious smile, and ignoring with quiet dignity the very evident curiosity with which that good woman surveyed the bed, she said appealingly: "You have been so kind to me, Mrs. Desberger, that I am going to tell you a secret. Will it continue to remain a secret, or shall I see it in the faces of all my fellow boarders to-morrow?" You can imagine Mrs. Desberger's reply, also the manner in which it was delivered, but not Miss Oliver's secret. She uttered it in these words: "I am going out to-night, Mrs. Desberger. I am going into great society. I am going to attend Miss Althorpe's wedding." Then, as the good woman stammered out some words of surprise and pleasure, she went on to say: "I do not want any one to know it, and I would be so glad if I could slip out of the house without any one seeing me. I shall need a carriage, but you will get one for me, will you not, and let me know the moment it comes? I am shy of what folks say, and besides, as you know, I am neither happy nor well if I do go to weddings and have new dresses, and—" She nearly broke down, but collected herself with wonderful promptitude, and with a coaxing look that made her almost ghastly, so much it seemed out of accord with her strained and unnatural manner, she raised a corner of the sheet, saying: "I will show you my gown if you will promise to help me quietly out of the house," which of course produced the desired effect upon Mrs. Desberger, that woman's greatest weakness being her love of dress. So from that hour I knew what to expect, and after sending precautionary advices to police headquarters, I set myself to watch her prepare for the evening. I saw her arrange her hair and put on her elegant gown, and was as much startled by the result as if I had not had the least premonition that she only needed rich clothes to look both beautiful and distinguished. The square parcel she had once hidden under her pillow was brought out and laid on the bed, and when Mrs. Desberger's low knock announced the arrival of the carriage, she caught it up and hid it under the cloak she hastily threw about her. Mrs. Desberger came in and put out the light, but before the room sank into darkness, I caught one glimpse of Miss Oliver's face. Its expression was terrible beyond anything I had ever seen on any human countenance. Chapter 40. As the clock struck. I do not attend weddings in general, but great as my suspense was in reference to Miss Oliver, I felt that I could not miss seeing Miss Althorpe married. I had ordered a new dress for the occasion, and was in the best of spirits as I rode to the church in which the ceremony was to be performed. The excitement of a great social occasion was for once not disagreeable to me, nor did I mind the crowd, though it pushed me about rather uncomfortably till an usher came to my assistance and seated me in a pew, which I was happy to see commanded a fine view of the chancel. I was early, but then I always am early, and having ample opportunity for observation, I noted every fine detail of ornamentation with approval. Miss Althorpe's taste being of that fine order which always falls short of ostentation. Her friends are in very many instances my friends, and it was no small part of my pleasure to note their well-known faces among the crowd of those that were strange to me. That the scene was brilliant and that silks, satins, and diamonds abounded, goes without saying. At last the church was full, and the hush which usually precedes the coming of the bride was settling over the whole assemblage. when I suddenly observed in the person of a respectable looking gentleman seated in a side pew, the form and features of Mr. Gryce, the detective. This was a shock to me, yet what was there in his presence there to alarm me? Might not Miss Althorpe have accorded him this pleasure out of pure goodness of her heart? I did not look at anybody else, however, after once my eyes fell upon him, but continued to watch his expression, which was non-committal though a little anxious for one engaged in a purely social function. The entrance of the clergyman and the sudden peal of the organ in the well-known wedding march recalled my attention to the occasion itself, and as at that moment the bridegroom stepped from the vestry to await his bride at the altar, I was absorbed by his fine appearance and the air of mingled pride and happiness with which he watched the stately approach of the bridal procession. But suddenly there was a stir through the whole glittering assemblage, and the clergyman made a move and the bridegroom gave a start, and the sound, slight as it was, of moving feet grew still, and I saw advancing from the door on the opposite side of the altar a second bride, clad in white and surrounded by a long veil which completely hid her face. A second bride! And the first was halfway up the aisle, and only one bridegroom stood ready. The clergyman, who seemed to have as little command of his faculties as the rest of us, tried to speak, but the approaching woman, upon whom every regard was fixed, forestalled him by an authoritative gesture. Advancing towards the chancel, she took her place on the spot reserved for Miss Althorpe. Silence had filled the church up to this moment, but at this audacious move a solitary wailing cry of mingled astonishment and despair went up behind us. But before any of us could turn, and while my own heart stood still, for I thought I recognized this veiled figure, the woman at the altar raised her hand and pointed towards the bridegroom. "Why does he hesitate?" she cried. "Does he not recognize the only woman with whom he dare face God and man at the altar? Because I am already his wedded wife, and have been so for 5 long years, does this make my wearing of this veil amiss when he, a husband, unreleased by the law, dares enter this sacred place with the hope and expectation of a bridegroom?" It was Ruth Oliver who spoke. I recognized her voice as I had recognized her apparel, but the emotions aroused in me by her presence, and the almost incredible claims she advanced, were lost in the horror inspired by the man she thus vehemently accused. No lost spirit from the pit could have shown a more hideous commingling of the most terrible passions known to man than he did in the face of this terrible arraignment. And if Ella Althorpe, cowering in her shame and misery halfway up the aisle, saw him in all his depravity at that instant as I did, nothing could have saved her long cherished love from immediate death. Yet he tried to speak. "It is false," he cried, "all false. The woman I once called wife is dead." "Dead? Olive Randolph? Murderer!" she exclaimed. The blow struck in the dark found another victim, and pulling the veil from her face, Ruth Oliver advanced to his side and laid her trembling hand with a firm and decisive movement on his arm. Was it her words, her touch, or the sound of the clock striking 8 in the great tower over our heads, which so totally overwhelmed him? As the last stroke of the hour which was to have seen him united with Miss Althorpe died out in the awed spaces above him, he gave a cry such as I am sure never resounded between those sacred walls before, and sank in a heap on the spot where but a few minutes previous he had lifted his head in all the glow and pride of a prospective bridegroom. Chapter 41 of That Affair Next Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you today by Dawn Larson in Minnesota. That Affair Next Door by Anna K. Green. Chapter 41. Secret History. It was hours before I found myself able to realize that the scene I had just witnessed had a deeper and much more dreadful significance than appeared to the general eye, and that Ruth Oliver, in her desperate interruption of these treacherous nuptials, had not only made good her prior claim to Randolph Stone as her husband, but had pointed him out to all the world as the villainous author of that crime which for so long a time had occupied my own and the public's attention. Thinking that you may find the same difficulty in grasping this terrible fact, and being anxious to save you from the suspense under which I myself labored for so many hours, I here subjoin a written statement made by this woman some weeks later, in which the whole mystery is explained. It is signed Olive Randolph, the name to which she evidently feels herself best entitled. The man known in New York City as Randolph Stone was first seen by me in Michigan 5 years ago. His name then was John Randolph, and how he has since come to add to this further appellation of Stone, I must leave to himself to explain. I was born in Michigan myself, and till my 18th year I lived with my father, who was a widower without any other child, in a little low cottage amid the sand mounds that border the eastern side of the lake. I was not pretty, but every man who passed me on the beach or in the streets of the little town where we went to market and to church, stopped to look at me, and this I noticed, and from this perhaps my unhappiness arose. For before I was old enough to know the difference between poverty and riches, I began to lose all interest in my simple home duties, and to cast longing looks at the great school building where girls like myself learned to speak like ladies and play the piano. Yet these ambitious promptings might have come to nothing if I had never met him. I might have settled down in my own sphere and lived a useful if unsatisfied life, like my mother and my mother's mother before her. But fate had reserved me for wretchedness, and one day, just as I was on the verge of my 18th year, I saw John Randolph. I was coming out of church when our eyes first met, and I noticed after the first shock my simple heart received from his handsome face and elegant appearance, that he was surveying me with that strange look of admiration I had seen before on so many faces, and the joy this gave me, and the certainty which came with it of my seeing him again, made that moment quite unlike any other in my whole life, and was the beginning of that passion which has undone me, ruined him, and brought death and sorrow to many others of more worth than either of us. He was not a resident of the town, but a passing visitor, and his intention had been, as he has since told me, to leave the place on the following day. But the dart which had pierced my breast had not glanced entirely aside from his, and he remained, as he declared, to see what there was in this little country girl's face to make it so unforgettable. We met first on the beach, and afterwards under the strip of pines which separate our cottage from the sand mounds, and though I have no reason to believe he came to these interviews with any honest purpose or deep sincerity of feeling, it is certain he exerted all his powers to make them memorable to me, and that, in doing so, he awoke some of the fire in his own breast, which he took such wicked pleasure in arousing in mine. In fact, he soon showed that this was so, for I could take no step from the house without encountering him, and the one indelible impression remaining to me from those days is the expression his face wore, as one sunny afternoon he laid my hand on his arm and drew me away to have a look at the lake booming on the beach below us. There was no love in it as I understand love now, but the passion which informed it almost amounted to intoxication. And if such a passion can be understood between a man already cultivated and a girl who hardly knew how to read, it may in a measure account for what followed. My father, who was no fool, and who saw the selfish quality in this attractive lover of mine, was alarmed by our growing intimacy. Taking an opportunity when we were both in a more sensible mood than common, he put the case before Mr. Randolph in a very decided way. He told him that either he must marry me at once or quit seeing me altogether. No delay was to be considered, and no compromise allowed. As my father was a man with whom no one ever disputed, John Randolph prepared to leave the town, declaring that he could marry no one at that stage of his career. But before he could carry out his intention, the old intoxication returned, and he came back in a fever of love and impatience to marry me. Had I been older or more experienced in the ways of the world, I would have known that such passion as this evinced was short-lived, that there is no witchery in a smile lasting enough to make men like him forget the lack of social graces to which they are accustomed. But I was mad with happiness, and was unconscious of any cloud lowering upon our future till the day of our first separation came, when an event occurred which showed me what I might expect if I could not speedily raise myself to his level. We were out walking, and we met a lady who had known Mr. Randolph elsewhere. She was well dressed, which I was not, though I had not realized it till I saw how attractive she looked in quiet colors and with only a simple ribbon on her hat, and she had besides a way of speaking which made my tones sound harsh and robbed me of that feeling of superiority with which I had hitherto regarded all the girls of my acquaintance. But it was not her possession of these advantages, keenly as I felt them, which awakened me to the sense of my position. It was the surprise she showed, a surprise the source of which was not to be mistaken, when he introduced me to her as his wife, and though she recovered herself in a moment, and tried to be kind and gracious, I felt the sting of it and saw that he felt it too, and consequently was not at all astonished when, after she had passed us, he turned and looked at me critically for the first time. But his way of showing his dissatisfaction gave me a shock it took me years to recover from. "Take off that hat," he cried, and when I had obeyed him, he tore out the spray which to my eyes had been its chief adornment, and threw it in some bushes near by. Then he gave me back the hat, and asked for the silk neckerchief which I had regarded as the glory of my bridal costume. Giving it to him, I saw him put it in his pocket, and understanding now that he was trying to make me look more like the lady we had passed, I cried out passionately: "It is not these things that make the difference, John, but my voice and my way of walking and speaking. Give me money and let me be educated, and then we will see if any other woman can draw your eyes away from me." But he had received a shock that made him cruel. "You cannot make a silk purse out of a sow's ear," he sneered, and was silent all the rest of the way home. I was silent too, for I never talk when I am angry, but when we arrived in our own little room I confronted him. "Are you going to say any more such cruel things to me?" I asked. "For if you are, I should like you to say them now and be done with it." He looked desperately angry, but there was yet a little love left in his heart for me, for he laughed after he had looked at me for a minute, and took me in his arms and said some fine things with which he had previously won my heart, but not with the old fire and not with the old effect upon me. Yet my love had not grown cold, it had only changed from the unthinking stage to the thinking one, and I was quite in earnest when I said: "I know I am not as pretty or as nice as the ladies you are accustomed to, but I have a heart that has never known any other passion than its love for you, and from such a heart you ought to expect a lady to grow, and there will. Only give me the chance, John, only let me learn to read and write." But he was in an incredulous state of mind, and it ended in his going away without making any arrangements for my education. He was bound for San Francisco, where he had business to transact, and he promised to be back in 4 weeks. But before the 4 weeks elapsed, He wrote me that it would be 5, and later on that it would be 6, and afterwards that it would be when he had finished a big piece of work he was engaged upon, and which would bring him a large amount of money. I believed him, and I doubted him at the same time, but I was not altogether sorry he delayed his return, for I had begun school on my own account, and was fast laying the foundation of a solid education. My means came from my father, who, now it was too late, saw the necessity of my improving myself. The amount of studying I did that first year was amazing, but it was nothing to what I went through the second, for my husband's letters had begun to fail me, and I was forced to work in order to drown grief and keep myself from despair. Finally no letters came at all, and when the second year was over, and I could at least express myself correctly, I woke to the realization that, so far as my husband was concerned, I had gone through all this labor for nothing, and that unless by some fortunate chance I could light upon some clue to his whereabouts in the great world beyond our little town, I would be likely to pass the remainder of my days in widowhood and desolation. My father dying at this time and leaving me $1,000, I knew no better way of spending it than in the hopeless search I have just mentioned. Accordingly, after his burial, I started out on my travels, gaining experience with every mile. I had not been away a week before I realized what a folly I had indulged in ever hoping to see John Randolph back at my side. I saw the homes in which such men as he lived, and met in cars and on steamboats the kind of people with whom he must associate to be happy, and a gulf seemed to open between us which even such love as mine would be powerless to bridge. But though my hope thus sank in my breast, I did not lose my old ambition of making myself as worthy of him as circumstances would permit. I read only the best books, and I allowed myself to become acquainted with only the best people, and as I saw myself liked by such, the awkwardness of my manner gradually disappeared, and I began to feel that the day would come when I should be universally recognized as a lady. Meantime I did not advance an iota in the object of my journey, and at last, with every expectation gone of ever seeing my husband again, I made my way to Toledo. Here I speedily found employment, and what was better still to one of my ambitious tendencies, an opportunity to add to the sum of my accomplishments a knowledge of French and music. The French I learned from the family I lived with, and the music from a professor in the same house whose love for his pet art was so great that he found it simple happiness to impart it to one so greedy for improvement as myself. Here in course of time I also learned typewriting, and it was for the purpose of seeking employment in this capacity that I finally came to New York. This was 3 months ago. I was in complete ignorance of the city when I entered it, and for a day or two I wandered to and fro, searching for a suitable lodging house. It was while I was on my way to Mrs. Desberger's that I saw advancing toward me a gentleman in whose air and manner I detected a resemblance to the husband who some 5 years since had deserted me. The shock was too much for my self-control. Quaking in every limb, I stood awaiting his approach, and when he came up to me and I saw by his startled recognition of me that it was indeed he, I gave a loud cry and threw myself upon his arm. The start he gave was nothing to the frightful expression which crossed his face at this encounter, but I thought both due to his surprise, though now I am convinced they had their origin in the deepest and worst emotions of which a man is capable. "John, John!" I cried, and could say no more, for the agitations of 5 solitary, despairing years were choking me. But he was entirely voiceless, stricken, I have no doubt beyond any power of mine to realize. How could I dream that in consideration, power, and prestige he had advanced even more rapidly than myself, and that at this moment he was not only the idol of society, but on the verge of uniting himself to a woman I will not say of marrying her, for marry her he could not while I lived, who would make him the envied possessor of millions. Such fortune, such daring, yes, and such depravity, were beyond the reach of my imagination, and while I thought his pleasure less than mine, I did not dream that my existence was a menace to all his hopes, and that during this moment of speechlessness he was sounding his nature for means to rid himself of me even at the cost of my life. His first movement was to push me away, but I clung to him all the harder, at which his whole manner changed, and he began to make futile efforts to calm me and lead me away from the spot. Seeing that these attempts were unavailing, he turned pale and raised his arm up passionately, but speedily dropped it again, and casting glances this way and that, broke suddenly into a loud laugh, and became, as by the touch of a magician's wand, my old lover again. "Why, Olive!" he cried. "Why, Olive, is it you?" Did I say my name was Olive? "Happily met, my dear. I did not know what I had been missing all these years, but now I know it was you. Will you come with me, or shall I go home with you?" "I have no home," said I. "I have just come into town." "Then I see but one alternative." He smiled, and what a power there was in his smile when he chose to exert it. "You must come to my apartments. Are you willing?" "I am your wife," I answered. He had taken me on his arm by this time, and the recoil he made at these words was quite perceptible, but his face still smiled, and I was too mad with joy to be critical. "And a very pretty and charming wife you have become," said he, drawing me on for a few steps. Suddenly he paused, and I felt the old shadow fall between us again. "But your dress is very shabby," he remarked. It was not. It was not near as shabby as the linen duster he himself wore. "Is that rain?" he inquired, looking up as a drop or two fell. "Yes, it is raining." "Very well, let us go into this store we are coming to and buy a gossamer. That will cover up your gown. I cannot take you to my house dressed as you are now." Surprised, for I had thought my dress very neat and ladylike, but never dreaming of questioning his taste any more than in the old days in Michigan, I went with him into the shop he had pointed out, and bought me a gossamer, for which he paid. When he had helped me put it on, and had tied my veil well over my face, he seemed more at ease, and gave me his arm quite cheerfully. "Now," said he, "you look well, but how about the time when you will have to take the gossamer off? I tell you what it is, my dear, you will have to refit yourself entirely before I shall be satisfied." And again I saw him cast about him that furtive and inquiring look which would have awakened more surprise in me than it did, had I known that we were in a part of the city where he ran but little chance of meeting any one he knew. "This old duster I have on," he suddenly laughed, "is a very appropriate companion to your gossamer." And though I did not agree with him, for my clothes were new and his old and shabby, I laughed also, and never dreamed of evil. As this garment which so disfigured him that morning has been the occasion of much false speculation on the part of those whose business it was to inquire into the crime with which it is in a most unhappy way connected, I may as well explain here and now why so fastidious a gentleman as Randolph Stone came to wear it. The gentleman called Howard Van Burnam was not the only person who visited the Van Burnam offices on the morning preceding the murder. Randolph Stone was there also, but he did not see the brothers, for finding them closeted together, he decided not to interrupt them. As he was a frequent visitor there, his presence created no remark, nor was his departure noted. Descending the stairs separating the offices from the street, he was about to leave the building, when he noticed that the clouds looked ominous. Being dressed for a luncheon with Miss Althorpe, he felt averse to getting wet, so he stepped back into the adjoining hall and began groping for an umbrella in a little closet under the stairs where he had once before found such an article. While doing this he heard the younger Van Burnam descend and go out, and realizing that he could now see Franklin without difficulty, he was about to return upstairs when he heard that gentleman also come down and follow his brother into the street. His first impulse was to join him, but finding nothing but an old duster in the closet, he gave up this intention, and putting on this shabby but protecting garment, started for his apartments, little realizing into what a course of duplicity and crime it was destined to lead him. For to the wearing of this old duster on this especial morning, innocent as the occasion was, I attribute John Randolph's temptation to murder. Had he gone out without it, he would have taken his usual course up Broadway and never met me, or even if he had taken the same roundabout way to his apartments as that which led to our encounter, he would never have dared, in his ordinary fine dress, conspicuous as it made him, to have entered upon those measures, which, as he is clever enough to know, lead to disgrace, if they do not end in a felon's cell. It was John Randolph then, or Randolph Stone, as he is pleased to call himself in New York, and not Franklin Van Burnam, who had doubtless proceeded in another direction, who came up to where Howard had stood, saw the keys he had dropped, and put them in his own pocket. It was as innocent an action as the donning of the duster, and yet it was fraught with the worst consequences to himself and to others. Being of the same height and complexion as Franklin Van Burnam, and both gentlemen wearing at that time a mustache, my husband shaved his off after the murder. The mistakes which arose out of this strange equipment were but natural. Seen from the rear or in the semi-darkness of a hotel office, they might look alike, though to me or to any one studying them well their faces are really very different. But to return. Leading me through streets of which I knew nothing, he presently stopped before the entrance of a large hotel. "I tell you what, Olive," said he, "we had better go in here, take a room, and send for such things as you require to make you look like a lady." As I had no objection to anything which kept me at his side, I told him that whatever suited him suited me, and followed him quite eagerly into the office. I did not know then that this hotel was a second-rate one, not having had experience with the best. But if I had, I should not have wondered at his choice, for there was nothing in his appearance, as I have already intimated, or in his manners up to this point, to lead me to think he was one of the city's great swells, and that it was only in such an unfashionable house as this he would be likely to pass unrecognized. How, with his markedly handsome features and distinguished bearing, he managed to so carry himself as to look like a man of inferior breeding, I can no more explain than I can the singular change which took place in him when once he found himself in the midst of the crowd which lounged about this office. From a man to attract all eyes, he became at once a man to attract none, and slouched and looked so ordinary that I stared at him in astonishment, little thinking that he had assumed this manner as a disguise. Seeing me at a loss, he spoke up quite peremptorily. "Let us keep our secret, Olive, till you can appear in the world full-fledged. And look here, darling, won't you go to the desk and ask for a room? I am no hand at any such business." Confounded at a proposition so unexpected, but too much under the spell of my feelings to dispute his wishes, I faltered out, "But supposing they ask me to register?" At which he gave me a look which recalled the old days in Michigan, and quietly sneered. "Give them a fictitious name. You have learned to write by this time, have you not?" Stung by his taunt, but more in love with him than ever, for his momentary display of passion had made him look both masterful and handsome, I went up to the desk to do his bidding. "A room," said I, and when asked to write our names in the book that lay before me, I put down the first that suggested itself. I wrote with my gloves on, which was why the writing looked so queer that it was taken for a disguised hand. This done, he rejoined me, and we went upstairs, and I was too happy to be in his company again to wonder at his peculiarities or weigh the consequences of the implicit confidence I accorded him. I was desperately in love once more, and entered into every plan he proposed without a thought beyond the joyous present. He was so handsome without his hat, and when after some short delay he threw aside the duster, I felt myself for the first time in my life in the presence of a finished gentleman. Then his manner was so changed. He was so like his oldest and best self, so dangerously like what he was in those long vanished hours under the pines in my sand-swept home on the shores of Lake Michigan, that he faltered at times and sank into strange spells of silence which had something in them that made my breath come fitfully, did not awaken my apprehension or rouse in me more than a passing curiosity. I thought he regretted the past, and when, after one such pause in our conversation, he drew out of his pocket a couple of keys tied together with a string, and surveyed the card attached to them with a strange look, easy enough to be understood by me now, I only laughed at his abstraction, and indulged him in a fresh caress to make him more mindful of my presence. These keys were the ones which Mrs. Van Burnam's husband had dropped, and which he had picked up before meeting me, and after he had put them back into his pocket, he became more talkative than before, and more systematically lover-like. I think he had not seen his way clearly until that moment, the dark and dreadful way which was to end, as he supposed, in my death. But I feared nothing, suspected nothing. Such deep and desperate wickedness as he was planning was beyond the wildest flight of my imagination. When he insisted upon sending for a complete set of clothing for me, and when at his dictation I wrote a list of the articles I wanted, I thought he was influenced by his wish as my husband to see me dressed in articles of his own buying. That it was all a plot to rob me of my identity could not strike such a mind as mine, and when the packages came and were received by him in the sly way already known to the public, I saw nothing in his caution but a playful display of mystery that was to end in my romantic establishment in a home of love and luxury. End of Part 1 of Chapter 41. Chapter 41, Part 2 of That Affair Next Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you today by Dawn Larson in Minnesota. That Affair Next Door by Anna K. Green, Chapter 41, Part 2. Secret History. Or rather it is thus that I account for my conduct now, and yet the precaution I took not to change the shoes in which my money was hidden may argue that I was not without some underlying doubt of his complete sincerity. But if so, I hid it from myself, and, as I have every reason to believe, from him also, doubtless excusing my action to myself by considering that I would be none the worse off for a few dollars of my own, even if he was my husband and had promised me no end of pleasure and comfort. That he did intend to make me happy he had assured me more than once. Indeed, before we had been long in this hotel room, he informed me that great experiences lay before me, that he had prospered much in the last 5 years, and had now a house of his own to offer me, and a large circle of friends to make our life in it agreeable. "We will go to our house to-night," said he. "I have not been living in it lately, and you may find it a little uncomfortable, but we will remedy that to-morrow. Anything is better than staying here under a false name, and I cannot take you to my bachelor apartment." I had doubted some of his previous statements, but this one I implicitly believed. Why should not so elegant a man have a house of his own? and if he had told me it was built of marble and hung with Florentine tapestries, I should still have credited it all. I was in fairyland and he was my knight of romance, even when he had hung his head in leaving the hotel and looked at once so ordinary and uninteresting. The ruse he made use of to cut off all connection between ourselves and Mr. and Mrs. James Pope, who had registered at the Hotel D, was accepted by me with the same lack of suspicion. That he should wish to carry no remembrance of our old life into our new home I thought a delightful piece of folly, and when he proposed that we should bequeath my gossamer and his own disfiguring duster to the coachman in whose hack we were riding, I laughed gleefully and helped him fold them up and place them under the cushions, though I did wonder why he cut a piece out of the neck of the former, and pouted with the happy freedom of a self-confident woman when he said: "It is the first thing I ever bought for you, and I am foolish enough to wish to preserve this much of it for a keepsake. Do you object, my dear?" As I was conscious of cherishing a similar folly in his regard, and could have pressed even that old duster of his to my heart, I offered him a kiss and said no, and he put the scrap away in his pocket. That it was the portion on which was stamped the name of the firm from which it was bought did not occur to me. When the coach stopped he urged me away on foot in a direction entirely strange to me, saying we would take another hack as soon as we had disposed of the bundles we were carrying. How he intended to do this I did not know. But presently he drew me towards a Chinese laundry, where he bade me leave one of them as washing, and the other he dropped before the opening of a sewer as we stepped up a neighboring curbstone. And still I did not suspect. Our ride to Gramercy Park was short, but during it he had time to put a bill in my hand and tell me I was to pay the driver. He had also time to secure the weapon upon which he had probably had his eye fixed from the first. His manner of doing this I can never forgive, for it was a lover's manner, and as such intended to deceive and cajole me. Drawing my head down on his shoulder, he drew off my veil, saying that it was the only article left of my buying, and that we would leave it behind us in this coach as we left the gossamer in the other. "Only I will make sure that no other woman ever wears it," he laughed, slitting it up and down with his knife. When this was done he kissed me, and then while my heart was tender and the warm tears stood in my eyes, he drew out the pin from my hat, meeting my remonstrances with the assurance that he hated to see my head covered, and that no hat was as pretty as my own brown hair. As this was nonsense, and as the coach was beginning to stop, I shook my head at him and put my hat on, but he had dropped the pin, or so he said, and I had to alight without it. When I had paid the driver and the coach had driven off, I had a chance to look up at the house before which we had stopped. Its height and imposing appearance daunted me in spite of the great expectations I had formed, and I ran up the stoop after him in a condition of mingled awe and wild delight that was the poorest preparation possible for what lay before me in the dark interior we were entering. He was fumbling nervously in the keyhole with his key, and I heard a whispered oath escape him. But presently the door fell back, and we stepped into what looked to me like a cavern of darkness. "Do not be frightened," he admonished me. "I will strike a light in a moment." And after carefully closing the street door behind us, he stretched out his hand to take mine, or so I judge, for I heard him whisper impatiently, "Where are you?" I was on the threshold of the parlor to which I had groped my way while he was closing the front door, so I whispered back, "Here," but found voice for nothing further, for at that instant I heard a sound proceeding from the depths of the darkness in front of me, and was so struck with terror that I fell back against the staircase, just as he passed me and entered the room from which that stealthy noise had issued. "Darling," he whispered, "darling," and went stumbling on in the void of darkness before me, till suddenly by some power I cannot explain, I seemed to see, faintly but distinctly, as if with my mind's eye rather than with my bodily one. I perceived the shadowy form of a woman standing in the space before him, and beheld him suddenly grasp her with what he meant to be a loving cry, but which to my ears at that moment sounded strangely ferocious, and after holding her a moment suddenly released her, at which she uttered one low curdling moan and sank at his feet. At the same instant I heard a click which I did not understand then, but which I now know to have been the head of the hatpin striking the register. Horrified past all power of speech and action, for I saw that he had intended this blow for me, I cowered against the stairs waiting for him to pass out. This he did not do at once, though the delay must have been short. He stopped long enough by the prostrate form to stir it with his foot, probably to see if life was extinct, but no longer, yet it seemed an eternity before I perceived him groping his way over the threshold, an eternity in which every act of my life passed before me, and every word and every expression with which he had beguiled me came to rack my soul, and made the horror of this mad awakening greater. No thought of her, or of the guilt with which he had forever damned his soul, came to me in that first moment of misery. My loss, my escape, and the danger in which I still stood if the least hint reached him of the mistake he had made, filled my mind too entirely for me to dwell on any less impersonal theme. His words, for he muttered several in that short passage out, showed me in what a fool's paradise I had been revelling, and how certainly I had turned his every thought towards murder, when I seized him in the street and proclaimed myself his wife. The satisfaction with which he uttered "well struck" gave little hint of remorse, and the gloating delight with which he added something about the devil having assisted him to make it a safe blow as well as a deadly one, was proof not only of his having used all his cunning in planning this crime, but of his pleasure in its apparent success. That he continued in this frame of mind, and that he never lost confidence in the precautions he had taken, and in the mystery with which the deed was surrounded, is apparent from the fact that he revisited the Van Burnam office on the following morning, and hung again on its accustomed nail the keys of the Gramercy Park house. When the front door had closed and I knew that he had gone away, in the full belief that it was my form he had left lying behind him on that midnight floor, all the accumulated terrors of the situation came to me in full force, and I began to think of her as well as of myself, and longed for courage to approach her, or even the daring to call out for help. But the thought that it was my husband who had committed this crime held me tongue-tied, and though I soon began to move inch by inch in her direction, it was some time before I could so far overcome my terror as to enter the room where she lay. I had supposed, and still supposed, as was natural after seeing him open the door with the keys he took from his pocket, that the house was his, and the victim a member of his own household. But when, after innumerable hesitations and a bodily shrinking that was little short of torment, I managed to drag myself into the room and light a match, which I found on a farther mantel-shelf, I saw enough in the general appearance of the rooms and of the figure at my feet to make me doubt the truth of both these suppositions. Yet no other explanation came to lighten the mystery of the occasion, and dazed as I was by the horror of my position, and the mortal dread I felt of the man who in one instant had turned the heaven of my love into a hell of fathomless horrors, I soon had eyes for the one fact only, that the woman lying before me was sufficiently like myself to inspire me with the hope of preserving my secret, and keeping from my would-be slayer the knowledge of my having escaped the doom he had prepared for me. For ascribe it to what motive you will, that was the one idea now dominating my mind. I wanted him to believe me dead. I wanted to feel that all connection between us was severed forever. He had killed me. By killing my love and faith in him, he had murdered the better part of myself, and I shrank with inconceivable horror from anything that would bring me again under his eye, or force me to assert claims that it would be the future business of my life to forget. When the first match went out, I had not the courage to light another, so I crept away in the darkness to listen at the foot of the stairs. There was no sound from above, and a terrifying sense began to pervade me that I was in that house alone. Yet there was safety in the thought, and opportunity for what I was planning. And finally, under the stress of the purpose that was every moment developing within me, I went softly upstairs and listened at all the doors till I was certain that the house was unoccupied. Then I came down and walked resolutely back into the parlor, for I knew if I allowed any time to pass, I could never again summon up strength to cross its grisly threshold. Yet I did nothing for hours but crouch in one of its dismal corners, waiting for morning. That I did not go mad in that awful interval is a wonder. I must have been near it more than once. I have been asked, and Miss Butterworth has been asked, how in the light of what we now know concerning this poor victim's presence there, we account for her being in the darkness and showing so little terror at our entrance and Mr. Stone's approach. I account for it in this way. 2 half-burned matches were found in the parlor grate. One I flung there, and the other had probably been used by her to light the dining-room gas. If this was still lighted when we drove up, as it may have been, then, alarmed by the sound of the stopping coach, she had put it out, with a vague idea of hiding herself till she knew whether it was the old gentleman who was coming, or only her suspicious and unreasonable husband. If it was not lighted then, she was probably aroused from a sleep on the parlor sofa, and was for the moment too dazed to cry out, or resent an embrace she had not time to understand, before she succumbed to the cruel stab that killed her. Miss Butterworth, however, thinks the poor creature took the intruder for Franklin till she heard my voice, when she probably became so amazed that she was in a measure paralyzed and found it impossible to move or cry out. As Miss Butterworth is a woman of great discretion, I should think her explanation the truest if I did not consider her a little prejudiced against Mrs. Van Burnham. But to return to myself. With the first glimmer of light that came through the closed shutters, I rose and began my dreadful task. Upheld by a purpose as relentless as that which drove the author of this horror into murder, I stripped the body and put upon it my own clothing, with the one exception of the shoes. Then, when I had redressed myself in hers, I steadied up my heart, and with one wild pull dragged down the cabinet upon her, so that her face might lose its traits and her identification become impossible. How I had the strength to do this, and how I could contemplate the result without shrieking, I cannot now imagine. Perhaps I was hardly human at this crisis. Perhaps something of the demon which had informed him in his awful work had entered into my breast, making this thing possible. I only know that I did what I have said, and I did it calmly. More than that I had mind and judgment left to give to my own appearance. Observing that the dress I had put on was of a conspicuous plaid, I exchanged the skirt portion with the brown silk petticoat under it, and when I observed that it hung below the other, as of course it would, I went through the house till I came upon some pins, with which I pinned it up out of sight. Thus equipped, I was still a person to attract attention, especially as I had no hat to put on, my own having fallen from my head and been covered by the dead woman's body, which nothing would induce me to move again. But I had confidence in my own powers to escape question, toned up as I was in every nerve by the dreadfulness of my situation, and as soon as I was in decent shape for flight, I opened the front door and prepared to slip out. But here the intense dread I felt of my husband, a dread which had actuated all my movements and sustained me in as harrowing a task as ever woman performed, seized me with renewed force, and I quailed at the prospect of entering the streets alone. Supposing he should be on the stoop! Supposing he should be in an opposite window even! Could I encounter him again and live? He was not far away, or so I felt. A murderer, it is said, cannot help haunting the scene of his crime, and if he should see me alive and well, what might I not expect from his astonishment and alarm? I did not dare go out. But neither did I dare remain, so after quaking for a good 5 minutes on the threshold, I made one wild dash through the door. There was no one in sight, and I reached Broadway before I ran across man or woman. Even then I got by without any one speaking to me, and, favored by Providence, found a nook at the end of an alleyway, where I remained undiscovered till it was late enough in the morning for me to enter a shop and buy a hat. The rest of my movements are known. I found my way to Mrs. Desberger's this time without interruption, and from that place sought and found a situation with Miss Althorpe. That her fate was in any way connected with mine, or that the Randolph Stone she was engaged to marry was the John Randolph from whose clutches I had just escaped, was of course unsuspected by me, and, incredible as it may seem, continued to be unsuspected as long as I remained in the house. There was reason for this. My duties were such as I could well attend to in my own room, and feeling a horror of the world and everything in it, I kept my room as much as possible, and never went out of it when I knew that he was in the house. The very thought of love awakened intolerable emotions in me, and much as I admired and revered Miss Althorpe, I could not bring myself to meet or even talk of the man to whom she was in expectation of being so soon united. There was another thing of which I was ignorant, and that was the circumstances which had invested with so much interest the crime of which I had been witness. I did not know that the victim had been recognized, or that an innocent man had been arrested for her murder. In fact, I knew nothing concerning the affair save what I had seen with my own eyes, no one having mentioned the murder in my presence, and I having religiously avoided the very sight of a paper, for fear that I should see some account of the horrible affair, and so lose what small remnants of courage I still possessed. This apathy concerning a matter so important to myself, or rather, this almost frenzied determination to cut myself loose from my dreadful past, may seem strange and unnatural. But it will seem stranger yet when I say that for all these efforts I was haunted night and day by one small fact connected with this past which made forgetfulness impossible. I had taken the rings from the hands of the dead woman as I had taken away her clothes, and the possession of these valuables, probably because they represented so much money, weighed on my conscience and made me feel like a thief. The purse which I found in a pocket of the skirt I had put on was a trouble to me, but the rings were a source of constant terror and disturbance. I hid them finally in a ball of yarn I was using, but even then I experienced but little peace, for they were not mine, and I lacked the courage to avow it, or seek out the person to whom they now rightfully belonged. When, therefore, in the intervals of fever which attacked me in Miss Althorpe's house, I overheard enough of a conversation between her and Miss Butterworth to learn that the murdered woman had been a Mrs. Van Burnham, and that her husband or relatives had an office somewhere downtown, I was so seized by the instinct of restitution that I took the first opportunity that offered to leave my bed and hunt up these people. That I would injure them in any way by secretly restoring these jewels, I never dreamed. Indeed, I did not exercise my mind at all on the subject, but only followed the instincts of my delirium. And while to all appearance I showed all the cunning of an insane person, in the pursuit of my purpose, I fail to remember now how I found my way to Duane Street, or by what suggestion of my diseased brain I was induced to slip these rings upon the hook attached to Mr. Van Burnam's desk. Probably the mere utterance of this well-known name into the ears of passers-by was enough to obtain for me such directions as I needed, but however that may be, the result was misapprehension, and the complications which followed serious. Of the emotion caused in me by the unaccountable discovery of my connection with this crime, I need not speak. The love which I had one time felt for John Randolph had turned to gall and bitterness, but enough sense of duty remained in my bruised and broken heart to keep me from denouncing him to the police, till by a sudden stroke of fate or Providence I saw him in the carriage with Miss Althorpe, and realized that he was not only the man with whom she was upon the point of allying herself, but that it was to preserve his place in her regard, and to attain the lofty position promised by this union, he had attempted to murder me, and had murdered another woman only less unfortunate and miserable than myself. It was the last and bitterest blow that could come from his hand, and though instinct led me to throw myself into the carriage before which I stood, and thus escape a meeting which I felt I could never survive, I was determined from that moment not only to save Miss Althorpe from an alliance with this villain, but to revenge myself upon him in some never to be forgotten manner. That this revenge involved her in a public shame, from which her angelic goodness to me should have saved her, I regret now as deeply as even she can wish. But the madness that was upon me made me blind to every other consideration than that of the boundless hatred I bore for him. And while I can look for no forgiveness from her on that account, I still hope the day will come when she will see that in spite of my momentary disregard for her feelings, I cherish for her an affection that nothing can efface or make other than the ruling passion of my life. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42. With Miss Butterworth's compliments. They tell me that Mr. Gryce has never been quite the same man since the clearing up of this mystery, that his confidence in his own powers is shaken, and that he hints more often than is agreeable to his superiors, that when a man has passed his 77th year, it is time for him to give up active connection with police matters. I do not agree with him. His mistakes, if we may call them such, were not those of failing faculties, but of a man made over-secure in his own conclusions by a series of old successes. Had he listened to me, but I will not pursue this suggestion. You will accuse me of egotism, an imputation I cannot bear with equanimity, and will not risk, modest depreciation of myself being one of the chief attributes of my character. Footnote D. My attention has been called to the fact that I have not confessed, whether it was owing to a mistake made by Mr. Gryce or myself, that Franklin Van Burnam was identified as the man who had entered the adjoining house on the night of the murder. Well, the truth is, neither of us was to blame for that. The man I identified, it was while watching the guests who attended Mrs. Van Burnam's funeral, you remember, was really Mr. Stone, but, owing to the fact that this latter gentleman had lingered in the vestibule till he was joined by Franklin, and that they had finally entered together, some confusion was created in the mind of the man on duty in the hall, so that when Mr. Gryce asked him who it was that came in immediately after the four who arrived together, he answered Mr. Franklin Van Burnam, being anxious to win his superior's applause, and considering that person much more likely to merit the detective's attention than a mere friend of the family like Mr. Stone. In punishment for this momentary display of egotism, he has been discharged from the force, I believe. A. B. End of footnote D. Howard Van Burnham bore his release, as he had his arrest, with great outward composure. Mr. Gryce's explanation of his motives in perjuring himself before the coroner was correct, and while the mass of people wondered at that instinct of pride which led him to risk the imputation of murder sooner than have the world accuse his wife of an unwomanly action, there were others who understood his peculiarities and thought his conduct quite in keeping with what they knew of his warped and oversensitive nature. That he has been greatly moved by the unmerited fate of his weak but unfortunate wife is evident from the sincerity with which he still mourns her. I had always understood that Franklin had never been told of the peril in which his good name had stood for a few short hours. But since a certain confidential conversation which took place between us one evening, I have come to the conclusion that the police were not so reticent as they made themselves out to be. In that conversation he professed to thank me for certain good offices I had done him and his, and waxing warm in his gratitude, confessed that without my interference he would have found himself in a strait of no ordinary seriousness. For, said he, there has been no overstatement of the feelings I cherished toward my sister-in-law, nor was there any mistake in thinking that she uttered some very desperate threats against me during the visit she paid me at my office on that Monday. But I never thought of ridding myself of her in any way. I only thought of keeping her and my brother apart till I could escape the country. When, therefore, he came into the office on Tuesday morning for the keys of our father's house, I felt such a dread of the two meeting there that I left immediately after my brother for the place where she had told me she would await a final message from me. I hoped to move her by one final plea, for I love my brother sincerely, notwithstanding the wrong I once did him. I was therefore with her in another place at the very time I was thought to be with her at the Hotel D, a fact which greatly hampered me, as you can see, when I was requested by the police to give an account of how I spent that day. When I left her, it was to seek my brother. She had told me of her deliberate intention of spending the night in the Gramercy Park house, and as I saw no way of her doing this without my brother's connivance, I started in search of him, meaning to stick to him when I found him, and keep him away from her till that night was over. I was not successful in my undertaking. He was locked in his rooms, it seemed, packing up his effects for flight. We always had the same instinct, even when boys. And receiving no answer to my knock, I hastened away to Gramercy Park, to keep a watch over the house against my brother coming there. This was early in the evening, and for hours afterwards I wandered like a restless spirit in and out of those streets, meeting no one I knew, not even my brother, though he was wandering about in very much the same manner and with very much the same apprehensions. The duplicity of the woman became very evident to me the next morning. In my last interview with her she had shown no relenting in her purpose towards me, but when I entered my office after this restless night in the streets, I found lying on my desk her little handbag, which had been sent down from Mrs. Parker's. In it was the letter, just as you divined, Miss Butterworth. I had hardly got over the shock of this most unexpected good fortune, when the news came that a woman had been found dead in my father's house. What was I to think? That it was she, of course, and that my brother had been the man to let her in there. Miss Butterworth, this is how he ended, I make no demands upon you, as I have made no demands upon the police, to keep the secret contained in that letter from my much abused brother. Or rather, it is too late now to keep it, for I have told him all there was to tell myself, and he has seen fit to overlook my fault, and to regard me with even more affection than he did before this dreadful tragedy came to harrow up our lives. Do you wonder I like Franklin Van Burnham? The Misses Van Burnham call upon me regularly, and when they say, "Dear old thing," now they mean it. Of Miss Althorpe I cannot trust myself to speak. She was and is the finest woman I know, and when the great shadow now hanging over her has lost some of its impenetrability, she will be a useful one again, or I do not rightly read the patient smile which makes her face so beautiful in its sadness. Olive Randolph has at my request taken up her abode in my house. The charm which she seems to have exerted over others she has exerted over me, and I doubt if I shall ever wish to part with her again. In return she gives me an affection which I am now getting old enough to appreciate. Her feeling for me and her gratitude to Miss Althorpe are the only treasures left her out of the wreck of her life, and it shall be my business to make them lasting ones. The fate of Randolph Stone is too well known for me to enlarge upon it, but before I bid farewell to his name, I must say that after that curt confession of his, "Yes, I did it, in the way and for the motive she alleged," I have often tried to imagine the contradictory feelings with which he must have listened to the facts as they came out at the inquest. And convinced, as he had every reason to be, that the victim was his wife, heard his friend Howard not only accept her for his, but insist that he was the man who accompanied her to the house of death. He has never lifted the veil from those hours, and he never will. But I would give much of the peace of mind which has lately come to me, to know what his sensations were, not only at that time, but when, on the evening after the murder, he opened the papers and read that the woman, whom he had left for dead with her brain pierced by a hat-pin, had been found on that same floor, crushed under a fallen cabinet, and what explanation he was ever able to make to himself for a fact so inexplicable. The End of That Affair Next Door by Anna K. Green.